Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Reaper Deku Had Revival Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Inko and Hisashi Midoriya were thrilled to announce the existence of Inko's PRZY. They had no family, but their closest friends, Mitsuki and Masaru Bakugo, were thrilled. They had also just found out about their own soon-to-be-born brat, and both women could not wait to have their children together. Both were having boys, and both boys were to be born only a few months apart. Their sons would be the best of friends. But it wasn't meant to be. Sadly, Inko died giving birth to her son, named Izuku by the green-haired woman, before she lost consciousness and passed soon after. She left behind a wailing newborn baby boy and a distraught fire-breathing husband. Her husband tried his best, of course he did. He couldn't blame his son, little Izuku, for the death of his wife. The boy was just a child. Mitsuki and Masaru grieved for their lost friend as well, trying their best to be there for Hisashi, but they also had to focus on their own child, Katsuki, and that didn't leave much time to console the single father. Katsuki and Izuku were indeed friends. Best of friends, just like their mothers wanted. They played together, learned together, and even slept during naps, cuddling each other tightly. And when Katsuki's quirk came in shortly before his 4th birthday, both boys were excited and made plans to be heroes together. Even Hisashi was getting better at dealing with being a single father, having had time to get used to the schedule. But then Izuku's quirk came in. And everything changes again. The quirk doctor names his new quirk Death Touch, which Izuku later thinks is honestly a bit cruel to do to a child. He's 4 and you name it that? Izuku's quirk is quite simple. If he touches something alive with all 5 fingers, that thing dies. He's not had his quirk since birth, the doctor assures, but that didn't matter to Hisashi. His son had a villainous quirk. The more he thought about it, the more he was sure that his son killed the woman he loved. His anger grew and enveloped his whole self. He slowly began to abuse Izuku, first by ignoring the boy, and eventually, Hisashi would beat Izuku before leaving for weeks on end. Things were just as bad at school for the white-haired boy. Kaken didn't want to be friends with Izuku anymore. Kids in his class didn't talk to Izuku or go anywhere near him. In a way, his quirk helped with the bullying. None of the kids dared to touch Izuku for fear of being killed by his quirk, even though Izuku wore his gloves the doctor had given him. It didn't matter when kids were terrified of him, and the teachers didn't care what happened. He was only a future villain to them. Izuku barely survived the next few years, getting beaten into the ground at all ends. School got worse, the words and taunts of the other students growing into actual beatings once Kaken shared the fact that his quirk was limited to his hands. Izuku couldn't count the number of times his hands and fingers had been broken or held tightly behind his back as he was beaten day in and day out. It was simply too many. It was during one of those beatings that Kaken became Katsuki, before being changed to Bakugo. Izuku knew his best friend Kaken was dead and Bakugo the bully had taken his place. Izuku walked through the door leading to the house he shared with Hisashi. He had limped home from yet another beating given by Bakugo and his cronies, and his father was supposed to be gone another few days on a work trip, so Izuku wasn't expecting to be grabbed and thrown into a wall. He guessed it was to be expected, seeing as it was the 9-year anniversary of his mom's death. Never his birthday, no one cared about that fact. "You brat! It's your fault she's dead!" Hisashi roared, his fist finding a place in Izuku's gut. Izuku curled up in an attempt to protect his soft organs. He cried out as his father beat him, both with his fists and feet. He knew what was coming next. Hisashi never failed to use his quirk on Izuku when he was drunk like this. Izuku screamed as flames leapt along his back, the smell of burnt flesh searing into his brain. Izuku begged his father to stop, knowing it wouldn't happen but still trying. The flames stopped as Hisashi coughed and drew his breath again. Taking the chance, Izuku turned over and placed his hand against the man's leg, using his quirk willingly for the first time in 5 years. Silence deafened Izuku as Hisashi's body plummeted to the floor with a thud. Shakily, Izuku stood, his back encased in blackened skin. It hurt so bad, the burns, but Izuku ignored it all. Instead, he stared at the body of his father, the man's eyes wide and unseeing. Carefully, he dug his hand into Hisashi's pocket and pulled out his cell phone. Izuku knew that he would be blamed for the death of the man, rightfully so, but that didn't mean he had to stay here for when the body would be discovered. He moved to the bathroom, wincing at the damage his father's drunken rage had caused. This was going to take weeks to heal. He turned on the phone's camera, aiming it at the damage on his back. A few blurry pictures later, and Izuku had enough proof of self-defense to ensure the police wouldn't blame him. Izuku ignored the pain again as he walked to his bedroom, hurrying to pack a bag with some necessities. His hero notebooks were first, he couldn't leave those behind. Then in went his father's old laptop that Izuku had saved from the trash a few years prior, as well as the charging cable. Though most of his clothes were ragged and thin, Izuku still packed a few outfits, making sure to pack extra socks and a waterproof jacket. He didn't want to get sick if he was caught in the rain. By this time the pain along his back had numbed enough he didn't feel the pain. That fact worried him, but he shook it off, he'll deal with it later. Then came the hard part. Izuku had to raid his father's wallet for any money the man had. Opening the brown leather, Izuku wasn't shocked to find it nearly empty, home to only a few yen notes. Grabbing those was easy, as was raiding the pantry for the meager shelf-stable items Izuku had bought by selling the last of his hero merch the week prior. He had held onto the All Might figure his dad had bought him before getting his quirk for so long, but he needed the money more. Finally, he was done packing. He dropped his bags next to the door before pulling out the cell phone again and dialing the police. "Hello." He hiccuped, his voice wavering and weak. The man on the other end of the line asked how he could help. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I killed him." He was. Inko and Hisashi Midoriya were thrilled to announce the existence of Inko's PRZY. They had no family, but their closest friends, Mitsuki and Masaru Bakugo, were thrilled. They had also just found out about their own soon-to-be-born brat, and both women could not wait to have their children together. Both were having boys, and both boys were to be born only a few months apart. Their sons would be the best of friends. But it wasn't meant to be. Sadly, Inko died giving birth to her son, named Izuku by the green-haired woman, before she lost consciousness and passed soon after. She left behind a wailing newborn baby boy and a distraught fire-breathing husband. Her husband tried his best, of course he did. He couldn't blame his son, little Izuku, for the death of his wife. The boy was just a child. Mitsuki and Masaru grieved for their lost friend as well, trying their best to be there for Hisashi, but they also had to focus on their own child, Katsuki, and that didn't leave much time to console the single father. Katsuki and Izuku were indeed friends. Best of friends, just like their mothers wanted. They played together, learned together, and even slept during naps, cuddling each other tightly. And when Katsuki's quirk came in shortly before his 4th birthday, both boys were excited and made plans to be heroes together. Even Hisashi was getting better at dealing with being a single father, having had time to get used to the schedule. But then Izuku's quirk came in. And everything changes again. The quirk doctor names his new quirk Death Touch, which Izuku later thinks is honestly a bit cruel to do to a child. He's 4 and you name it that? Izuku's quirk is quite simple. If he touches something alive with all 5 fingers, that thing dies. He's not had his quirk since birth, the doctor assures, but that didn't matter to Hisashi. His son had a villainous quirk. The more he thought about it, the more he was sure that his son killed the woman he loved. His anger grew and enveloped his whole self. He slowly began to abuse Izuku, first by ignoring the boy, and eventually, Hisashi would beat Izuku before leaving for weeks on end. Things were just as bad at school for the white-haired boy. Kaken didn't want to be friends with Izuku anymore. Kids in his class didn't talk to Izuku or go anywhere near him. In a way, his quirk helped with the bullying. None of the kids dared to touch Izuku for fear of being killed by his quirk, even though Izuku wore his gloves the doctor had given him. It didn't matter when kids were terrified of him, and the teachers didn't care what happened. He was only a future villain to them. Izuku barely survived the next few years, getting beaten into the ground at all ends. School got worse, the words and taunts of the other students growing into actual beatings once Kaken shared the fact that his quirk was limited to his hands. Izuku couldn't count the number of times his hands and fingers had been broken or held tightly behind his back as he was beaten day in and day out. It was simply too many. It was during one of those beatings that Kaken became Katsuki, before being changed to Bakugo. Izuku knew his best friend Kaken was dead and Bakugo the bully had taken his place. Izuku walked through the door leading to the house he shared with Hisashi. He had limped home from yet another beating given by Bakugo and his cronies, and his father was supposed to be gone another few days on a work trip, so Izuku wasn't expecting to be grabbed and thrown into a wall. He guessed it was to be expected seeing as it was the 9-year anniversary of his mom's death. Never his birthday, no one cared about that fact. "You brat! It's your fault she's dead!" Hisashi roared, his fist finding a place in Izuku's gut. Izuku curled up in an attempt to protect his soft organs. He cried out as his father beat him, both with his fists and feet. He knew what was coming next. Hisashi never failed to use his quirk on Izuku when he was drunk like this. Izuku screamed as flames leapt along his back, the smell of burnt flesh searing into his brain. Izuku begged his father to stop, knowing it wouldn't happen but still trying. The flames stopped as Hisashi coughed and drew his breath again. Taking the chance, Izuku turned over and placed his hand against the man's leg, using his quirk willingly for the first time in 5 years. Silence deafened Izuku as Hisashi's body plummeted to the floor with a thud. Shakily, Izuku stood, his back encased in blackened skin. It hurt so bad, the burns, but Izuku ignored it all. Instead, he stared at the body of his father, the man's eyes wide and unseeing. Carefully, he dug his hand into Hisashi's pocket and pulled out his cell phone. Izuku knew that he would be blamed for the death of the man, rightfully so, but that didn't mean he had to stay here for when the body would be discovered. He moved to the bathroom, wincing at the damage his father's drunken rage had caused. This was going to take weeks to heal. He turned on the phone's camera, aiming it at the damage on his back. A few blurry pictures later, and Izuku had enough proof of self-defense to ensure the police wouldn't blame him. Izuku ignored the pain again as he walked to his bedroom, hurrying to pack a bag with some necessities. His hero notebooks were first, he couldn't leave those behind. Then in went his father's old laptop that Izuku had saved from the trash a few years prior, as well as the charging cable. Though most of his clothes were ragged and thin, Izuku still packed a few outfits, making sure to pack extra socks and a waterproof jacket. He didn't want to get sick if he was caught in the rain. By this time the pain along his back had numbed enough he didn't feel the pain. That fact worried him, but he shook it off, he'll deal with it later. Then came the hard part. Izuku had to raid his father's wallet for any money the man had. Opening the brown leather, Izuku wasn't shocked to find it nearly empty, home to only a few yen notes. Grabbing those was easy, as was raiding the pantry for the meager shelf-stable items Izuku had bought by selling the last of his hero merch the week prior. He had held onto the all-might figure his dad had bought him before getting his quirk for so long, but he needed the money more. Finally, he was done packing. He dropped his bags next to the door before pulling out the cell phone again and dialing the police. "Hello." He hiccuped, his voice wavering and weak. The man on the other end of the line asked how he could help. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I killed him. He was hurting me and I couldn't stop him," he answered, tears finally beginning to appear. The officer startled, asking a bunch of questions about who and why, but Izuku bulldozed past them. "My father, he was beating me. I didn't know what else to do, I used my quirk." The man hissed, assuring Izuku that someone was on their way, but Izuku shook his head. "I'm sorry." He cut off the man as he hung up, dropping the phone next to Hisashi's body. "I'm sorry," Izuku said to the cold form. He turned, grabbing his bags before leaving the house. Quickly, he ran away into the night, only barely making it to the end of the street before he began to hear sirens of incoming police. He stepped off the road, running into the woods nearby and hiding behind the trees as he headed further into town. He needed to find someplace safe to sleep for the night. Making it into town without being found by the police was easy. Finding a place to stay for even one night? Well, that was difficult. After checking the 4th abandoned warehouse and finding it unsafe for even a single night, Izuku was starting to lose hope. He had stumbled upon the street full of rotting buildings, but each one he had checked so far had been dangerous for him to step foot further than the doorway. Izuku frowned as he opened the door to the 5th building, noting that it wasn't a warehouse like the others he had checked out before but more like an office building, old desks and chairs strewn about the space like the inhabitants had left in a hurry. The rooms smelled of mold, but Izuku didn't see any sign of structural damage, so he had hope. He walked around, finding a bathroom and a kitchen a short way down the side of the room. Shockingly, the building had running water, which was odd, but Izuku wasn't going to complain. Wincing, he shrugged off the straps of his bags before stripping his shirt off, intent on seeing the damage that had occurred in his traveling. Izuku stared in the broken mirror over the bathroom sink. What the F dash? He swore, his eyes wide. His back, previously blackened from the severe burns, was now a lobster red, almost as if it were nothing more than a bad sunburn. He didn't understand. How did he heal? No one had touched him since he left the house. The only thing that made sense was his quirk healed him, but that didn't make any sense. His quirk was exactly what it was called, Death Touch. Wasn't it? Shaking off his thoughts, Izuku left the bathroom to keep searching around. Finding a few closed doors, he cautiously opened the first one, finding a separate office with nothing inside. The next 3 were the same, empty from whatever had been inside, but the 5th and last room held not only a desk and chair but also a couch pushed up against one of the walls. Sighing, Izuku walked inside, closing the door behind him. The couch was rather comfy and didn't seem to be broken, which made him happy. Sleep came to him quickly. The next morning, Izuku turned on his laptop, searching for internet nearby. He couldn't find anything, so he grabbed his bags and left the building, searching for a place that had some. He found a cat cafe a block away and bought a small muffin with the few yen he took from Hisashi before booting the computer back up and connecting to the internet. A few searches later and Izuku found his own face staring back at him. The police were looking for him, but shockingly, they were only saying they were worried about him. They didn't deem him dangerous at all, and it seemed like they didn't blame him for Hisashi's death. They had only posted his picture with a request for anyone with information to contact a detective Tsukachi. Izuku left the cafe, making plans to find something to dye his hair so he was less recognizable when he heard fighting down the alley to his left. Looking around the corner, he froze as he watched a man shove a woman into the wall. He growled, racing in with no plan. Izuku flung his body towards the man, careful to not touch him with his ungloved fingertips. He was cursing not putting on a new pair before leaving the cafe, but it was too late to think about that now. He leaned down on the run, grabbing what looked like a metal pipe, and swung. The criminal grunted as he dropped to the ground, clutching his ribs. Izuku stood his ground in front of the woman. "I'll leave her all alone," he ordered as best he could. He didn't know what the man would do once he got back up, and honestly, he didn't want to find out, but the woman needed protection long enough to get away. "Miss, please get out of here." Izuku kept his eyes on the man as he backed away, the pipe still raised in fear. He already knew from living so long with Hisashi that you didn't turn your back on someone who was angry with you, it only invited them to attack while you couldn't see. He grabbed his bags, slinging them over his shoulders, and ran off, calling his apologies over his shoulder to the woman who was running the opposite direction. He felt bad that he couldn't walk her to the station himself, but he needed to get out of the area before any cops were informed of his whereabouts. He knew he wouldn't survive in the system. Izuku's legs were on fire by the time he reached his warehouse office home, and it resulted in him crumpling to a solid, overheated pile on the cold concrete floor in the same office he had slept in the night before. He couldn't believe that he had just beat up some guy that was over twice his size. It didn't seem real, but Izuku knew it was. Catching his breath, Izuku sat up and glanced around the room. It needed some basic cleaning and a bit of love, but he could see himself turning it into a home. Then a crazy thought crossed his mind. What if he did that more? What if he went out and protected people like he wanted to? He wasn't a hero, he knew that, but he could still help people while he was outside. Izuku knew the laws, knew that to be a vigilante, he would have to be using his quirk to do hero work. But if he never used his quirk, only defended himself and didn't attack first, he couldn't be arrested for vigilantism. Izuku grinned. He had a new direction for his life. The warehouse could be his home and base, and while it needed some major work to keep him safe, It was doable. He wasn't too far from that trash beach with all the mechanical parts, and he could always go to the library once he got something to dye his hair so he could learn how things went together. He knew, even if none of the adults in his life agreed, that he soaked up information like a sponge. Izuku had always suspected that. He had gotten more than a few traits from his father, despite the man denying the fact. The dragon mutation his father had that allowed the man to breathe fire was most likely the cause of Izuku's hunger for knowledge. His hoard, if you will. He could remember when he was younger asking Hisashi about his parents' and grandparents' quirks. His grandmother on his father's side had a similar quirk to Izuku's, except she could only heal wounds that would result in death. His grandfather on his father's side could see ghosts. His grandmother on his mother's side had been a hero, he knew that much, but he didn't know anything else about her, and talking about his mother made Hisashi sad, so Izuku didn't ask for more. Pulling out a blank notebook, Izuku began to plan. He knew he needed hair dye first. That was non-negotiable. His stark white hair was too noticeable and would get him caught before he could do anything about it. As much as Izuku didn't like it, he knew he would have to talk to the detective on his case. He still wanted to be a hero, and to do that he had to go to school. With his own name preferably. Maybe he could talk the detective into a deal of some kind where he checked in every once in a while, in exchange for being left alone since his quirk was so dangerous. Sighing, Izuku got up. He wanted to explore the building more and definitely needed light to do that. He would probably have to rig a solar grid to power the DMN thing later, but it shouldn't be too hard since he had done that on a smaller scale for a science project in school. His science teacher was probably the only adult he trusted not to falsify his grades. The man had a son who could kill or grow plants, and while it was different from Izuku's own quirk, it was similar enough that the teacher didn't seem to care about what Izuku's could do. He was going to miss the man. The kitchen was in good condition. With the electricity out, the fridge needed some deep cleaning to get the smell out, but that wasn't a problem. Everything else was surprisingly clean and well kept. The bathroom he had used earlier was clean but could always use a bit more to get rid of any stains and to fix the broken mirror. He had been shocked to find a set of stairs leading up to an overlook with a few doors along the wall. The doors ended up leading to 3 offices with busted furniture and another bathroom. That bathroom, unfortunately, was not as well kept as the one downstairs, and Izuku realized he was going to have to get a hold of heavy-duty gloves and some serious chemicals before he could even think about fixing that mess. He could move the broken furniture from the upstairs offices as a form of strength training and maybe eventually move the couch he had been sleeping on upstairs if he couldn't find anything better before he managed to get to that point. Maybe the trash beach would have a futon or something that wasn't too dirty for him to bring back. Who knows, he certainly didn't. Izuku yawned and smiled. He had a lot to do to make his new home livable and perfect for his new life, but it didn't scare him. He might even learn a thing or two. It took a month for him to clean his new home from top to bottom and another month for him to outfit the roof with a large solar panel that gave the building the needed electricity. During that time, he had managed to dye his hair black, create his patrol route, and set up his security system for the building. He even had the chance to talk to the detective on his case. That call and the resulting conversation had been weird. Detective Tsukachi speaking. The voice on the other end offered. Izuku took a deep breath. He was calling on a cell phone that he had built out of spare parts from the beach and made untraceable. Detective, this is Izuku. I heard you've been looking for me. He could hear a gasp from the man and the fluttering of papers before Tsukachi spoke again. Hello, Izuku. I was worried about you. Are you okay? Izuku chuckled. I'm fine. I found somewhere safe and I'm well enough. But I'm not calling to chat. I need something from you. DMN, he loved being cryptic. The detective was silent for a moment before asking, what can I possibly help you with? Izuku sighed. I know, as a police detective, that you can't necessarily let a minor live alone. But my quirk is too dangerous to live in a normal foster home. I still would like to go to UA and become a hero, but to do that I need to not be on a missing persons list. My offer is this. I keep in contact with you, tell you how I'm doing, maybe even meet up every few weeks so you can see that I'm fine, and in return, I'm allowed to live where I am and be on my own. I've done my research. It isn't the first time the police have done it. Granted, I am the youngest to do it. But it would give you peace of mind. Izuku waited patiently for the detective to speak again. I would have to meet you and get your statement on what happened with your father as well as set a few things up on the paperwork side, but you are right, it's not the first time we've done that. Izuku smiled. When would you like to meet? Izuku grinned at the memory. The detective, true to his word, allowed Izuku to live alone without an adult as long as Izuku was taking care of himself properly. He did shock Izuku when he handed the black-haired boy a bank card, stating that the police station had set up an account for him to be able to get food and clothes. Izuku remembered the conversation that followed when he tried to deny it. I can't take that without earning it, detective. Izuku said, sliding the silver card back towards the man. Detective Tsukachi sighed. It's not something I can negotiate with you, Izuku. If you want to live alone, the paperwork states you have to have money for food and clothes. Since you are underage, my boss set up this account. It was the only way he would sign the papers to allow it. Izuku frowned, opening his mouth to speak when someone burst into the room. Tsukachi, I know you are in a meeting but we need you, the woman said, running back out. Izuku was silent as the detective left, following along slightly behind. The bullpen was a mess. Police officers and civilians everywhere in a state of panic as one large man stood in the middle with female grip tight in his clawed hands. Izuku watched as the detective attempted to talk the man down without success. The detective mentioned that the criminal was only there with charges of theft and that if he released the woman, Tsukachi could probably cut him a deal. Caught up in his analysis of the criminal, Izuku nearly missed the large man's words. If I don't get what I want, I'm going to kill her. Izuku rolled his eyes. And then what? He called out, startling the room into silence. So you kill her, then what? You would have destroyed the one thing keeping these officers from charging you. From what I understand, you only have minor theft to your name. That only carries a maximum of 3 years jail time, if that. But murder? That can land you life without parole. Izuku stepped through the crowd to get closer to the man. It seems to me like you only have 2 options here. Stand down and accept your punishment for stealing or kill the innocent woman who did nothing to you and go to jail for the rest of your life. He shrugged. Your choice. The detective had looked at him shocked when the man had released the woman, giving himself up without any more fuss. A few minutes later, both the detective and another man, this one with the head of a dog, came into the room. Mr. Midoriya, I hear I have you to thank for de-escalating the situation earlier. Tsukachi here tells me that you want to work for your money per our agreement, is that correct? The man asked. Izuku lifted an eyebrow. It is Mr. He trailed off, thrilled that the man got the hint. Ah, I am Police Chief Tsurigami. Since that is the case, can I ask that you take the bank card for now? We can work later to figure out something you can do to earn it if you really want that, but you are only 9 years old. I'm not sure anyone will hire you. Izuku sighed heavily. That's fair. I'm just not used to taking handouts. His nose twitched as he grabbed the card still sitting on the table from earlier. Oh, and detective? That man from earlier, the one causing the ruckus? He's unemployed and more than likely has a hungry kid somewhere. I bet if you looked deep into what exactly he stole, it would probably be things for either the kid to wear or eat, nothing for himself beyond basic food. Both men looked at him with confusion. How would you know that? The chief asked. Izuku shrugged. His clothes were ragged, old and full of holes. His hands, particularly the pads of his fingers and palm, were full of rough spots and cut up a bit where there weren't any calluses. His shoes were barely hanging on, duct taped around the toes. He also had keys hanging out of his pocket. They had a small handmade charm on them, probably a daughter made it. Tsukachi waited for him to finish speaking before excusing himself. Izuku frowned, sitting there in silence as they waited for the detective to return. He did a few minutes later, heaving like he had ran a marathon. Izuku's right. I checked Mr. Mantika's records. He only ever stole clothes for a small girl and food. He never used his quirk during those thefts either. I also asked him about his daughter. The girl got her dad's quirk and his wife left because of it. He was let go due to, I suspect, is quirk discrimination a few months ago, and Mr. Mantika informed me that no one wanted to give him a chance, so he had no choice if he wanted to keep his daughter alive. Tsukachi looked back at Izuku. I know what you can do to earn the money. Analysis like yours is well sought after. I can send you video of criminals and you can analyze them for the precinct. You'd be able to do it from home and not need to come here unless you want to. It was easy to agree to that. Izuku walked out of the store, his bags clipped to his new backpack. He was thankful that the detective was willing to work with a 9-year-old. He definitely wasn't expecting such help from an adult, but it lightened Izuku's hardships knowing that he always had money for food. He was a block from home when something caught his attention out of the corner of his eye. A woman, dressed in a pantsuit, was crying against the edge of the building. Sighing, he walked over to her. "Are you okay, miss?" he asked. She looked up in shock. "You can see me?" Izuku tilted his head. "Why wouldn't I be able to?" She frowned. "Because I've been wandering around for hours and no one could see me, let alone hear me. Some dude grabbed me and pulled me into an alley a few blocks away. Next thing I know, I'm looking down at my own body." Izuku froze. "You're dead?" he asked, his shock at the situation overriding his curiosity. She nodded. "You've been the first person to even react to me." He looked at her sadly. "It's probably part of my quirk. It's called Death Touch. I can touch someone with all 5 fingers and kill them. I never realized I could see dead people as well. I probably have though and just didn't realize it." The woman didn't look disgusted at his quirk, so that was a plus. "Can you at least follow me back to my body so you can get me back to my family? I was supposed to be home hours ago," she asked. He nodded. "Yeah, it's the least I can do. I work for a detective sometimes, so I can at least call someone once we get there." He followed her silently through the streets until they reached an alley. She had kept up the conversation the whole way back but didn't seem upset when Izuku hadn't answered any of her comments or questions, which he was thankful for. He stared down at the pale form laying against the wall. There was a clear sign of strangulation across her neck and her purse was missing. A mugging gone wrong then. Izuku shivered at the fact that her eyes were wide open and unseeing. Bending down, Izuku was about to close her eyes when he noticed that his glove was dirty. "I'm sorry this happened to you," he told the woman's ghost as he shed his glove. She didn't deserve to have whatever was on his glove on her face. Besides, it wasn't like he could kill her. The woman hiccuped. "It's okay. You couldn't have known. I just wish I could have told my husband and kids that I love them one last time." Izuku nodded. He understood that. His mother probably had the same thoughts once she died. Reaching out with his ungloved hand, he placed his hand against her face, using his fingers to close her eyes. "I will call my boss now. Is there anything you remember about the attack?" he asked, glancing about for the ghost. He didn't understand where she went. She was right there a second ago. Why would she leave? He jumped backwards as the body that had been still suddenly jerked upright, a gasping breath drawing in the first breath in hours. What the F dash? The next few weeks went by quickly. Izuku, realizing that the previously dead woman was now alive, quickly called emergency services as well as Tsukachi. A few questions later, and he realized the woman didn't remember him. She just remembered being attacked and waking to find the boy standing over her. He was thankful he didn't have to answer questions about the new part of his quirk. Honestly, it scared him a bit. He spent those weeks learning how to utilize his quirk better. He was quick to realize that his touch was not only a death sentence, but he could make dead people live again. He did find out that it had its own limits to that ability, one of which was the amount of time between death and his touch. Izuku figured that out by trying it out on some dead alley cat, the corpse missing sections and organs. The smell alone almost ran Izuku off, but he needed to test his limits. He touched the carcass with all 5 fingers but nothing happened, helping him understand that specific time limit. That was good to know. The next test came when he found another dead animal, this one also a cat, but it looked to have died of starvation. It wasn't missing any parts nor had anything began to tear away, so it couldn't have been too long since death. The smell of decomposing flesh though worried him. Quickly he touched the cat with his fingers, thrilled to find out it worked. The cat meowed at him, dazed and groggy. He picked it up and walked it to the nearest clinic. He got a shock when told the cat was completely healthy other than slight malnutrition. Now he knew something new. His quirk, when turning death to life, healed the target. What that limit was, he really didn't know how to find out, but it wasn't as important as knowing the time limit for the part of his quirk he called life touch. After a few more experiments, Izuku understood that his quirk was multifaceted. He had come across a few people who had died, following their ghosts back to their bodies, before touching them and making them live again. It came with mixed results. Some had foggy memories of the boy they spoke to when dead, but others didn't remember anything that happened in between. The only thing he found in the difference was the amount of time spent with the ghost in question. He also realized that ghosts were everywhere, but most of them, if not almost all of them, no longer had bodies for Izuku to find. Most only had what the books called unfinished business for Izuku to attempt to finish for them. That was a disaster for the small boy, but he got better at it quick enough. The first time though? That was rememberable. Izuku followed the ghost through town. It was the farthest he had gone for a ghost, but it was also the first time that he wasn't being led to a body. Most of his ghostly adventures happened at night while he was on patrol, so doing this one, so bright and early in the morning, was weird to him, but the ghost, a woman named Connie, insisted. She had found Izuku on his patrol the night before and asked for his help telling her son something. She had heard stories about the boy who would speak to the ghosts and help them live again. She didn't have a body anymore, but maybe he could still help her. Soon enough the train stopped at the station and both Izuku and Connie got off. Izuku pulled out an earbud, putting it in quickly before asking, "So where am I headed now?" Connie smiled, "My old business. We're almost there." She started walking away, leaving Izuku to follow at a close pace. Izuku watched as she stopped in front of this little flower shop tucked away between two office buildings. Connie looked inside through the window, her previously smiling face dropping into a frown. "He's not doing so well since I passed. I never got a chance to tell him where my will was, so he's been worried about how he will take care of my business." She glanced at him. "Can you please tell him?" Izuku frowned. "I don't know how to speak to people about their dead loved ones. It's not really something I could do when I lived with my father, and it's not like I have experience dealing with ghosts who don't have a body to be shoved back into." He sighed, "But I can at least try." "What's his name?" Connie brightened. "His name is Connor. His father was American, and since I was British, we decided that he should have a name that alluded to that." Izuku nodded. "Sounds nice. Okay, well, here goes," he states in a whisper as he opens the door and walks inside. "Hello. Welcome to Fairy Garden. Is there something special you are looking for today?" Connor asks. Izuku shook his head. "This might be weird, but my quirk is, he isn't sure where to go from there. How do you tell someone that their dead loved one is there and needs to tell them something?" Connor frowns. "You okay there, kiddo?" Izuku takes a deep breath, steeling himself. "I have a death quirk and part of it is seeing ghosts. Your mom, Miss Connie, wants me to tell you something." Connor stares at him. It's awkward and unblinking. "Do what?" Connor blanked. Izuku flushed. My quirk, it has to do with death, and sometimes I see ghosts. And your mom, Connie, wants me to tell you something." Connor shifted on his feet, unsteadily moving around to the bench next to a batch of large plants. My mom's here?" Izuku could see the tears welling up in Connor's eyes. He nodded. "Yeah, she asked for my help." Connie smiled at Izuku. "Can you tell him that I'm sorry I couldn't say goodbye and that my will is under the floorboards of his favorite hiding spot?" Izuku nodded. "Yes, ma'am." He glanced at Connor, telling him exactly what the ghost had said. Connor frowned. "I never blamed you, Mom. You only wanted to keep me happy. While I would have liked to know that you were dying, I don't blame you for not telling me and sending me away to school that morning." Izuku smiled softly as he listened to what the ghost was saying. "She says that she didn't want you to be alone when she passed and thought that having you surrounded by your friends from school when you were told was best." He tilted his head. "Oh, and she wants to remind you to not forget about the will. It's important." Connor nodded. "Thank you, kid. Is there anything else?" Izuku shook his head. "She says her unfinished business is done and she can rest peacefully knowing that you are taken care of." He watched as the son burst into tears, hugging himself as he cried. "Thank you. Thank you." Izuku turned around, leaving the shop. He felt good. His quirk wasn't anything bad anymore, nothing to be ashamed of or afraid of. He was someone's hero. A year later, and Izuku had learned so much about his quirk as well as mechanics, most of which he used during his patrols. He was getting hurt less by the criminals he brought down and gaining more attention from the heroes. Most tried to catch him, he was a vigilante after all, but they never got close enough. Izuku stood atop a roof, looking down into an alley where 3 men were in the midst of a drag transaction. He was watching, waiting for something to signify the third's quirk. Something flickered on the roof across from him, and when he looked up, his eyes met the ones of Eraserhead, Izuku's favorite hero ever. Eraserhead was everything Izuku wasn't. He was fast, strong, talented, and most importantly, licensed. Izuku nodded shortly at the hero, tilting his head suggestively at the trio below them. Eraserhead nodded, readying his scarf. Izuku smirked and jumped, landing on the biggest man before flipping off, a kick sending the criminal into a wall. The other 2 engaged with the hero, all quirks and stumbles, but they were no match for the man. Izuku, quickly tying up the man he landed on, turned to face the fight before his jaw dropped. Behind Eraserhead, standing against the wall and shouting encouragement to the hero, was a teen, his pale blue hair uncovered and floating with a small bandage patch over his nose. The teen was in a uniform of sorts, something similar to a hero costume but not quite. The most fascinating thing about the teen was the fact that Eraserhead didn't seem to hear his words, cluing Izuku into the fact that this was a ghost. Slowly, Izuku got around the fight and was at the side of the teen. "Hello, ghosty," he whispers, startling the ghost. "You can see me?" Izuku nodded. "Yes, part of my quirk. I'd rather not have Eraser knowing about that though, so if you want to talk to me, you can always meet me after." The ghost boy nodded. Izuku, realizing that the hero was finished with the fight, tensed and started towards the emergency stairs to the roof. "Thanks for the help, Eraserhead. I'd better be going now." He spoke, his mask changing his voice to something electronic sounding. Eraserhead paused. "I need to talk to you. I promise I won't try to arrest you, just talk. Can you wait for me on the roof?" Izuku stared at the man, thinking through all his options. Silently, he nodded, fleeing to the roof to watch. True to his word, after the police came and took away the 3 men, Eraserhead met Izuku on the roof. "Thanks for waiting to talk to me, Reaper." Eraserhead started. Izuku gaped. Reaper?" Eraserhead tilted his head with confusion. "Yes, your name." Izuku laughed. "Is that what the police are calling me?" Eraserhead huffed. "It is. Do you have something else?" Izuku shook his head. "No, just laughing at the irony." He didn't elaborate, waving his hand. "So, what did you want to talk to me about?" Eraserhead frowned, running a hand through his hair. "I know you're a kid. I also know that you are a good fighter. Therefore, I've decided to make a deal with you. I won't make you stop being a vigilante as long as we meet up at least once a week and you let me take care of any wounds you may or may not get. I also want to teach you a bit of fighting because while you are good, you are still in need of some teaching." He held out his hand. "Is that a good deal?" Izuku stared at his hand. This was the closest he had ever been to a hero while on patrol, and he didn't know why the man was doing this. "Okay, first, by law, I am not a vigilante as I don't use my quirk while patrolling. Second, why are you doing this? You don't know me." Eraserhead nodded. "No, I don't know you, but I'd like to get to know you. You don't have to tell me anything about yourself. You could even stay completely silent for all I care, but I'd be a bad hero, a bad person if I didn't make sure a literal child was safe. Or well, as safe as possible." Izuku looked at the ghost who was nodding. He's telling the truth, he just wants to help. He agreed. "Fine, but the minute that changes, I'm gone." He threatened. Eraserhead chuckled. "I expected as much. Do you have a phone? I'd like to give you my number in case you need help." Izuku laughed. "I do, but it's untraceable and without a number itself." It had been child's play to reconfigure the cell phone he had a year ago to have 2 different modes, one with a number and one without. Eraserhead shrugged. "Doesn't matter to me as long as you can reach me." He pulled out a card. "Here's my card. Like I said, if you need anything at all, feel free to call me. Izuku put the card in his pants pocket. Okay, will do. He watched the hero run off, leaping onto another roof before disappearing over the side. The ghost, still standing in front of Izuku, chuckled. He's a good dude, just a bit awkward. Izuku faced him. So, how did you die? Well, Diamond, way to start a conversation, Izuku. He mentally face-bombed. Sorry. I don't talk to many people. Ghosty shrugged. No worries. I'm Oboro, Eraserhead, and I were boyfriends when we were in school. I died when a building fell on me in second year during a work study. Izuku winced. Sorry to hear that. Poor Eraserhead, I can't imagine losing someone like that. Izuku shrugged. I mean, according to my biological father, I killed my mother when I was born. I ended up accidentally killing him a year ago while he was beating me to death. Oboro hissed, Diamond Kid. So, who are you living with now? Izuku smirked. Me, myself and I. I found myself an old warehouse a few blocks from here, cleaned it up and made it safe for living. I have a part-time job as an analyst, but that's only because the cop who took on my case wouldn't let me not take the money the precinct set up. Izuku huffed, amusement clear. You know, I just met you and already you know my life story. Oboro threw his head back and laughed. I mean, who am I going to tell? Izuku shrugged. Fair enough. Anyways, I had better get going. I still want to patrol a bit before heading home and I'm sure you want to get back to Eraser. Oboro shrugged. Yeah, I like keeping up with his patrol route before following him back home. He cut off. Izuku watched him blush and understood immediately. He's married, isn't he? Probably someone you both dated when you were alive. Oboro, I know they can't see you, but did you have to be a viewer? He teased, grinning wider at the look of affronted horror on the ghost's face. He was sure, had Oboro been alive, the man would be blushing deeply. Diamond Kiddo, you are smart. Do me a favor and not say anything to anyone? Izuku shrugged. Eraserhead is my favorite hero, why would I hurt him or his family? Oboro thanked him before leaving the rooftop, seamlessly folding into the dark. Izuku finished his patrol, stopping a few more criminals before heading home. It had been a productive night, even with knowing that he had spent far too long talking to Oboro. He would have to be more careful in the future to keep ghosts from bombarding him now that there was a name attached to his vigilante persona. He'd probably have to change his patrol route too if it got to be a problem. It was a problem for another day. Is it just me, or does it feel like something big is about to happen? Izuku asked Eraserhead. They had met up a few times now and Izuku had decided for those meetings that he wouldn't talk, but after Eraserhead hadn't done anything or gotten mad at the small vigilante, Izuku had relaxed a bit. If he was being honest with himself, patrolling with Eraserhead was actually kind of nice. Eraserhead shrugged. Not really, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Does it feel like a bad thing or something good? Izuku thought about it. Neither really. Sort of like it's a turning point, a crossroads in the story of time almost. Eraserhead hummed thoughtfully. Well, make sure you keep yourself safe anyways since you don't know for sure. I don't want anything happening to you. He turned away, missing the way the vigilante's eyes furrowed. They jumped to attention at a loud scream of fear coming from a few blocks away and raced towards it across the rooftops. Looking down into the alley below told Izuku two things. 1. There were 6 men who were terrifying a set of girls. 2. Most, if not all of the men, had a mutation aspect to their quirks, which was bad for Eraserhead. And 3. They had killed someone prior if what the ghost of a black-haired man had anything to say about it. Izuku attempted to ignore the spitting words as he followed the pro-hero down into the alley. Reaper, you take the left half. Protect the women. Eraserhead ordered. Izuku nodded, not caring that the hero had already jumped into the fray, before pouncing on the first man. His quirk was easy, a simple mutation of a boar that took up most of his face, giving him tusks that jutted out from under his snout. Looky looky. I found a pig for breakfast. Izuku taunted. Enraged, the boar man roared, charging the vigilante. Izuku was quick, kicking out to catch the boar man in his ball. Don't worry, Porky, I'm sure an ugly fucker like you didn't need to breed. He grinned under his mask as the ghost cackled. Quickly, Izuku knocked the boar man out, fastening a set of zip ties around his wrists. Izuku edged closer to the two women, putting himself in between them and the other two men. One had gills, letting Izuku know that he had some sort of fish mutation while the other had no visible markings. Izuku twitched his fingers, waiting for them to attack. Do you two want to take your shot, or would you like to end this now and come quietly? The two exchanged looks before the guild one darted forward. Sushi it is. He grabbed a silver ball from his belt and tossed it, blocking the suddenly bright flash from hurting the women's eyes. The fishman, properly stunned, wasn't fast enough to dodge Izuku's fist to the gut before being thrown into the unknown quirked criminal. Pulling out another device, Izuku grinned. How did you know I had a tasting for calamari? He pressed a button on the side of his support gear, grinning wildly at the look of fear the two men had when it lit up with flames. We surrender! The fishman called as both he and his companion raised their hands. Izuku tilted his head. Lay down on your stomachs and put your hands behind your backs. He ordered. After they followed his directions and he restrained them, Izuku turned to find Eraserhead tying up the last of his three. He walked back over to the women. Are you ladies all right? Did they hurt you at all? The women shook their head. No, they just scared us. They were talking about needing some relief after killing a kid earlier. Yeah. Me. But they didn't get a chance to touch us. Izuku nodded, opening his mouth when Eraserhead interrupted. Reaper. Police inbound. Patrol over in 10 anyways, see you later. Izuku jerked his head. Yeps. See ya later, Eraserhead. Tell the detective hello for me. With one final glance at the ghost, he took off to the rooftops to hide. A few minutes later, Izuku watched as the ghost walked off from where he had been watching the police pick up the 6 men, following him towards another alley nearby. Izuku hissed as the ghost stopped beside his own body, a blonde-haired girl weeping on top of it. Himi, I'm so sorry, kiddo. I didn't mean to die on you. I just wanted to get you blood for your health. I didn't know they would kill me. I'm so sorry I left you, little sis. He heard the ghost man whimper. Izuku frowned, quietly jumping off the roof and onto the concrete. Maybe I can help. He spoke, startling both the living and the dead. The girl stood up, a knife quickly coming out of nowhere to be pointed at Izuku. Who are you? She growled. Izuku held his hands up, just a hopeful friend. Name around these parts is Reaper. He could tell that the two of them recognized the name. I might be able to help this situation. But you have to trust me, please. The girl snarled. Last person we trusted killed my brother. Izuku sighed. I know. I heard him say that. He took off the visor part of his mask, showing his bright green eyes. I can see and hear ghosts. The two siblings froze, the man being the first to speak. Bullshit. Himiko, don't listen to this weirdo, he's insane. Izuku snorted. I can assure you, sir, I'm not insane. But Himiko can also make her own choices on who she listens to. The ghost gaped. Holy shit, you can hear me? For real? Izuku nodded. Yes, it's part of my quirk. Himiko lowered the knife. You know my name? You can hear him? Izuku smiled, not that she could see that, but he knew it showed in his eyes. Yes. Himiko frowned. What is the first thing he says to me when we wake up every morning? Izuku looked at the ghost, arching an eyebrow. The ghost rolled his eyes even as he stammered, Good morning, blood bat. Izuku snorted, That's adorable. Good morning, blood bat. He repeated. Himiko gasped, He really is here. She burst into tears. Izuku pulled her into a hug. Hey, it's okay. It'll be fine, I promise. Himiko hissed, How is it going to be okay? The one person who cared about me, the one person who took care of me and kept me safe is dead. Because he was trying to get me blood to drink. The ghost sighed. It's not her fault, she needs it for her quirk, but also to be healthy and sane. Izuku nodded. He says it's not your fault that you need it for your quirk and to be sane and healthy. And I agree. His death isn't your fault, it's those losers' faults for killing him. He chuckled, and I'm pretty sure Mr. Ghosty here enjoyed the beatdown I handed them. The ghost snorted. Hell yeah, I did. You will have to tell her all about it for me. He looked sad at the thought. Izuku rolled his eyes. You can tell her yourself. He released Himiko before walking over to the ghost's body. I said I can see and hear ghosts, but it's only a small part of my quirk. He removed a glove, ignoring how the feeling from earlier hit a crescendo as he quickly placed his hand on the corpse's scarred-up cheek. Himiko jumped as her formerly dead brother gasped, taking in the first breath of air as he came back to life. Izuku could see the scars that covered the man's face slowly fading from dark purple to light pink. "Dabi," she cried, jumping for a hug. The man, Dabi, stared at Izuku. "You can effing make dead people live again?" Izuku tilted his head. Well, that's new." The two of them looked at him confused. "I mean, usually the people I bring back to life don't remember anything from their time as a ghost. I wonder what was different for you." Dabi hissed. "Then why would you say I could tell her myself if you didn't think I would even remember?" Izuku shrugged. "I was trying to draw attention away from the fear both of you had at the situation. But hey, as long as you don't tell anyone that I can do that, I don't care either way." Izuku leaned against the wall, sliding down it to sit on the ground. "I don't usually tell people who I am when there's someone alive around due to that, but since Himiko was here and had that very sharp knife I definitely didn't want to meet the business end of, I decided to be friendly." He sighed. "So do either of you want to tell me why you are looking for clean blood in a back alley deal instead of going to the numerous blood banks dedicated to such needs?" Dabi snorted. "I was assumed dead a few years ago after I burned down the building I was in with my fire. I ran away from my father that night, leaving behind my family in hopes of finding someone who could help bring justice to our family. My father is powerful and rich, so getting someone who will actually deal out punishment to him has been difficult to say the least." He took a deep breath, letting it out slowly. Izuku tilted his head, taking in all the random clues he had before his eyes widened. "You're Tuya Todoroki, aren't you?" The two stared at him, their mouths open in shock. How did you know?" Dabi stuttered. Izuku shrugged. "The signs are there for anyone looking for them. Blue eyes, fire quirk, powerful father. Plus, you stated that they thought you died during a fire at home. There's only one person who fits all those points." Dabi nodded. "Okay, fine. Yes, my real name is Tuya, but I go by Dabi now. It keeps that BSTRD from finding out I'm still alive and bringing me back before I can get the rest of the family help." Dabi sighed. "My youngest brother, Shoto, he got his quirk a few years before I left. Half hot, half cold. Just what the BSTRD wanted. I was no longer useful in his attempt to best All Might, and so I was pushed aside. Shoto was 4 when he got his quirk, but that didn't stop our father from throwing Shoto in what he called training. It wasn't training, just abuse and beatings with the title of training." Secretly, Izuku tapped a button on the side of his visor, enabling the recording function. "Where was your mother in all this?" he asked. Dabi froze. "Mom, she tried to keep Endeavor from his trainings, but she was too weak to truly stop him. Do you know what a quirk marriage is?" Izuku hissed. "He didn't." Dabi nodded solemnly. "He did. He bought Mom from her parents shortly before her 18th birthday. 2 days after she turned 18 they were married, and a year later, she was PR'd in tea with me. I was told that after I was born, he was calmer, more settled and less likely to yell, but then my quirk came in." Dabi lit up his hand, blue flames dancing around his fingers. "Endeavor decided to train me. It was training at first, but then I turned 6 and he realized that he would never best All Might and be number 1. Therefore, his anger evolved, and he began to abuse me in the name of training. At first, I wanted his attention. I thought if I could do what he asked, if I could make him proud of me, he would stop hurting me and Mom. Fuyumi and Natsuo were already born by then. Fuyumi had a weak ice quirk and Natsuo's hadn't shown yet, but I already knew I didn't want either of them to go through what I was dealing with. Then Natsuo's quirk came in, he had an even weaker ice quirk, and within the same breath, it was discovered that my fire was hurting my body. I had a fire quirk but an ice user's body. To him, I was less than ideal." Silence echoed in the alley for a moment before Dabi continued. "Endeavor still trained me, but he sought out Mom even more. I could hear her crying a lot after those times when he had her alone, and even though I was younger, I knew exactly what he was doing. He took a deep breath. It all came to head when Shoto was born, and I knew, based on his looks, that he would be everything the old man ever wanted. And I was right. He had both of our parents' quirks. He was 4 when he got his quirks, and Endeavor turned his abuse onto the toddler. Like I said, I tried to keep his attention on me instead, even if it would only hurt me more, even if it was only to give my brother more time to grow. Eventually, I decided to run away, to try and get help. Everyone I had asked for help before then ended up being bought by the BSTRD, paid off, or already on his payroll. There was only one who ever tried to help, and I found out a week later that the man died in his bedroom, suicide of all things, no evidence to the contrary. Dabi pulled Himiko closer to his side, kissing the top of her head. I made it to the streets, where I spent the next 5 years moving from place to place until I found Himiko running from some thugs who only saw a little girl all alone. She and I live in this abandoned warehouse on the other side of the city. Everything was going well for a while, and whenever Himi needed blood, I usually gave her mine. But a few weeks ago, I got in a fight trying to keep us safe while doing a job for some money, and I burned myself further than I had before, which meant that I couldn't give her any blood since I didn't have any I could spare. I asked around, and when I heard that someone nearby could help us get her blood, I jumped on the chance. I didn't expect for them to take the money and kill me when I fought back. I'm just thankful they didn't kill her too. Izuku nodded. Okay, first I want to say, I'm sorry that your childhood was a effing mess. My civilian persona has some pull with a detective in the police force with a lie detection quirk, so if we need to, we can go to him with your story and get his help. I'm sure he knows someone who can help us take Endeavor down and save your family. He grinned as Dabi cackled, Endeavor. Love it. He nodded. Exactly, the flaming trash can doesn't deserve our respecting his hero name as he isn't a hero. Anyways, as I was saying, I also have the ability to hack, and like you said, he's probably left some sort of paper trail somewhere, and if he did, I can find it. As for the 6 men who attacked you both, they have been arrested, and knowing Eraserhead and the detective, they will know about your death, and with that lie detection quirk, they won't be getting out of there anytime soon. Himiko, I can help you get blood if you'll let me. Dabi frowned. What's the catch? Izuku snorted. No catch really. If anything, I love analyzing quirks, so allowing me to watch you both use your quirks and allow me to possibly help you use them better, as well as not telling anyone about my quirks' abilities, that will be payment enough. I know what it's like being on the low end of life. The 2 siblings exchanged looks. Are you safe at home? Dabi asked. Izuku nodded. I am now. I wasn't a year or so ago, but I am now. Thank you for asking. He turned to Himiko. So what brings you to the streets? Himiko snorted. Quirk discrimination. My quirk, transform, allows me to turn into anyone whose blood I drink. My parents, once they found out, thought I had a villainous quirk and forbade me from drinking blood even after I got sick for the first time. They had to take me to the hospital after I collapsed at school. The hospital fed me blood and informed my parents of the fact, but once we got home they refused to feed me blood, and I ended up in the hospital a few more times. Nothing was ever done though. The nurses never believed me that my parents refused to let me drink blood, and any police officers I asked for help ended up returning me to them as soon as they could. One day I was starving, and this kid, he was so sweet and nice to me, but he accidentally cut his hand and I couldn't control myself. My bloodlust was too strong, and I ended up attacking him. I bit him and eated up some blood before someone pulled me off. After I realized what happened, I ran away and didn't go home. That was last year. I met Dabi a few months later, and we've been together ever since. Izuku nodded. I'll help you with those sorry excuses for parents too. I hate quirk discrimination. Dabi tilted his head forward. So we told you our stories, wanna tell us yours? Izuku smirked. Sure, but not until we get home. He stood, dusting off his pants. How about you two show me where you've been living so we can grab your things? Both of you are mine now. I'm claiming you as my siblings, and I will not have you get hurt anymore when I can help. The duo stared at him. I'm not an expert, but I am pretty sure that is not how adoption works. Dabi teased. Himiko snorted. I don't know, Dabs, you did the same to me. Just walked right up to me, saw a sad little girl and said, yes, that one. That one's mine now. Izuku laughed. Seriously though, I get money through my job and I have a nice place to live. I can help get Himiko blood and no offense but you both need showers. Which I also have. He paused, sniffing his arm. Apparently, I also need one. Come on, sooner we gather your things from your warehouse the sooner we can all settle with some food, and I can tell you my story. They walked up to the front of a large warehouse, each of them carrying duffel bags and backpacks. I didn't think you two would have so much stuff, but I guess it's easy to collect when you live on the streets. Never know what you might need. Izuku muttered. He grinned back at Dabi and Himiko. Anyways, welcome to my home. He pushed a button on the side of his helmet and the barn door rolled open, allowing them entrance. They stood in the dark for a minute as the door closed back behind them before the space was flooded with light. Dabi and Himiko looked around in amazement. There was a clear living room, complete with a couch and table. Next to it was another table, this one slightly bigger with mismatched chairs surrounding it and machines covering the top of it. A kitchen off to the side boasted of full cabinets and a humming fridge. Dabi glanced up and was startled to see the catwalk with more rooms along the wall. How did you do all this? Dabi asked, amazement in his words and tone. Izuku shrugged, removing the rest of his mask. My father could breathe fire, dragon mutations in his family, you know? Anyways, I didn't get the dragon features, just the secondary traits like hoarding. But I don't hoard items, no, I hoard knowledge. Since I no longer had physical school, I spent the first few months of my time on the streets at the library learning everything I could from mechanics to law, even cooking. I know 6 languages now and I used my hacking and coding to help me hide myself while on my patrols. I only found out a few weeks ago, nearly a whole year after being a vigilante, that the police even had a name for me. I even laughed at Eraserhead when he told me, although I don't believe he knows why I found the name Reaper funny. Yeah, kinda on the nose there, isn't it? Himiko giggled. Izuku nodded. Anyways, this is still a work in progress, but it's an accumulation of my learnings and various parts from that trash beach. Dabi coughed. The trash beach? You're the one that's been cleaning it. Izuku laughed. Yes, parts for my various projects don't come cheap, you know. I might be getting money for food and clothes through my job, but I do my best. He started towards the stairs. Anyways, come on and follow me so I can show you guys your rooms and the bathroom. After we each shower and get clean, I'll make some food and give you two the tour before telling you my story. It's a long one, so I'd rather we all be comfortable for it. Showering was easy when you had more than one, but Izuku knew he was going to have to add one to the third bedroom as Himiko was the only girl. Since Izuku was quick with his own shower, he hurried downstairs to the kitchen, preparing a simple meal of sandwiches and water which he set down at the newly cleared-off table. His 2 guests didn't take much longer, standing shocked at the now white-haired teen. Wasn't your hair black a few minutes ago? Dabi pointed out. Izuku laughed. Yeah, my white hair isn't very common, and since I have a few people in the police station who actually know what I look like, I decided to use a charcoal dust I created to dye it temporarily. It makes my hair look black during the night while I'm on patrol, and no one is the wiser. Dabi laughed. Yeah, I dyed my hair permanently black for the same reason. It was red when I was born, then it grew white because of all the stress Endeavor put me under, so now it's black. Maybe after he's put away, I can stop dyeing it. Izuku nodded. Sounds good. But for now, I can just give you some of mine so your hair can recover and be healthy again. Anyways, why don't we eat, then I'll tell you everything. He smiled as the other two sat down, eating silently until they were done. So, first things first. My name is Izuku Midoriya and my quirk is called Death Touch. The quirk doctor my father took me to was an absolute and named it that even though I was only, my father was already trying to be a single father, but now he was the single father of a child who, in his own words, killed their mother. Even though the doctor claimed that I only got my quirk at 4, therefore couldn't have killed my mom, he didn't believe them and blamed me instead. In one single doctor's visit, I lost my dad, my best friend, and any hope of ever being treated with kindness. He stopped, taking a gulp of water. On my 9th birthday, I came home from being beaten and bullied at school by both teachers and students alike before finding my extremely drunk father at home for the first time in weeks. He burned me with his fire breath quirk and beat me even further until I removed one of my gloves and touched him, killing him. I didn't know until a few months later that I could revive someone as well, so I called the cops and told them what happened after taking pictures of the damage he did to my back. I ran that night, finding this warehouse and spending the night. The next morning, I searched for any news about my father's death and found out that the police didn't even blame me, just wanted to hear my side of the story. I created a working cell phone a month later and called the detective. Ended up convincing him to allow little 9-year-old me to live by myself since my quirk was so deadly and no foster homes were going to take me. He agreed, but only if I took money from a fund that his boss created for me to be able to get food and clothes with. He chuckled darkly. I didn't want it, of course. I wanted to earn my money, but he said it was the only way his boss would allow me to live alone with minimal contact. Later that day, after correctly analyzing a criminal in the station, I successfully negotiated for me to get paid by preparing analysis and such for any cases they needed it for. I could do it either in my own space at the station, they gave me an office for that actually, or I could do it at home. I get paid good money for my analysis too. He sighed. I've always promised myself I would attend UA and be a hero, not only due to spite, but also to show other kids that quirks don't matter. They can be whatever they want to be. Himiko smiled. I like that. I've been told for years that my quirk was villainous and scorned because of it. If someone had been out there with a quirk similar to mine, I think things might have been different. Izuku tilted his head, but there is. I mean, not exactly the same, but Vlad King, a hero that works at UA, also has a blood-based quirk. I've done a bit of research and he also needs to occasionally drink blood to stay healthy. The only difference is he uses his own blood for his quirk, and you need someone else's. Himiko was silent before muttering, I didn't know that. Izuku turned to Dabi. UA is a high school and due to that, I decided to learn what I needed to pass the classes, but I didn't get my degree. What do you want to do within normal civilization? Dabi snorted. I'm too old now to go back to school, but I wouldn't mind getting my GED and trying for an internship with a hero. I think I could still be a good one even though my quirk hurts me. He glared at Izuku. And don't think I didn't notice my healed up scars. How the F did you do that? Izuku laughed. When I reanimate someone from death, my quirk heals their wounds that killed them as well as anything that could potentially kill them later on. I tested it on dead alley cats and one of them, I suspect they died of starvation, I took to the vet and was told they were almost in perfect health, almost no malnutrition signs at all. A few of the people I've healed had things that bothered them like being hearing impaired or having damage on their eyes or mouth that were healed when I used my quirk. I've never had anyone with such severe scarring as you did, but I also haven't had anyone remember their time as a ghost either. So who knows? Izuku stood up. What about you, Himiko? What do you want to do? Do you want to be a hero too? Himiko shook her head. Oh, I always did want to work with people though, but I don't really know what kind of capacity it would be. Especially since I missed a lot of schooling when I ran away. Izuku hummed. That's fair. I have a computer. I finished all my elementary schooling on it a few months into living here and I'm nearly finished with middle school as well. It's a wondrous thing when you can learn without worrying about other kids and teachers bringing you down and keeping you from learning. I can probably build another couple of laptops from the parts one saved from the beach. He scratched his head before grabbing the used plates and cups and placing them in the sink. Either way, once you guys are healed up and rested, I can set you two up with an online school. Dabi, I can enroll you for school for you to learn at your own pace and then get your diploma, or I can just help you study before getting you into a GED test, your choice. Himiko, I can enroll you in the same online program I am in. It's self-sufficient and at your own pace, so it'll be good for you. But I will say we should probably talk to the good detective about getting any crimes you might have committed removed. I trust him, and with his quirk, he can easily remove them. He just needs to talk to you and get your side of the story. Should probably get him to start on your case too, Dabi, while we are at it, especially with you both living with me. He's bound to notice me having two siblings where I had none before. Izuku mused. Dabi snorted. I'm sure. But in all seriousness, he will help. Izuku smiled softly. Yeah, he's a good one. I trust him with my life. I don't want him hurt, and I'm sure that if it got out what my quirk can do, he'd be in danger from villains who want to use me for their own purposes, so I refuse to tell him about any of that. I ask that you both follow that any time you might speak to him. He and Eraserhead have been more of a father figure to me than my own father was. 1. Eraserhead, towards me as Reaper. Detective Tsukachi has been fatherly towards my civilian self as Izuku. I would prefer not to lose either one of them if I can help it. He grinned wide at their nods of agreement. Excellent. We have a busy day tomorrow then, so we had better get some well-needed rest. Good night, you two. Detective Tsukachi was brilliant. He had eagerly agreed to meet Izuku at the cafe to speak with Dabi and Himiko, and once he heard Himiko's story, grew angry on her behalf. Dabi had decided to wait before telling the detective his story until a later date. He wanted to see if Tsukachi could honor his promises first. Himiko, I'm sorry your parents treated you that way. Don't worry, I will file the proper paperwork to have those charges of assault removed. Luckily, with Dabi being 18 and living with you as well as Izuku having his job with my precinct, you won't be required to live in a foster home as long as Izuku keeps checking in with me and Dabi attempts to get a job. It doesn't matter what job, anything works as long as it is legal. Tsukachi stated once everything was said and done. Izuku nodded. Will do, Suki. You know I would miss our banter if I just cut off all communications with you. Tsukachi rolled his eyes. Yeah, brat. And stop calling me Suki, it's too cutesy for me. Dabi and Himiko snorted, eliciting a sheet-eating grin out of Izuku. Oh yeah? How about Tsuka? Or Nama? What about Kauchi? He teased the detective. Tsukachi rolled his eyes. You're a gremlin. He stood up, ignoring the laughter from the three of them. Anyways, I'll keep you updated on Himiko's case, but let me know if you change your mind, Dabi. I'm here if any of you guys need me. Izuku guided his new siblings out of the cafe, giggling with them as they watched the detective heading down the street towards the precinct. I have a bit of money liberated from some criminals over the past year that I've set aside. How about we go and get you both some new clothes and a few things to decorate your rooms? I need to get groceries anyways, and Himi, you need blood. Actually, let's do the blood bank first. That's really important. And now they were here a week later, at a quirk gym the police force used sometimes, teaching Dabi basic self-defense as well as getting a feel for the older man's quirk. Stop forgetting to block your gut, Dabi. You keep leaving it open for more hits. Izuku called, throwing another punch into the unguarded space. Dabi crumpled to the ground with a grunt of pain. I'm so used to using my quirk to protect that I keep messing that up. Izuku nodded. Makes sense knowing what I do, but you can't always rely on your quirk. You have to be able to fight without it, especially since your flames hurt you after a PRD of time. He rolled his eyes. Anyways, I want to work on your quirk a bit too before you become too tired. When you first got your quirk, how did it look? What was the base temperature? Dabi sat down, sipping water from his bottle before answering. Before I started training, my fire was this weirdly bright orange color, and it was colder than a normal fire. Endeavor made me train it up, forcing me to make it hotter and hotter until I couldn't handle it anymore. Izuku hummed. That's what I suspected. I want to try something really quick. Focus on your flames, but think of them as cold, ice cold even. Don't think of them as hot, like they will burn you, but instead try to focus and make them freeze. Dabi frowned, holding out his hand. He stared at the cobalt blue flames forming and thought of them like he would a snow day when he was younger. A few minutes later he could feel his fingers start to tingle, like pins and needles had settled in his very soul, and nodded towards Izuku. Okay, now I want you to throw it at that target, dummy. Silently, he threw the ball of flame towards the target, hitting it head-on and engulfing it in bright blue ice. Dabi stared at it, his jaw dropped with shock. Izuku clapped with glee as he walked over to the still frozen statue. Just as I expected. Not only was your quirk being trained and used wrong, but your father is a complete and total idiot. He never did take you to a quirk counselor, did he? Dabi shook his head, gulping harshly as he ripped his eyes from the target. He never thought it was needed. He thought my quirk was a stronger form of his. Izuku nodded. In a way, it is. But also, he was massively wrong. You have a quirk more similar to Shoto's, able to produce and use both hot and cold flames. Dabi looked at the smaller boy. How did you know? Izuku smiled softly. You told me yourself. Ice user's body, but flames? Quirks don't work that way. Sure, you'll find drawbacks with any quirk, but never one that harms the user so severely. Maybe if you had been born at the beginning of quirks, but not now, not after so many generations of quirked people being born. Think of it this way, back when quirks first came around, someone with a flame-related quirk would be able to wield the flames, but they'd be burned every time they used it since they had no resistance. Now look at Endeavor. He can walk around using his flames to look like a complete tool without worrying about burning himself. Same with ice users having the ability to heat themselves up and keep from getting frostbite, or even shapeshifters not being in an extreme amount of pain due to their bodies changing forms. Dabi nodded, silent as he processed what he was being told. So, what next? Izuku giggled. Practice? You won't get any better with changing between hot and cold flames without practice. I don't believe it will be just the extremes either. Most likely you can learn to make neutral temperature flames, so you don't hurt yourself or others. He watched as Izuku turned to Himiko. Your turn. I think you should be able to use the quirks of people you transform into. As mine is way too dangerous to try, I have some blood the lovely detective Tsukachi donated for just this. Once you drink it, I'm going to tell you a bunch of things and see if you can sense the lies. Himiko skipped over to him, taking the small vial out of his hands before draining it in one gulp. The two boys watched as she shifted, taking the form of the police detective. Do I sound like him? Himiko asked. Izuku nodded. Yes. Interesting. Are you trying to do anything different, or does that just come naturally? Tsukachi Himiko shrugged. Not really trying, but I don't know if it is because of my quirk or if it is natural mimicking. Izuku nodded, gripping his chin. Okay, try to sound like yourself. She frowned before speaking again. Is that working? Izuku shook his head. No, you still sound like Suki. Anyways, let's try the quirk part. He sped out a few sentences, watching her carefully for any sign of discomfort or pain from any lies, seeing her shift only twice. Seems like you are catching only some of them, might be a better with practice kind of thing. We can try again later. Izuku offered. He had begun to see the gray sludge sloping down her body as the blood ran through her system. He checked his watch. That lasted 10 minutes. Either more blood gets you longer time or using the quirk shortened it. Probably both. Practice will make that last longer, which again, we can work on later. How do you feel? Himiko shrugged again. Using his quirk was weird, but not like a bad weird, like the kind of weird that makes me itch. Izuku hummed in thought. Have you ever felt the itch before when you've shifted? She shook her head. No, but I also have never tried to use that person's quirk either, so it could be that. He nodded, pulling a notebook out of what seemed like thin air before writing everything they had done during their session. Closing the notebook with a snap, Izuku grinned. Well, I do believe our time is up, so how about we go get dinner and get home? Are you planning to go to any hero schools? Eraserhead asked him one night while they were patrolling. His 14th birthday was coming up, and Izuku knew that Tsukachi was going to try to get him to go visit his parents' gravesites, the knowledge of that fact knocking the vigilante off his center. Izuku nodded. Yeah, but it's not like you are gonna know who I am. He taunted, knowing that Eraserhead would catch on to his meaning. Sure enough, the man's eyes widened and focused on Izuku. You're going to apply to UA? Izuku snorted. Yeah, does that surprise you? Eraserhead hid the lower half of his face in his capture weapon. No. Izuku laughed, his voice becoming even more distorted than normal. You were... Aw, is Eraserhead happy to see more of me? He teased, hip-checking the hero. Eraserhead scowled. I'd be happy if I never saw you as Reaper again, but I know you won't listen to me and stop your activities. Izuku rolled his eyes. Yay. Anyways, my patrolling might be a bit spotty for a bit, so I can study for the exams. Eraserhead nodded. If it means a literal child wasn't out on the streets fighting criminals twice their size, then I guess I won't worry. Izuku snorted. Eraser? I didn't know you had a sense of humor. He watched as the hero hid his lower face again. So, what are you doing to prepare for the exams? Izuku hummed. Well, I don't really need to worry too much about working out since I do this, but I have a big brother of sorts who I've been training in hand-to-hand combat. Mostly just studying my general studies and laws and such. Not that I need to study much, could have finished getting my high school credits ages ago, but I wanted to go to UA so I decided to learn other stuff instead while waiting. He grinned under his mask. Slipping Eraserhead clues as to his identity was fun, especially if the hero didn't catch on to them. It was nights like this that he wished Oboro had tagged along, but the ghost was nowhere to be seen. He was probably watching over whoever Eraserhead's husband was. Eraserhead nodded. I see. I already knew you were smart, though I didn't realize just how smart. Do me a favor though? Don't get yourself a rat-shaped mentor. The world would never survive it. Izuku chuckled. Nizu isn't a rat. He's a stoat, he frowned, or at least his base form is. Those experiments he went through years ago probably added rat and dog? Think. If not dog, definitely red panda. Izuku jerked to a stop as Eraserhead swerved to stare at him. What? How do you know that? Izuku shrugged. Rats have a furless tail. Nizu doesn't. While he does have the beady eyes of one, the same could be said of stoats as well as other animals. But his size tells of something mixed in, hence the dog or red panda. Actually, now that I think of it, red panda sounds more plausible as they have a rounder face and shorter snout than dogs. Wait, what about Dash? Eraserhead could sense that the kid was about to delve into a mutter storm and coughed into his fist. Sorry, Eraser. Anyways, definitely stoat and red panda. For sure. He finished with a nod. Eraserhead sighed. Still, my point still stands. Please don't become Nizu's student. The world would never survive. Izuku laughed. I'm sure it's not all that bad. But to make you feel better, I don't have any plans to become heir to the Chaos God. Eraserhead rolled his eyes. Thank you. I guess it would be too much to ask if you would let me know beforehand if your decision ever changes. Izuku shrugged. If you figure out who I am, sure, I guess I could tell you. But Dash, he grinned at the hero, if you don't figure out who I am before Nizu asks, then I won't. Eraserhead opened his mouth but was interrupted as a scream sounded from a nearby alley. Time to get to work. Izuku could feel eyes on him but couldn't find anyone nearby. He had just finished up patrol with Eraserhead. All he wanted was to go home and shower before crashing into his bed, but whoever was watching him was stopping that from happening. He circled around a few blocks for the 10th time before the feeling disappeared, sighing with relief as he made it back to his home. He froze with shock as he found Dabi and Himiko putting on their boots and jackets. Where are you two going? He asked, startling them. Himiko screeched, throwing her arms around him. Where have you been? Dabi scolded, his hands on his hips. Izuku took off his helmet. What do you mean? You know I had patrol. He peeled Himiko off of him so he could remove his top. Yeah, but your patrol was supposed to end nearly an hour ago. We got worried when we didn't hear from you and we were about to go out and search for you. Izuku sighed. Sorry guys, I was nearly home when I felt eyes on me. I didn't want to lead whoever it was back here, so I took a few laps around the nearby blocks to try and lose them. Took a while but it finally worked. I'll try to remember to message one of you next time I'm going to be running late. He tossed his gear onto the table. Did you both eat? Dabi nodded. I made chicken and veggies. Your plate is in the microwave. He nodded, heading that way before Dabi stopped him. Go shower and change first. I'll heat it up for when you get done. Sighing, Izuku changed directions, heading upstairs instead. The shower felt amazing on his sore muscles and the clean and dry clothes he put on helped him relax. Thanks, Dabi. How's both of your schoolwork going? Need any help? Dabi shook his head. No. It's pretty simple and anything I don't understand I can just look up. The library has a good selection of old textbooks that gives me some extra learning material, plus your library you've collected is nice too. Himi mentioned something with her math though. Izuku looked at his sister. Did you ever figure it out or do you still need help? Himiko shrugged. I figured that problem out but I don't really understand the steps and how I got the answer. It can wait for tomorrow though. I'm pretty tired and I know you are too. Izuku smiled. If you're sure, Himi. I don't have patrol tomorrow. Actually, I really wish you both had been there tonight. I gave Eraserhead so many clues and he only caught one of them. Dabi laughed. I thought heroes were supposed to be smart? Izuku nodded his head in a seesaw motion. I mean, most aren't, but Eraserhead did have a big clue dumped on him just prior. I told him I was going to try for UA and I don't think he realized just how young I was. Dabi frowned. Isn't that too much of a hint? You were working with him back before you found us all those years ago. Izuku shook his head. I don't think so. He only knows my age now. He still has no idea what I look like or even my quirk. He knows I have one, that I'm not quirkless, but that's it. He also knows I'm smart, but I don't think he really understands that part even if I did tell him that I could have finished high school ages ago. If he ever decided to look through records of 13 and 14-year-olds who finished middle school early, he'd probably be closer to figuring out who I was, especially if he cross-referenced those with applicants to UA next year, but I'm pretty sure he didn't even catch that small nugget of information. Izuku glanced down at his now empty plate. That was really good, Dabi. Thank you for dinner. We should all get to bed though. It's going to be all of us learning tomorrow. How does going to the library together after breakfast, then after the library we go get lunch, make a day of it? Himiko giggled. Sounds amazing. She hugged him before skipping up the stairs and into her room. Dabi turned to Izuku. Oh, by the way, the detective saw us at the library and asked that you stop by sometime in the next few days. Izuku sighed. Yeah, I kind of figured that would happen. He's been after me to go see my parents' graves for the last few years. I think I might agree this year just to get him to stop. Dabi nodded. I see. Well, if you want my opinion, I probably would have kept telling him no, but you need that closure. Both of your parents died on your birthday, and I think it would do you some good to end that chapter. Izuku closed his eyes. That's fair. I'll see. Maybe we will stop by the station tomorrow while we are out so I can talk to him. Thanks, Dabi. They arrived at the cemetery in silence. Tsukachi wrapped his arm around the now 14-year-old's shoulders as he led them over to the duo of graves that were Izuku's parents' final resting places. They had stopped off to buy 2 bouquets of flowers before continuing on to the graves to pay their respects, not that Izuku really wanted to be there. He had been getting hassled by the detective for over 2 years now, only just now getting Izuku to agree. Izuku kept his head down as they walked through the cemetery, intent on not seeing any ghosts that were roaming about. He didn't really want to seem rude to any of them since he couldn't talk to them in front of Tsukachi, but also he knew that if a ghost knew he could see them, they would probably figure out soon enough that he was also Reaper who could see ghosts, and then his civilian identity would be overrun by them. They stopped at the 2 headstones, looking down on the etched words on them both. Inko Midoriya, loving wife and mother, she died without ever sharing her love for her newborn son. 2 times x times minus 2x times x. The one beside it read, Hisashi Midoriya, father and husband. His heartbreak is ours. 2 times x times minus 2x times x. Izuku frowned. His mother's tombstone made sense, but Hisashi's? Were they just trying to find something nice to say? He shook off the thought, turning to face Tsukachi. I saw them, can we go now? He hated the whine he could hear in his voice and already knew what the man's answer would be. No. You need to let out your feelings, you can't keep bottling them up. Even if you have nothing to say to your mom, you knew your dad and had a rough time with him growing up. You might not think that you have anything to say to him, but I guarantee that if you start, you'll find you have a lot more than you thought. Tsukachi clapped Izuku on his back. I'm going to walk back to the car. I want you to at least try. Do that and I won't bug you about doing this again. Izuku sighed heavily. Fine. You win. He glared at the headstone as Tsukachi walked away. I don't know why he is making me do this. I made it this far not speaking to you and getting his so-called closure. I'm sure I could live the rest of my life without it. His anger grew. You hurt me. You heard my quirk, and instead of loving me when everyone else hated me, you hurt me. I needed you and you weren't there for me. All I wanted was my dad to love me again, to not blame me for Mom's death. You knew I wasn't the cause. The doctor even told you that my quirk didn't come in until I was 4, but you still chose to abuse me and beat me and hate me for something I couldn't control. He felt a tear roll down his cheek. Why wasn't I good enough for you? Izuku felt a presence at his side. Thinking it was Tsukachi, he turned only to stare at the ghost of his dad next to him. The man didn't look up from his own headstone as he spoke. "You were good enough, I was just too blind and angry to see it. I'm so sorry, Izu." At the reappearance of his childhood nickname, Izuku scowled. "Don't call me that. You don't get to call me that, not after all you did." Hisashi jerked up, his eyes finding Izuku's own. "Why, you can see me?" he asked. Izuku glanced back at the detective who was typing something on his phone. He faced his father again. "Yes. Turns out my quirk does a bit more than even the doctor knew." Hisashi nodded. "Makes sense now. You used to stare at nothing after your quirk came in." He bit his lip. "Ever since that night, I've wished to go back, to do things over again, to make it right. I know I can't. All I can do is apologize now and tell you how truly sorry I am that I made your years with me as horrible as they were. I'm not asking you to forgive me, I don't deserve that, but I am asking that you forgive yourself. You did what you had to in order to stop my abuse, and I'm proud of you. You are so much stronger than I am. I'm sorry, son." Izuku could feel the anger he had held previously melt out of him. "I will probably never forgive you." He watched as Hisashi hung his head in shame. "But I can let go of the anger I felt towards you." Izuku took a deep breath. "What had you planned to do since you didn't know I could see and hear you?" Hisashi chuckled, rubbing a hand on the back of his neck. "I heard rumors of a person who helped ghosts with unfinished business. I followed him on one of his patrols a few nights ago, but I lost tracks of him." Izuku groaned. "Of course that was you." Hisashi frowned. "Your Reaper?" Izuku nodded. "Yes. My quirk is powerful. I realized a few years ago that I could not only see ghosts, but if I touched someone's body, they would live again. I keep that part on the down low as I have people I call family now that I don't want villains to hurt in order to get to me." Hisashi nodded. "Like the detective man who brought you here?" Izuku smiled. "Him, an underground hero named Eraserhead, as well as 2 kids like me that I've claimed as siblings." Hisashi laughed. "You got a lot of stuff from my side of the family, didn't you?" Izuku shrugged. "I got the hoarding for sure from you, but mine revolves around knowledge. I've learned a lot during my time on the streets, enough to create my own gear and security system for my place. I finished elementary school as well as middle within my first year of being on my own. I even built my own solar panels to get electricity to my home. Tsukachi hired me at 9 to do analysis for the precinct. He doesn't know about my extracurriculars, but he knows about my siblings and how smart I am." Hisashi grinned. "I'm glad you are doing good for yourself. I know I said earlier that I was proud of you, but now I'm even more so." Izuku chuckled. "Thanks. I'm proud of myself." He lit up. "I'm trying for UA in a few months. Hero course obviously." His dad nodded. "I'm sure you'll do great. You always were the kind of kid that went into something with all you had. How do you think Katsuki will do?" Instantly, Hisashi knew he had said something wrong. I wouldn't know. When I ran, I never saw him again. He was just as bad as you. He wasn't my Kaken anymore. He became Bakugo the bully by the time we were. I'm sure he'll do fine, quirk like his." He frowned. Izuku had wished for years for Katsuki to become his best friend again, but eventually, he realized it wasn't going to happen. It's not really his fault. The teachers and other students taught him that his quirk was the best and nothing he did was wrong. He was always getting praised by everyone around us, and anytime he did something wrong, someone else got punished or it was swept under the rug. I'm sure if he went to therapy and anger management, he would be an amazing hero, but honestly, as he is, he's going to become another Endeavor, and that man does not deserve to be called a hero." Hisashi winced at his tone. "I know Endeavor isn't the nicest of heroes, but is he actually that bad?" Izuku nodded. "My brother, the one I claimed, is his oldest son who had to fake his death to escape the man's abuse. Endeavor called it training, but from what Dabi tells me, it was anything but. He spent the last several years finishing school and getting his hands on any evidence of Endeavor's wrongdoings," he explained. Hisashi growled. "That is awful. I'm not any better, but that's terrible even to me. I'm glad Dabi is getting help now, even if it is just through you." Izuku snorted. Won't be just me soon enough. Tsukachi already helped our sister, her name's Himiko, escape her past. Her quirk, transform, allows her to become anyone whose blood she drinks. Her parents thought it was a bad quirk and forced her to abstain from it, even when it effed with her health. They didn't care about anything but their image. Himiko is now my sister, and they were arrested for abuse and quirk discrimination. He glanced back at the detective who was on the phone. Tsukachi, he's a real one. A good friend, a great boss, and he really cares, you know? Hisashi smiled softly. I can tell you really care about him and your new siblings. I wish I was able to stick around and see where you go from here. Izuku whirled around, frowning. What does that mean? His dad laughed. It means I've done what I needed to do. I've apologized to you, learned that you are doing well and have a family. I've spoken to you, and while you haven't forgiven me for what I've done, I'm ready to go beyond this plane of existence. He hummed as he closed his eyes and leaned his head back. Do you think Inko will be there? Do you think she'll ever forgive me? Izuku shrugged. I don't know. It's not like I can ask anyone since no one comes back. But I'm sure if you ask, you might be able to speak with her. Do me a favor, will you? Hisashi nodded. Anything. Izuku smiled sadly. Forgive yourself. You were hurting, so much more than I was, for a woman you lost. I've found that grief does horrible things to people. He choked back his tears, noticing the way Hisashi's form was wavering and thinning. Hey Dad! He called out. Hisashi tilted his head. Yeah, Izuku? Izuku wiped his eyes. I do, forgive you I mean. I didn't think I could at first, but that was just the anger talking. I'm glad we were able to talk now, even if it was too late. Hisashi puffed up, his chest swelling proudly. Go be the hero I know you can be, Izuku. I'm proud of who you've become. I love you so much. And with that, Hisashi disappeared completely. I love you too, Dad. Goodbye. Izuku whispered, grazing his hand over the carved words on the marble. With one last look around the cemetery, Izuku made his way back to the car. Tsukachi uttered hushed words before hanging up the phone. That took you a bit more time than I was expecting, kiddo. Izuku nodded. I had a lot to say. Thanks for bringing me. I know I've been fighting you for so long, but thanks for not giving up. I needed that. Tsukachi ruffled his hair. I'm glad, Izuku. He stopped as his phone beeped, staring at the screen with a deep frown on his face. Is everything okay, Tsukachi? Izuku asked. The man hummed, yes and no. We can talk about it back at the station. I need to ask you something. He paused. Don't worry though, you aren't in any trouble, I only have a question or two. Izuku sat in silence, pondering everything and anything that the detective could possibly ask him as they rode back to the station. Hey Izuku, go ahead to your office, I need to get something from mine first. With wind behind him, Izuku hurried to his office, firmly shutting the door. He couldn't think of anything that Tsukachi would want to talk to him about. It wasn't like the man knew about his night adventures. He had already gotten Izuku to visit his parents' graves and Himiko's case was finished. Izuku jerked upward at the sound of his door opening. Sorry about that, Izuku. The papers were hidden under a folder someone put on my desk. Anyways, are you okay? Tsukachi rambled before asking, concern lacing his words. Izuku nodded. I'm fine. What did you need to talk to me about? Tsukachi stared at him with the knowledge that he was lying. After a few minutes, he sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Fine. I'll accept that this once. Anyways, I wanted to know if you would allow the precinct to sponsor you for the recommendation exams at UA. Izuku froze. They want to sponsor him? For UA? The top hero school in the country? WI. He swallowed the saliva pooling into his mouth. Why me? Tsukachi chuckled. Why not you? Izuku, the precinct and I have seen you grow so much from the tiny 9-year-old boy who was terrified of touching someone even with his gloves on, to who you have become today. You are so strong and smart. We believe in you, in anything you want to do. We knew you wanted to be a hero. Let us help you do just that. Izuku looked down at his desk, the papers strewn across it detailing out the case he was working on yesterday. It was a sad case of quirk discrimination leading to the young girl's death. Everyone in the precinct knew that Izuku took those kinds of cases sometimes, especially once he had gotten his detective's license 2 years ago, allowing him to actually take cases. He had wanted to be a hero for so long, wanted to be a hero for people like the girl and so many others like her who were told they were lesser simply because of genes. He bit his lip and focused his attention on Tsukachi. I appreciate the offer, but I feel as if I must decline. I want to be a hero, and while taking the recommendation exam would make things easier, I'd like to know that I can do it on my own. You have helped me so much these last few years, and I am so grateful, but I have to know that I can stand on my own 2 feet. He watched as Tsukachi took a deep breath while nodding. Honestly, I'm not surprised by that answer. But either way, the guys and I are so proud of you. He placed a folder on Izuku's desk. This is what I wanted to get from my office. It's letters of recommendation that we sent in along with your application. I felt like you should see what everyone had to say about you. We are all rooting for you to succeed. With that he stood up, leaving the room. Izuku leafed through the pages, each one bringing him closer and closer to tears. The people he had grown up alongside had nothing but nice words to say about him, talking clearly about his love for analysis and how helpful and heroic he was. He sniffled. Gone were the days where he was called a villain in the making. Gone were the days of abuse and neglect. Gone were the moments of believing the words of the other kids in his old school who had inflated egos and Napoleon complexes. He was going to be a hero whether they liked it or not. Just before midnight, Eraserhead crawled into his home through the window, smiling softly when he heard his husband call out. "Sho? Did you find him?" Shota shook his head. He wasn't at our meeting site. And it's not like I can call him since his phone doesn't have a number. Every time I've tried to use the chat room he opened on his end, it comes back undeliverable. I mean, he did say that his patrols would be spotty, but it's been 2 weeks without even a single sighting. I'm starting to get worried. Hisashi, known as Hero Present Mike, pulled him into a close hug. I know, Sho. But we've got to hope that he's okay. What about Tsukachi? Maybe Reaper has been in another city and he knows about it. Shota shrugged. I can try to talk to him tomorrow before my patrol, but he knows I've been trying to gain Reaper's trust, so I don't understand why he wouldn't tell me if the kid was seen in another city by other heroes. Hisashi hummed. Unless he thought you already knew. Shota flopped onto the couch, landing face first in the cushions. He grumbled a bit before sighing. Maybe. Either way, it's late and we have the hero entrance exams tomorrow. We should be getting to bed. Hisashi commented, poking his husband's face. Growling, Shota got up and ambled down the hallway. I hope we find him soon. They were silent as each of them got into the bed, curling up around each other before falling asleep, unaware of the ghost smiling softly at his 2 friends and lovers. The trip to UA was full of grouching and growling, both from the sleep-deprived underground hero while his happier counterpart packed their bentos and ushered them into the car. He was unable to catch more sleep while in the car like he normally did, his mind too full of what-ifs and thoughts about whether or not he would recognize Reaper. He knew the kid would be there today, knew that Reaper was hoping for him to figure out who he really was. He thought about Reaper's guess on what species Nizu was, reluctant to put the vigilante on Nizu's radar if it turned out he was. The world would never survive. But maybe he should tell Nizu. Soon enough, they arrived at UA, parking in the underground lot before making their way to the viewing room. Yamada, Aizawa, good you're here. We can get started now. Nizu chirped, clapping his paws together. Wait a minute, boss rat. Yagi isn't here. Hisashi called. Nizu's grin tightened. He will not be able to arrive until later. Seems he was a bit too busy this morning. Shota grumbled. Why did you even hire him in the first place? He can't keep a schedule, he's behind on his training and classes for his teaching certificate, and he's the #1 hero, which comes with way more enemies than we could ever know about. Shota ranted. The room was silent as they took in his words. Nizu hummed, You make a lot of good points, Aizawa. But it was not my choice to begin with. The commission decided that he would be our new heroics teacher. My hands are tied until he does something even they would deem wrong. Shota scoffed, folding his arms over his chest. He didn't understand why the man wanted to teach to begin with if he didn't even have a license. The meeting went well, and before Shota knew it, It was time for Hisashi, Ectoplasm, and Nemuri to leave to proctor the different exams. Today was the exams for heroics and general education, while the next day would be support, management, and business. He and Nizu watched the cameras as the auditorium was filled with prospective student hopefuls. Nizu giggled, startling Shota. "What are you laughing at?" Nizu waved his paw. "Oh, nothing much, Aizawa. Just saw something that amused me." "Not to worry." Shota huffed. "Anything that amuses you scares me." Nizu ignored him, so he just turned back to the screen, watching as a short green-haired student sauntered up to Nemuri, his test in his hand. "Hey Nizu, do we have a mic on that kid speaking with Nemuri?" Shota asked. Nizu quickly hit a button, allowing them to hear what the small boy was saying. "Are you sure you don't want more time? You still have another hour and a half to work." Nemuri asked. The boy shook his head. "No ma'am. I've already gone over my answers a few times. If I do it again, I feel as if I might CK myself out." He explained. Nizu pulled out his phone, sending the R-rated hero a quick text. Nemuri glanced at it before looking up at the cameras, a short imperceptible nod given. Shota wouldn't have guessed that the boy would catch her movements, but he did, whipping around to grin at the camera. Nizu squeaked with joy at his actions, and honestly, Shota understood. It was rare for even pros to see the cameras without them being pointed out, yet this 14-year-old was able to do it on the first try. They watched as Nemuri sent the kid out to the cafeteria to get lunch. One of Ectoplasm's clones gathered the boy's paper and left the room, the cameras following him around the school until he reached the office. Nizu shuffled through the test, each page making him more and more giddy. Finally, he reached the end, closing the packet. He answered every question correctly and even caught the secret revisions, fixing them before answering. His extra credit essay questions were superb as well. Shota sighed, shaking his head. "At least wait till at least after the sports festival before taking him on as your student." Nizu waved. "I'll think about it," he stated, causing Shota to sigh again. He wasn't paid enough to deal with geniuses. But the thought did bring him a memory. "Oh, I forgot to tell you. That vigilante kid I told you about, Reaper. He gave me a guess on what species you are. He believes you to be a mix of stoat and red panda." Nizu was silent before slowly beginning to laugh, speeding up to a cackle within minutes. Shota sighs for the umpteenth time. "He's right, isn't he?" Nizu, in lieu of an answer, only grinned before turning back to the cameras. Most of the kids were done with their exams and were lounging around in the cafeteria. The green-haired boy was sitting alone, not speaking to anyone nearby as he ate, his eyes watchful and ready. The room began to fill back up, leaving only Hisashi out. He was psyching himself up for the practical. They watched as the young hero hopefuls left the room, filing onto buses and out to their individual cities. Shota wasn't expecting much. Most of the kids waited for a countdown for the start, but he ended up pleasantly surprised by none other than the green-haired kid from earlier. Pointing him out, Shota asked who he was. "Izuku Midoriya. Quirk is named Death Touch, in which he uses all 5 fingers to kill anything living." Nizu handed him the boy's file. Shota looked it over, noting the police report. "He killed his father?" Nizu nodded, eyes not leaving the screen. His father was abusing him, beating and burning the boy with his quirk. Detective Tsukachi was the lead on the case. Apparently the boy had 3rd and 4th degree burns across his back, though he only saw pictures as when the police arrived at the home, Midoriya was gone. Shota shuffled through the pages, coming across the letters of recommendation. "He got all these from the police?" Nizu once again nodded. "Yes, from what I understand, Tsukachi made a deal with Midoriya, allowing him to live alone due to his dangerous quirk. In return, Midoriya was asked to keep in contact with the detective, and when he was offered money for food and clothes, Midoriya rejected it, preferring to work for his money. They struck another deal, with Chief Tsuragami's approval, in which he would work for the precinct as an analyst for some of their cases. 2 years ago, Midoriya took and passed the detective license exam, earning him the ability to work on cases by himself. Shota hummed, heavily impressed. This kid took a shitty situation and made it his beach. He had a strong quirk but didn't let that boost his ego. The kid also had a great mind, analysis, quick thinking and general education all rolled into one. He set the file back down with the others. If he doesn't make it in the practical, I'll train him myself for the sports festival, he vowed. Nizu chuckled. I don't believe you are going to have to worry about that, Aizawa. Midoriya already has enough points to pass, and that's not even including any rescue points he might get. Everyone's attention turned back to the screens where Midoriya was using a broken stop sign to basically skewer the nearest robot. They watched as he then ducked around the next bot to jump up and flick his hand, turning off the large three-pointer with its power. Which Nizu's resulting giggle struck fear in each of the teachers' bodies. A small counter on the screen following Midoriya around boasted of 84 villain points already, and they still had 4 minutes to go. Now that Shota took a closer look, he could see that Midoriya was indeed wearing artist gloves, the pointer finger and thumb uncovered to show vibrant blue nail polish on one finger and blood red polish on the other. Nemuri pointed out the polish, squealing with delight. Ah, that would be in honor of his 2 adoptive siblings. According to the good detective, the boy found the 2 roaming around and took them home. The eldest of the 3, Dabi, has a blue fire quirk while Himiko, the middle one, has a blood quirk. Dabi is looking to get a mentorship with a hero and get his license that way. Himiko seems to not know what she wants to do. I plan on asking Midoriya about it himself. Shota sighed, placing his face against his open palm. That kid was going to be drafted in to be Nizu's personal student, wasn't he? He glanced up as Nizu chuckled. Time to release the 0-pointer. Shota watched alongside the other teachers as each zone was struck with gigantic robots, causing the hero hopefuls to scream and run away from it. Oh look, Midoriya is heading towards it. Snipe cheered. Sure enough, there went the green-haired student, running straight for the 0-pointer. Shota didn't understand why at first, but then he noticed the small person stuck under some rubble. He's going to try to save that brunette girl, he stated. Midoriya stopped short, speaking to the girl and attempting to lift the rubble before stopping to look around. Shota watched as he called out to a purple-haired kid, gesturing towards the girl. Curious, he watched as the new kid spoke to the girl who then twisted around and touched the rubble. Ochako Uraraka, Quirk, 0 gravity. By touching something with all 5 fingers, she can negate the gravity of that object. The boy is Hitoshi Shinso, Quirk, brainwashing. Call and response. Nemuri read off their applications. He must have used his quirk to allow her to go past her limits. She cut off as Midoriya took off towards the robot, a running jump landing him squarely on the platform above the treads. With bated breath, each of them watched as he searched around before finally finding the off switch. The robot stopped and Midoriya jumped off, running back over to Shinso who had Uraraka cradled in his arms, her ankle looking decidedly swollen. They jumped as Hisashi called for the end of the exam, before moving to head to the entrance of the city. Curiously, Shota watched as Midoriya moved. The small boy reminded him of someone, but he couldn't figure out who. He turned as Hisashi called to him from the doorway. Nodding to his husband, he raised an eyebrow at Nizu. I want Midoriya and Shinso. As expected, Ken raised a stink. What if I wanted those too? Shota rolled his eyes, glaring at the man. Midoriya has a dangerous 5-finger quirk, which means he will need specific hand-to-hand fighting as he will have to fight mostly quirkless. Shinso has a call and response quirk that makes it easy for someone to figure out how his quirk works and will render him unable to use it if someone were to figure it out, meaning he also needs hand-to-hand training. Seeing that he was losing the battle, Ken sighed, fine, but I want the Monoma Kid and Kendo. Shota shrugged, sure. Is that all? He didn't wait for an answer before leaving the room, already looking forward to taking a nap. Hisashi drove, ever the chatterbox. Did you see the little bean cloud who took on the 0-pointer? Shota grunted. Yeah, Izuku Midoriya. His quirk is called Death Touch, and allows him to instantly kill anyone who he touches with all 5 fingers. Hit Nizu's radar because the entire police station wrote him letters of recommendation. Apparently, he works for them as an analyst and already has his detective's license as well as having finished middle school a few years ago. He's been living with adopted siblings ever since he ran away from home when he accidentally killed his abusive father. Hisashi jerked. Oh, the poor kid. He wants to be a hero though, so that's great. Let me guess, you told Nizu you wanted him in your class. Shota nodded. Him and the purple kid who helped him. Hisashi hummed, a bit of his quirk leaking out. Hey, maybe you'll have students to teach this year. Shota rolled his eyes. We'll see. The feeling in the pit of his stomach had been growing in strength ever since the last time he saw Reaper, albeit slowly. He had thought that once the entrance exams were over that the feeling would go away, but instead they grew faster and harder, occasionally making him feel sick and heart-heavy. Eraserhead didn't know what to think, so he didn't. Instead, he put his every waking moment into his two jobs. As a teacher, he prepared himself for a full class again, learning his new students' names and quirks. Usually, he preferred to not read their files, but due to knowing what he did about Midoriya, he didn't want to make a mistake and cause trauma or damage to anyone, so he buckled up and spent a few days going over each file, learning everything he could. As for being an underground hero, Eraserhead fought hard, working to clean up the streets before he was forced to cut back his hours again. He didn't like cutting his hours, especially around the beginning of the school year, as it would alert any villain or criminal smart enough to figure out the pattern, but it couldn't be helped. The night was unusually calm, devoid of anything more dangerous than a few drag deals and a random theft for him to deal with. It was nearing the end of his shift when Eraserhead heard a scream from a few blocks away. Racing across rooftops, Eraserhead threw himself into the fight, both feet landing square in the faces of two of the criminals that had previously surrounded a poor woman. He sighed as a quick glance told him that he was too late, the blood pouring out of her too still body letting him know the woman was dead already. Still, he poured all his energy into taking down the four men, quickly knocking them out before handcuffing them. Startled at a sound of shuffling, Eraserhead jumped to the side, readying himself for another fight. Instead, he found Reaper with his back turned, his ungloved hand reaching out towards the dead woman. Eraserhead watched, curious, as Reaper touched her pale skin with all 5 fingers. His eyes went wide as the woman gasped, her eyes wide and terrified. "Shoots. You're safe now, miss." Reaper reassured. The woman looked at Eraserhead, causing Reaper to call out. "Hey Eraserhead, you should probably call for an ambulance for her." Eraserhead nodding, forgetting for a moment that the kid couldn't see him before coughing. "Yeah, I'll do that. Meet me on our roof." Silently, he watched as Reaper left, his mind spinning with information. It only took a few minutes before Tsukachi arrived with officers and an ambulance. "Wanna tell me what happened?" Tsukachi asked. Eraserhead pinched his nose. "I'm not too sure of it myself. I was on patrol when I heard a scream. When I arrived, the 4 men had already killed the woman." Tsukachi interrupted. "Killed? She's alive, Eraserhead." Eraserhead grimaced. "I know that, but I'm telling you, she was dead when I arrived. I think it was Reaper's quirk. He arrived just as I was finishing up the restraints, and then as I watched him touch all 5 fingers to her bare skin, she took a gasping breath and was alive again. I checked her over myself and her wound was even healed." Tsukachi froze. "All 5 fingers? Are you sure?" Eraserhead frowned. "Yes, I am very sure." The detective glanced around the rooftops, seemingly searching for someone. "He's not there. He's supposed to be meeting me on our rooftop," Eraserhead stated. Tsukachi bit his lip, holding back words the hero knew were trying to escape. "When you see him, can you tell him I would like to talk to him? Let him know that I won't try to arrest him. Tell him that I would prefer our meeting to be before he starts school." Eraserhead tilted his head. "You know who he is, don't you?" Tsukachi shook his head. "Not for certain. I suspect someone, but if it's him, then I know why he's a vigilante." The hero watched silently as the man got back into his car before driving off and leaving him alone in the alley. Time to go find out where the Demon Kid has been. Eraserhead growled as he made his way to Reaper. Izuku knew that Eraserhead would be super angry for his disappearance. He hadn't been on patrol in 3 weeks and hadn't even bothered texting the hero to let him know that he was okay. It was one of the reasons why Izuku was going on patrol tonight with the intent of finding Eraserhead. He had used his office computer to look up if the man was going to be patrolling that night and was pleased to find that he would be. On one hand, he wanted to tell the hero about his acceptance into the hero course, to see the look of pride on the man's face. On the other hand, if he did that, then it would be all that much easier for Eraserhead to figure out who he was. He couldn't let his little game end that easily. He patrolled for a bit, searching for Eraserhead in every alley and on every rooftop while he did so. He took out a few low-level criminals here and there, wondering if something was about to happen with how quiet it had been before hearing an ear-piercing scream from quite a few blocks away. As he raced to the source of the sound, Izuku couldn't help but wonder if the volume of the scream had been heightened by a quirk. About to enter the alley, Izuku stopped as he found a woman watching the scene with tears in her eyes. He didn't make it. "It's too late," she whispered, her words barely making it to his ears. Izuku edged closer to the mouth of the alley. Immediately, he found the source of her sadness. Laying there, slumped against the wall, was the woman's body, blood gushing out from a stab wound in her abdomen. He walked up to her, eyes still on Eraserhead. "Don't worry, ma'am. My quirk can help you." Out of the corner of his eyes, he could see how she jumped from being spoken to, but he ignored it in favor of moving silently over to her body. She followed him closer. "You can see and hear me?" Izuku nodded. "Yes, ma'am. Part of my quirk. Hold on a minute and you'll be right as rain." He tugged off his glove, his pale fingers stretching out towards her still warm body. He knew that the fight behind him had ended, leaving him very little time before Eraserhead would see him using his quirk, so he sped up, placing his hand firmly against the woman's arm. Izuku stumbled back as she jerked back to life. "Shoo, it's okay. You're safe now, miss," he said calmly. Izuku watched as the woman looked over her shoulder, making him tense up. "Hey, Eraserhead, you should probably call for an ambulance for her." He kept his back turned. He didn't want to see the look of fear or disgust on the man's face at his quirk. "Yeah, I'll do that. Meet me on our roof," the hero said after a short cough. Izuku left the alley quickly, scurrying up to the rooftop. He waited until the police arrived before jumping to another roof, heading straight for their meeting point. He didn't have to wait long. As soon enough, he was able to see a dark form leaping over alleys towards him before finally reaching the same roof. "You disappeared," Eraserhead stated. His tone startled Izuku, eyes going wide. I told you I was going to be getting ready for the exams." Eraserhead nodded. "Yes, you said patrol would be spotty. Not non-existent. You disappeared for 3 weeks. I tried texting you, but it kept coming back undeliverable. I went to Tsukachi, hoping you were just in some other city for whatever reason, but he hadn't heard from you either." Suddenly, Izuku understood. Eraserhead was worried about him. "I'm sorry, Eraserhead. I forgot there was someone out there who cared about me like that." Except his siblings, of course, but the hero didn't need to know that part yet. Eraserhead sighed heavily, tension draining out of his body. "Fine. I guess I can understand that point. Just promise me you won't disappear again. Even if all you do is text me, anything is better than being worried like that." Izuku nodded. "I'll try. Can't promise that I will remember, but I can try." Good. Now on to the next point. Your quirk. Izuku tensed up, realizing that the hero had seen him using his quirk. "You saw?" He stuttered. Eraserhead nodded. "It's a powerful quirk. Do you have any training with it?" Izuku shrugged. "Hard to get training when you live alone." He lied. "But I've practiced and experimented with it since I realized I could do so." Eraserhead's eyes widened. "You didn't know you could reanimate people? What did you think your quirk even was?" he asked with awe. Izuku smirked. "I can't tell you that. It's too much of a clue as to who I am. I will tell you that I discovered 2 different parts of my quirk at the same time, and it definitely freaked me out." Eraserhead snorted. "I'm sure. A dead person suddenly living after you touch them has got to be intense." He paused. "I'll talk to Tsukachi, try to keep it off the record. I don't want villains hearing what you can do and attempting to kidnap you for it. Just promise me you'll be careful." Izuku snorted. "That's the plan. Is there anything else you want to know or something you want to say? If not, I think I'll call it an early night." Eraserhead nodded. Tsukachi wants you to know that he would like to speak with you. He says he won't try to arrest you. Kind of weird though, seems like he has an idea of who you are. Izuku froze. He does? The hero shrugged. He might be completely wrong, but he said that if his hunch was right, he didn't blame you at all. Izuku forced himself to unclench his muscles and laugh, no humor to be seen. I see. Well, I don't know if I would be able to speak with him anytime soon. Might have to wait. Eraserhead hummed. He wanted it to be before school started, but I don't think he'd be too terribly upset if it wasn't, as long as you actually speak to him. Izuku hesitated but still nodded. I will. He tapped the side of his visor. Time for me to get home. I only came out to find you. He turned to leave but stopped as the hero held up his hand. Did you get your letter yet? Eraserhead asked. Izuku grinned. I did. The man huffed, and, letting out a laugh, Izuku shrugged. I guess you'll just have to figure it out yourself. Good night, Eraser. He teased before running off, jumping across rooftops until he was sure the hero couldn't see him anymore. Izuku sighed. He had a lot to think about before speaking with Tsukachi, but he knew the detective would only go searching for him if he tried to avoid the meeting. Pausing, Izuku looked around, the feeling of being watched coming over him. Hey Reaper, Oboro said, stepping out of nearby shadows. Izuku rolled his eyes, relieved it was only Eraserhead's ghost friend. Hello Oboro. I didn't see you with Eraser, is everything okay? Oboro nodded, for now. I was checking in on, well, the other person. Izuku snorted, makes sense? So what made you come and find me instead of Eraserhead? Oboro shrugged, I don't know. I guess I wanted to see if you got into the hero course at UA like you wanted. Izuku grinned, I did. I'm in class 1A. Oboro's jaw dropped before he threw his head back and cackled. Oh, that's amazing. Izuku raised an eyebrow, what is? The ghost stopped laughing, wiping away non-existent tears before answering. Eraserhead will be your teacher. He always has 1A as his homeroom class. Izuku's grin widened. Oh, that is perfect. I'll be able to tease him without him realizing it's me. Oh, think of all the pranks I could do. Oboro cackled. Oh, I'm going to enjoy this. I loved planning and executing pranks when I was alive. Sometimes, though, I have enough energy to make things move around or cause lights to flicker. It's fun to tease people. Izuku snorted, maybe you can help me then. I don't know when, but maybe after school starts. Oboro nodded, sounds great. I miss doing stuff like that, so it'll be nice to have someone to work with again. Izuku yawned, his mask barely covering the movement. I'll let you get home. See you in class, kiddo. Izuku waved goodbye before finally making his way home, sighing in relief at the feeling of being safe. Izuku glanced up at the large building in front of him. UA High School, his dream school since he was a toddler, was now no longer a dream. Instead, it was a reality. He grinned widely, tightening his grip on his shoulder bag as he steadily walked in through the gate. Dabi and Himiko had walked him to the train station, each of them proud and excited for his first day, before returning back to their home. In turn, Izuku was proud of the both of them, each having finished the extra schooling they needed to catch up to their age groups in the short time they'd been living together. He made his way through the school to find his classroom, pausing at the sound of shouting coming from behind the closed door. Izuku sighed, recognizing the voice. Katsuki Bakugo, his childhood best friend, and his worst bully. Sighing, he threw open the door, watching as a tall brunette chopped his hands as he scolded Katsuki for having his feet on the desk. He jumped as the arm chopper started towards him, his voice loud and bold. Hello. I am Tenya Ida, he shouted. Izuku nodded. Hello, Ida. Please stop shouting, I have a bit of a headache. Ida frowned as he lowered his arm. I am so sorry. I shall endeavor to be better. Izuku nearly snorted. The boy wasn't scary, just awkward. Do you? Izuku closed his eyes as he took a deep breath before turning towards his old classmate. Hello, Bakugo. He watched, hiding his amusement as the blonde gaped. Izuku, taking the moment for what it was, started towards his seat, sighing as he realized it was behind his old friend. He managed to sit down, pulling out a notebook to take notes in before Bakugo turned around to face him. "Where have you been, Deku?" He was still shouting. Izuku glared. "Why is that any of your business? From what I remember, you weren't my friend after my quirk came in. What I've been doing since I left our school is none of your business. Now turn around, the teacher is waiting." Indeed, the teacher had been silently watching, listening to Bakugo shout at Izuku. Izuku nearly giggled at the fact that Eraserhead was his homeroom teacher, knowing that the man didn't realize just who Izuku was. He held back a grin at the sight of Oboro standing super close to the hero, his face having taken on a goofy form. Eraserhead scowled. "If you are only here to make friends, leave now. My name is Shoyuta Aizawa and I am your homeroom teacher as well as the teacher for law and ethics. For now, take these and put them on before meeting me outside at Field Alpha." Izuku raised an eyebrow as the teacher left silently. There was a scurry of movement as each of the 20 students grabbed the offered gym clothes and disappeared into the changing rooms. He pulled off his own shirt, stiffening as a gasp came from behind him. "Dude, what happened to your back?" Izuku turned around to find looks of horror on several of his classmates' faces. The one who spoke was a lanky blonde. Izuku sighed. "No one likes my quirk. Not even my own father. I'm safe now, that's all you need to know." He faced his locker again to finish getting dressed before leaving the room to find his teacher. He wasn't the first one out, that honor going to a tall girl, who had her black hair pulled up in a ponytail. Silently, he nodded to her before directing his attention to Aizawa-sensei and Oboro, the latter of which was unsuccessfully trying to mess with the former. Izuku coughed, drawing the attention of Oboro, who walked over to his side. "Hey kiddo. Told you he was a riot, huh?" Oboro cajoled. Izuku tucked his chin into his chest, attempting to hide the fact that he was speaking. "Yeah, he's great. I already knew that, but it's still good to know. Also, try not to get upset if I don't speak to you today. There is a few people in my class who have hearing-based quirks and I don't want anyone knowing what I can do just yet. It's not safe." He looked up to find Oboro nodding as he silently moved back over to Aizawa-sensei's side. Izuku noted the shiver then ran down the man's body as he felt the presence of the ghost boy, but not knowing what it was, the hero just shrugged it off. After everyone had arrived on the field, Aizawa began to speak. "Today you will go through a series of physical tests so that I might judge your ability." He snapped. "Bakugo, come here. Stand in the circle." With a grumble, the angry blonde followed his directions. Izuku and the rest of the class watched as Bakugo threw a ball with his quirk, the blast making it soar super far. The class gasped, each of them getting excited for the upcoming tests. One in particular, a pink-skinned girl with horns, made the mistake of saying the word fun. "You think this is fun? I have 3 years to turn the lot of you into heroes that will survive in the real world of heroics, and you are treating this like it's a game." Aizawa snarled. "Fine. The person that comes in last place will be deemed to have no potential and will be expelled." Having heard the rumors of previous years, Izuku knew the man wasn't bluffing, but decided to keep it to himself. He and the rest of the class worked their way through the tests, with Izuku keeping score and knowing that he was mid-pack. Finally, came his turn for the ball toss. "Midoriya, your turn to toss the ball," Aizawa stated in a bored tone. Izuku grabbed the ball and gestured to Oboro to come closer. "Can you take the ball further than I can throw it?" he whispered to the ghost. Oboro nodded. "I would love to." He waited patiently for Izuku to throw the ball before grabbing it out of the air and running with it, his score nearly doubling as a result. Aizawa sighed. "It'll be a waste of time to call out your scores individually." He pressed a button on his remote and a digital screen appeared. Izuku searched it, predictably finding his name among the middle of the board. He then searched for the person in last place. "No, I can't be expelled yet, I haven't touched any of the girls' melons." A short boy cried out, the purple ball on his head bouncing as he pounced forward, his arms outstretched in his attempt to grab the tall black-haired girl. Izuku jumped, intercepting the purple boy and throwing him into the ground. "Thank you, Midoriya," Aizawa called. "Mineta, you're expelled. Even if you hadn't have come in last place, I still would have expelled you for your perverted actions I have already witnessed today. Go to Principal Niza's office, I will meet you there. Aizawa turned to the rest of the class. There is a stack of class syllabi on the podium. Grab one then go home. I will see each of you tomorrow. With that, Aizawa walked off, leaving the class on the field. Izuku began to wander back to the changing rooms but was stopped by a hand on his shoulder. Thank you for stopping him. The ponytail girl said. Izuku nodded. I only did what should be done. He glanced at one of his hands, careful to make sure the glove was fully covering it. I'm Izuku Midoriya. She smiled. My name is Momo Yaoyorozu, but people call me Yamamo as my last name is a bit of a mouthful. Izuku jumped as a voice boomed from next to him. Hiya. I'm Mina Ishido. The pink girl shouted. Izuku nodded at her, relieved at the pure friendliness she was showing. A few of the others gathered round, each of them telling him their names and getting his in turn. Then came the question he feared. So what's your quirk? Izuku froze. He didn't want to tell them and lose out on potential friends. Bakugo cackled. Yeah, Deku, tell them all about your quirk. Izuku scowled at him. Just because you hate my quirk doesn't mean it's bad, Bakugo. The blonde scoffed before wandering off towards the school, leaving Izuku alone with the rest of the class. He faced them, biting his lip. My quirk is a touch quirk. It's dangerous, which is why I wear these gloves. Izuku started, staring at the floor before chancing a look at their faces. When no one looked angry or scared, he pushed on. The doctor called it death touch. He winced, expecting the gasps and screams of fear as the class scattered, but none came. Shocked, he looked around. Yamamo was smiling at him. That's a powerful quirk. You'll be a great hero with that. She said simply. Izuku smiled softly. You'd be the first one to tell me that. My elementary school liked to call me a villain. He played with his gloves, missing the looks of outrage and anger across his classmates' faces. Let me guess, Bakugo was one of them? Another voice asked. Izuku looked up, finding the blonde from earlier. His hair was rumpled, the black streaks scattered around messily. Izuku couldn't help but think about how pretty the boy was, missing the boy's next words altogether. I'm sorry? What did you say? The blonde grinned. I said that Bakugo was acting like a bully, so it wouldn't shock me that he would have said that to you. Izuku tilted his head, his eyes wide. Oh, he used to be my best friend, but when my quirk came in, well, he flowed off before starting again. Anyways, it's been years since I've seen him. I'm sure he's gotten better. He grinned. At least he didn't use his quirk on me this time. Izuku mumbled. There was a sharp hiss from within the group, but Izuku didn't know where it came from, so he ignored it as he turned away from the rest. We should probably get back to the classroom like Aizawa-sensei told us. He scurried off, keeping his head down and close to his chest. He had changed so much, but seeing Bakugo again for the first time in years nearly undid everything he had already achieved. He needed to break down, but it would have to wait until he was home, until Dabi and Himiko could hold him. I'm sorry if I upset you, someone said from his left. Izuku jumped, a squeak of surprise coming out of his mouth. The blonde from earlier giggled. My bad, bro. Didn't mean to startle you. Izuku shook. It's fine. I'm Izuku Midoriya, by the way. He grinned. The boy nodded. Yup, I heard you say that earlier. I'm Denki. Denki Kaminari. Izuku's grin grew wider. Nice to meet you. Izuku was about to ask him a question when his phone rang from his pocket. Seeing that it was the detective, Izuku sighed. Hello, Tsukachi. He answered. Hey kiddo, how's school going? Tsukachi asked. Izuku chuckled. It's going good. I've made a few friends. My teacher is awesome too. Didn't expect him to be my favorite hero though. He heard the man laugh. I'm sure. Also, I was wondering if you were planning on coming into work today. I have a few cases I need your analysis for. Izuku thought for a moment before answering. Hold on, let me put you on speaker so I can look at my calendar. He quickly fiddled with his phone, ignoring the confused looks he was getting from Kaminari and a few of the other who could overhear the conversation. It looks like I'm free for a few hours today, but I need to leave by 4 since Dabi and Himiko want to do a celebratory dinner tonight. He heard a shuffling of paper from the other side. That sounds fine. I'll see you in the office in a bit then. Izuku hummed before hanging up. Sorry about that, Kaminari. What were we talking about? He continued his walk to the changing rooms, leaving the blonde to catch up. Nah man. We can't just push past that. You have a job. Kaminari exclaimed. Izuku nodded. Yeah, I'm a case analyst for the Mustafafu precinct. I got my detective license a few years ago as well. Kaminari gaped. Whoa dude. That's impressive. You had to have been working for a while now, huh? Izuku shrugged. Since I was 9, but that was a whole different reason. He walked off, leaving Kaminari in the dust as he pushed his way into the changing room. He could hear the other boys follow him inside, each of them talking about different things, but only Kaminari seemed to still want to know more about him. So, what you're saying is, you're super smart. Kaminari cheered. Izuku snorted, I guess? I finished elementary school and middle school by the time I turned 10, and since I was bored, but didn't want to finish high school, I took a few college courses and got a few degrees. He turned as someone else spoke up, this one being Ojiro. Why wouldn't you want to finish high school? Izuku smiled softly, because I knew I was coming here to UA and I didn't want to miss out on anything. I already missed out on a normal middle school since I did everything online. I didn't want to miss high school as well. He rushed to finish getting his uniform back on before he left the room, not giving anyone else time to speak or ask any more questions. Things were going good so far. Izuku was the first in class the next day, having woken early and taken an earlier train. He spent the extra time writing analysis about his new classmates in his newest empty notebook, a gift from Tsukachi for having made it into the hero course. He had been shocked when the man hadn't brought up his thoughts on Izuku being Reaper, instead talking only about the difference in shifts now that he would be busy with school. Dabi and Himiko had wondered if maybe the detective wanted Izuku to come to him about being Reaper instead of him making Izuku admit it due to his quirk, but Izuku wasn't so sure. He jerked backwards as the door slammed open, silencing the nearly full class. You were faster today. Anyways, your new classmate is here. He grunted towards the door, directing their attention to a boy standing in the doorway. Izuku stared, taking in the boy's appearance. He was tall, taller than Izuku, with floaty lavender-purple hair and dark bags under his eyes making him look exhausted. His uniform fit him nicely as it was not hanging off of him at random places. He had a well-knotted tie and a small handkerchief in his pocket that matched the color of his hair. He stood straight, but with one hand in a pants pocket and the other gripping a black backpack hanging off that shoulder. Izuku recognized the boy as the same one that helped him rescue the floaty girl during the entrance exam. Well, introduce yourself or don't, I don't care, just don't wake me. Aizawa stated before flopping down to the floor inside a bright yellow sleeping bag. Izuku's eyes flickered over to his teacher. He was pretty sure the man wasn't actually sleeping, but using the action to hide that he was paying attention to everything going on in the classroom. A cough brought his attention back to the new kid. Name's Hitoshi Shinso. The boy monotoned as he moved to the only empty seat. True to form, Ida was the first one to greet him. Hello, I am Tenya Ida, welcome to Class 1A. He yelled, his hand chopping up and down. Shinso stared at him, a bored expression on his face. Izuku held back a laugh. Don't worry about Ida, Shinso. He's just vigorous with his excitement. Shinso turned to stare at him. I see, he answered simply. Ida drooped, a frown on his face, before returning to his desk. Izuku made to return to his notebook when Shinso spoke again. What's up with the gloves? Izuku froze. He gulped. Just because the others in the class had taken his quirk well, didn't mean Shinso would too, but he didn't need to say anything as Shinso recognized the look on his face. Oh, never mind. You don't have to tell me. It's obvious that it's a quirk thing. Izuku nodded. Yeah, my quirk is dangerous. Shinso nodded. Let me guess, you were told it was villainous? Izuku's eyes widened, head whipping around to stare at the new kid. You too. Shinso nodded again. Yup, brainwashing. Izuku beamed. That's so cool. You could be such an amazing hero with a quirk like that. You could take down villains before a fight even broke out or possibly get a villain to give up information. Mutter, mutter, mutter. Izuku jumped with a squeak as an explosion boomed from in front of him. "Shut up, you demon Deku!" Bakugo roared. "Bakugo, detention after class. No use of quirks in the classroom," Aizawa called, further angering the blonde. "Ha!" Bakugo sneered. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. "Want to make it too?" The boy growled but remained silent. Izuku had never had a teacher that would stop Bakugo from his quirk use or his outbursts when it came to Izuku, as most preferred to allow the bullying. He didn't know what to think, his mind nearly blank with surprise until Shinso got his attention. Again. "I don't know if I can do everything you've suggested, but I can try." Izuku tilted his head. "You don't think it's creepy?" Shinso frowned. "No, why would I? Analysis like that is rare and expensive." Izuku shrugged. "I guess." Mina spoke up then, her voice loud. "Midoriya works as an analyst for the Mustafa PD. He told us yesterday that he's been working there since he was 9. Shinso's jaw dropped. "You work for the police? That's impressive." Izuku blushed. "It's not like that. I needed a way to make money when I was 9 and my boss offered me a deal." Shinso froze. "Foster kid?" Shaking his head, Izuku explained. "No. My quirk is too dangerous for that. I was allowed to live on my own as long as I kept in regular contact with my boss. He and his boss wanted to give me an allowance and I wanted to work for my money, so we came to that agreement. A few months later I met my 2 siblings who I've pseudo-adopted and they've been with me for a few years now. Dabi works at a warehouse and Himiko is finishing some schooling up while she figures out what she wants to do with her life." Shinso hummed. "Must be nice. Once my quirk came in, I was a foster kid for a few years until my mom and mama adopted me." Izuku smiled softly. "I'm glad you found someone to love you like that." He glanced up. There was a groan from the front of the classroom, stopping all conversation that had been happening around them. Aizawa stood, his sleeping back wrapped around his arm. "Mike will be here in a moment. Behave." He left the room and within a minute present Mike was bursting inside, a loud, "Who's ready for English?" announcing his arrival and ending all chances of conversation. Izuku worked his way through the rest of his morning lessons, thankful when the bell sounded for lunch. Quickly, he found an empty table, taking out his bento that Dabi had made that morning. Izuku checked his phone for texts, giggling at the meme Dabi had sent him and Himiko in their group chat. He sent one back, his giggles turning into full-blown laughter at the reactions he got from the emo teen. "What's got you all smiley?" Izuku looked up to find Shinso staring down at him. "Oh, hey Shinso. Nothing much, just sending memes to my siblings. Dabi didn't much like the one I just sent. His reactions are too funny." Shinso chuckled. "Sounds like fun. I personally love to look at cat memes." Izuku grinned. "Oh cool. I have a few I can send you." Dabi said they were peak humor, but I don't know about that as his sense of humor can be a bit dark. Shinso snorted. "Sounds like my type of dude. Here, give me your phone." Izuku quickly passed over his phone, watching as Shinso texted himself and added his contact info. Once he got his phone back, Izuku sent him a few of the memes, waiting with bated breath to see what the purple-haired boy thought of them. Shinso snorted at a few of them, groaning at the rest. He wasn't wrong, some of those were peak, but the others were awful. Izuku laughed. "I know." Shinso bit his lip. "Anyways, back to our earlier conversation. Mom and Mama are pretty cool. Honestly, if I didn't know that I was adopted, I would think I was their biological kid. Mama has a mental quirk and Mom has a vocal one." Izuku chuckled. "Sounds nice. My own quirk is a mixture of my paternal grandmother's and grandfather's quirks as well as a hint of my mother's. Plus, their dragon mutations added up to give me my hoarding instinct." Shinso hummed. "Sounds complicated." Izuku snorted. "Sure, I guess. Anyways, I have a 5-point touch quirk that the quirk doctor named Death Touch." He explained, watching Shinso closely for a reaction. Shinso's jaw dropped. "DMN, that is powerful. And incredibly dangerous. Now I understand why you were so cautious about telling me your quirk. People are assholes." Izuku burst into tears, Shinso's words echoing deep in his mind. No one but Dabi and Himiko had ever said that to him. Even Tsukachi was cautious of his quirk. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you cry," Shinso hissed. Izuku waved away his worry. "No, not why your fault. Just happy. No one but my siblings have ever said something like that to me." He hiccuped. "I can understand what that means to you. I also never had anyone say it to me until Mama and Mom adopted me," Shinso said before frowning. "I'm guessing the angry Pomeranian knows you from before you?" Izuku nodded, sniffling and wiping his nose on a napkin. "Yeah. Bakugo and I used to be best friends. Our mothers were best friends, but then my mom died during my birth. She always wished for Bakugo and I to be best friends, so Dad tried for a few years. But then my quirk came in and he began to get angry. He blamed me for Mom's death and started neglect and abusing me. He liked to use his quirk, fire breath, a lot when he was drunk, except he was always drunk. Bakugo stopped being my friend and became my bully. Teachers and other students alike began to torment me as well." Shinso hissed. "Sheet. How did you get out? I know you said you were safe now with your siblings." Izuku nodded. "I came home on my 9th birthday and Dad was waiting for me. He was supposed to be gone for a few more days, but he came back early. He kept using his quirk and beating me and kicking me. Finally, I had enough and I used mine. I killed him, killed my dad. I took a few pictures of the damage on my back and ribs with his cell phone before calling the police and telling them what happened. I ended up leaving before they could arrive and found somewhere to stay for the night. The next morning I searched for any news about what happened and found out that the detective in control of my case didn't blame me and just wanted to make sure I was okay. A month later, I had a job and a place to live, and another few months after that I met Dabi and Himiko. We've been together ever since." The table was silent for a few minutes as Shinso took in his words. Izuku took a deep breath, relieved that someone other than his siblings and Tsukachi knew what had happened to him, even if 2 of the 4 didn't know the whole story. "Geez. I'm glad you are okay after all that. Sounds awful, and I honestly can't imagine being the one to live through it." Shinso finally spoke. Izuku shrugged. "It's fine. Like you said, I survived. I know I've got some trauma somewhere in me that correlates to all that, but honestly, I wouldn't know for sure. I've seen both the good and bad side of society, and it's one of the reasons why I want to be a hero so badly. I want to be someone that a kid can look at and say, he was able to be a hero with his deadly quirk. I can do it too." "You know," Shinso nodded, "Eraserhead was always that kind of hero for me. Mental and villainous." Izuku smirked. "Eraserhead is an awesome hero. He's my favorite." Shinso grinned wide. "I can't believe he's our teacher. It's so cool, and I had the hardest time not fanboying at him this morning." Izuku snorted. "Fair. I can definitely understand that." He jumped as the bell sounded, signaling the end of lunch. Standing, Izuku stretched. "Welp, back to class. I can't wait till heroics later." Shinso stood as well, grabbing his tray. "Totally. I wonder who is the heroics teacher this year. I would have thought it was Eraserhead, but he told me that he was only homeroom and law and ethics." Izuku shrugged. "I don't know, but we'll find out. I am coming through the door like a normal person." Izuku flinched as the door was thrown open, a mountain of a man bursting his way into the room. He groaned, not at all pleased that All Might was the heroics teacher. It had been nearly a year since he last saw the man, but he could still hear the words that were spoken to him in a booming voice. "Young man, you cannot be a hero with a dangerous quirk. Maybe you should be a bit more realistic with your future career." Izuku jerked out of his thoughts, glancing around the classroom in order to make sure no one noticed his panic. Luckily, no one was looking at him, but Shinso was looking at All Might with a frown on his face. He didn't know what the quirkist hero had done to Shinso, but if it was anything like what All Might had done to him, Izuku knew just how angry the purple-haired boy was feeling. Even with his feeling of pure anger against the #1 hero, Izuku became excited when the man pressed a button on a remote, allowing the wall to show off 20 bright silver cases. He raced to grab his, thrilled at being able to see his designs become reality. In truth, Izuku's hero costume looked amazing on him. The pure black jumpsuit was covered in armor plating with pockets scattered around strategically, enabling him access to anything inside. Then came his cloak, a hooded black fabric that boasted of being fireproof, slash-proof, and water-repellent while also being able to protect him from any electric attacks. On his hip lay a metallic bar, a single, well-hidden button allowing it to unfold into a scythe. Knives littered the rest of his body, both in pockets and well-secured inside straps. But the best part was the mask. It hid his face from view, the completely black matte design making it seem like he had no face to begin with, growing the Reaper look. He knew it was going to end up as his hero name, but he needed to get either Eraserhead or Nizu on his side first before that happened, as he didn't want to be arrested for being a vigilante. He put his mask on, making sure it fit snug and didn't feel like it would fall off with the first hit. Luckily, the strong magnets that were on the sides and top of his cloak's hood matched up with the ones on his mask and it snapped into place. Initiate sequence R46. He ordered, delighted when his mask's screen lit up with information about those around him. The AI he wrote the code for spoke, her cool and steady voice reaching the comms he had added. "Hello, Reaper. What would you like me to do?" Izuku hummed, looking around the room at the other students who were all checking out their costumes and All Might, who was puffed up and trying to look important. Snorting, he finally addressed the AI, record and detect. Persons of interest, All Might and Katsuki Bakugo. He was thankful that his mask silenced his voice. It wouldn't be good to have either male knowing that he was recording their actions. As it was, All Might was glaring at him, his shadowed piercing blue eyes filled with fury as they took in Izuku and his costume. Keeping the mute on, Izuku delivered a new order to his AI, protocol, Rat God. A beep of confirmation settled Izuku's gut, knowing that he was now live streaming his sight to the principal himself. Out of the corner of his eye, a small pop-up window appeared on his screen. "Oh good. Nizu's watching," he thought before beginning to pay attention to the now speaking All Might. "Today we are doing battle trials." But Might boomed as he pulled note cards out of his pocket. Izuku listened as the rules were relayed to his classmates, each of them asking questions and overwhelming the hero. "Not to worry, children. I'm sure each of you will do your utmost best and work with your partners to take down the opposition." As he said this, Izuku noted the way All Might's eyes flickered back to Izuku, how his smile dimmed slightly before returning to full force. "Each of you come and draw a ball. The number is your team while the color is green for hero or red for villain," he explained. Izuku waited until everyone had gotten their ball before moving to grab his own. He was even more happy that he was recording when All Might leaned down, his large fist covering his mouth. "I don't know how you got into the hero course, but if you even think about using your quirk today, I will have you arrested for villainy." Izuku rolled his eyes, pressing the button that unmuted him. "I'm better than that, Toshinori Yagi. I've gone years without using my quirk, someone as simple as you wouldn't understand." He backed away quickly, a small smirk forming at the look of horror on the man's face. He had found that little tidbit a few weeks after his first meeting with All Might, having spent countless hours searching for information on the man in a rage-induced frenzy. Izuku glanced down at the ball tucked within his clenched fingers. "Who's got two?" he called out, relieved when Shinso stepped forward. "I guess we are a team, huh?" Izuku asked. Shinso nodded. "Sounds like." Silence befell them as All Might coughed into his hand. "Now that everyone has a team, let's see who will be against who." Izuku and Shinso waited patiently as All Might dug a hand into another box. He pulled out a ball, shouting loudly, "Team 5 will take on Team." He paused as he grabbed another ball. "Team 2. Izuku's eyes widened as he looked across the room at Bakugo, who was grinning wildly. "Sheet!" Izuku cursed, startling Shinso. "What's wrong?" he asked. Izuku watched as Bakugo and Ida left the room to prepare their scene before Shinso and Izuku followed and stopped outside the building's front door. Izuku nodded towards the building. "Bakugo hates my guts. He's going to try to come after me when we start. More than likely, he will leave Ida to guard the bomb in order to attack me, so what you need to do is get out of the way. Go find Ida and work your awesome quirk to win. That's probably the only way that Bakugo will stop attacking. He winced. At least, I hope he will. Shinso frowned but nodded. The plan was sound, but scary in the form of one of his classmates seemingly being violent towards his one friend. He huffed, fine, but you need to be careful. From the looks I saw earlier, All Might doesn't like you and I doubt he would come and stop the perf-quirked bully from pummeling your butt. Izuku winced again. You saw that, did you? Shinso nodded. Want to tell me what that was all about? Opening his mouth, Izuku was about to answer, but was instead interrupted by All Might himself yelling out that they could enter the building. I'll tell you later. Let's win this thing. They entered the building silently, creeping through while looking out for Bakugo. They listened as they traced Bakugo's rage breathing and stomping around. As he got closer, Izuku gave Shinso a shove. Get going. Up the stairs and keep out of sight of him. When Shinso hesitated, Izuku shoved him again. Go now before he sees you. Shinso scurried off, leaving the room fully at the exact moment that Bakugo entered through a doorway. Deku. Hello, Bakugo. How are you? Been beating up any kids for things they can't control lately? Izuku taunted as he prepared for the upcoming battle. Bakugo snarled, You deserved it, you piece of shit. You are nothing but a villain in the making. You should have died instead of Uncle Sashi. You killed him. How are you not in jail for that? Izuku frowned. I had proof he was attacking me, and my quirk use was seen as self-defense. But you wouldn't know anything about that, would you? Besides, I've made peace with what I did. Again, Bakugo snarled, his quirk popping off in his hands. Liar. Uncle Sashi was a good guy who had to deal with your villainous quirk. With that last word, Bakugo pounced, fists of explosions aimed straight for Izuku, who dodged. He tucked and rolled, jumping back to his feet and spinning to face the blonde again. Pitiful. I would have thought you would get better at fighting with all these years. He turned and ran, leading Bakugo further into the building and away from the set of stairs that Shinso had gone up. Come back here, Bakugo roared, his explosions taking a sharp incline. Izuku turned a corner, barely being able to avoid Bakugo, who was flying towards him using his quirk. Stop running, Bakugo ordered. Izuku growled, No thanks, Kaken, I would rather my old bully not get a hold of me again. Izuku kept running, twisting and turning around corners until he burst into a narrow room. Sheet. He cursed. He had just cornered himself in a room with no exit. He faced the hallway, watching silently as Bakugo stalked inside. Izuku pressed the button on his earbud. Hey Shinso? How's it going, bud? Slight static filled his ear before Shinso's low voice answered, I found Ida, but I'm not sure what to do to get to the bomb. Any ideas? Izuku grinned, his eyes still trailed on Bakugo's advancing form. Use your quirk. Duh. He jumped to the side as Bakugo launched himself, narrowly missing blistering fingers. He tried to run, to make it to the hallway and back out of the room, but a tight grip on the back of his neck stopped him before throwing him into the wall. I'm going to enjoy beating you down. You don't deserve to be here at you. This was supposed to be my origin story. Bakugo spat. Izuku sighed, You haven't changed a bit. Once a bully, always a bully. He bared his teeth. I pity you. Bakugo's eyes narrowed as his hands found purchase on his gauntlets. I kept everything the same, you know. From the designs we did as kids. Which means you know exactly what these do. Izuku froze. He had been making Bakugo sweat for the entire battle trial, sweat which was now gathered in the cannons strapped to the blonde's wrists. Bakugo! Don't shoot. You'll kill him. All Might called through their comms. He won't die if he dodges. Bakugo grinned as he pulled the pin. Izuku, having nowhere to go, braced himself. He felt the blast hit him head-on, the flames somehow burning through his costume and skin. He felt the way the wall he was thrown against gave under the pure pressure that his body and the explosion held. He felt himself fall, cries of fear and surprise echoing in his calm and around him. But he did not feel the way his body hit the ground. Nizu knew he was a genius. His high-specs quirk allowed him to understand and process things faster and easier than anyone else. He had never thought someone could hack into his system without it alerting him, but yet, someone did. He noticed the pop-up on his screen, inviting him to share video access to something. And like the curious being he was, he accepted it. So imagine his surprise to find out that the feed was coming straight from none other than Izuku Midoriya's hero costume visor. Nizu's eyes narrowed as his newest teacher started the class instructions. Instead of doing basic costume critique, All Might was performing unapproved battle trials with first years during their third day. Nizu picked up his phone, calling the man whom he trusted most. "Come to my office and get me. We need to speak with our newest co-worker," he informed, hanging up after the acknowledging grunt. He continued to watch the feed, growing increasingly annoyed when the blonde idiot leaned down to the boy, whispering awful words in his ears. "I don't know how you got into the hero course, but if you even think about using your quirk today, I will have you arrested for villainy." He could hear the anger in Izuku's voice as he answered back. "I'm better than that, Toshinori Yagi. I've gone years without using my quirk, someone as simple as you wouldn't understand." The boy knows Yagi's name. Nizu thought, giddy with excitement. He pressed the button, allowing Aizawa to enter his office. "What's going on with that blonde idiot's class?" he growled. Nizu grinned, tight and full of anger. Seems he decided that battle trials were appropriate for a first-year's class. Aizawa's eyes grew angry. "That dumbass?" Nizu nodded. "Yes, and if it weren't for Mr. Midoriya, I wouldn't even know about it." Aizawa frowned. "Midoriya should be in class." "How did he let you know?" Nizu giggled. "He hacked me, of course." Groaning, Aizawa rubbed his eyes. "Be easy on him. If he doesn't want to be your student, don't force him." Nizu grinned. "Oh, don't worry about that, Aizawa. Now, we should go before anything happens." Nizu climbed up on the man's shoulders, a tablet allowing the two of them to watch everything from the point of view of their student. They nearly froze as Midoriya explained to Shinso what he suspected Bakugo would do to him. Midoriya's voice came in clear. "Hello, Bakugo. How are you? Been beating up any kids for things they can't control lately?" Aizawa cursed, moving faster without unsettling Nizu, who had moved to sit in the folds of his scarf. "You FNG deserved it, you piece of shit. You are nothing but a villain in the making. You should have died instead of Uncle Sashi. You killed him. How are you not in jail for that?" The adults waited, listening as Izuku answered. "I had proof he was attacking me and my quirk use was seen as self-defense. But you wouldn't know anything about that, would you? Besides, I've made peace with what I did." They had just reached the door of the room just as All Might yelled, "Bakugo! Don't shoot. You'll kill him," and heard the answering cry of, "He won't die if he dodges," from Bakugo when a thundering explosion went off. Nizu jumped, grabbing the speaker system from All Might. "All Might, go gather Bakugo and take him to the infirmary. We will discuss your actions later." Aizawa hissed, making Nizu glance over at the cameras to see Shinso running towards the broken body of Midoriya. "Aizawa, let's go," he ordered as he jumped back onto the man's shoulders, holding on tightly as Aizawa raced out of the room. They reached Midoriya and Shinso within a few minutes, but as Aizawa moved to check Midoriya's pulse, Nizu knew it was too late. The boy was dead. "Damn it, Midoriya. Breathe." Aizawa screamed as he started chest compressions. Nizu hopped over to the advancing recovery girl, guiding her back towards his student. His nose twitched as he sensed someone looking at him, someone he could not see in return. Nizu shrugged off the feeling, more worried about Midoriya than some random person who looked at him. They had just reached Midoriya's body again when the boy gasped and began breathing again. The four surrounding him watched with shock as Midoriya's injuries started to heal, the broken bones rearranging and gashing wounds closing up until there was nothing left for Recovery Girl to heal. "How curious. Why do you hate All Might so much?" "All Might saved me from a sludge villain, then tried to leave me there. I got tangled up in some rope that was wrapped around his leg, and when he flew off, I was dragged along. He landed on a rooftop and then had the audacity to scold me for grabbing onto him. Like it was my choice for rope to be attaching me to him. I asked him if I could be a hero with a dangerous quirk, and he told me no, and in his words exactly, someone with a villainous quirk would never become a hero. I had just been attacked by a villain, and he did nothing but tell me that I was fighting a losing battle. He didn't ask for my name, he didn't get any emergency services for me and then left me on a roof with only the quick way down. If it wasn't for my brother Dabi coming and picking the lock on the roof door, I would be dead. Niza listened as Izuku Midoriya told Hitoshi Shinso why he hates All Might. The boy had only been awake for an hour before Shinso had burst into the infirmary, worried about his friend. Nizu watched as Shinso was shown the countless scars that decorated the white-haired boy's body. And with each story that came with a scar, Nizu's anger grew. Humans were loud, angry people who didn't care about anyone but themselves, and Midoriya's past proved it. He typed furiously after hearing about the abuse and bullying that Midoriya had gone through while in elementary school, something that Nizu was sure hadn't been properly reported on either of the boys' schooling records. Sure enough, Bakugo's history was nothing but praises, recommendations and glowing reviews, while Izuku's small file was filled with detentions, instances of fighting and countless tales of being a disruptive and inattentive student. Nizu frowned as he easily made his way into their joint elementary school's security system, thankful that the school hadn't deleted the footage ages ago. He kept watching both screens, one showing the torture that younger Midoriya was going through every day while the other showed current Midoriya still speaking with Shinso. He was focused on the past when a single sentence made him whip his head around, his beady eyes staring in shock. "I died today." He and Shinso both gaped at Midoriya. Calculations fluttered around in his head before Midoriya spoke again. "I died, Bakugo killed me. I remember being hit with the blast and going through the wall. All before I was suddenly standing over my own body, watching as Aizawa-sensei tried to pump my heart and bring me back. And he would have failed if I hadn't decided to come back." Shinso hissed. "Midoriya wadash," the boy waved. "My quirk, it isn't what everyone thinks it is. I mean it is, but it isn't. There's another part to it. If I touch something that is already dead with all 5 fingers, they are reanimated and live again, even healing any wounds, not just those that were part of their death. I know that as I've healed cats that died of starvation, bringing them back to near perfect health. I stood over my own body and watched as Aizawa-sensei tried and failed multiple times to bring me back, but I didn't breathe again until I touched my own body." Nizu froze. A quirk of this nature, one that had not only the ability to kill, but to also revive, would have been highly sought after by both heroes and villains. But nowhere on his quirk records did it say anything other than the death part, meaning that Midoriya never went to a quirk counselor to update his records. He also knew that if the good detective had known what his young charge could do, the boy would have never been allowed to live alone for so long before being joined by his brother and sister. Midoriya also would not be off living somewhere that Tsukachi didn't know, had never even seen before. Izuku Midoriya would have been placed under protective custody years ago. He grinned as his brain finally finished the calculations they were performing. Seems like Izuku Midoriya had quite a lifestyle. Child, brother, analyst, detective, student. Vigilante. Specifically the vigilante known as Reaper. How very curious indeed. Izuku stared at the large swarm of reporters and cameras that were crowded around the front gate of U, each of them trying to get a scoop involving All Might and the fact that he was now a teacher there. He sneered as one reporter put their hands on Shinso before dragging him into the masses. Izuku stormed over to the group, his voice loud and angry. "What in the hell do you think you are doing? How dare you put your hands on anyone, let alone a student? I could have you arrested for that." The reporters went silent, each of them staring wide-eyed at the white-haired boy. "Who are you?" the reporter who dragged Shinso asked. Izuku smirked. "I am also a student of UA, but unlike Shinso there, I have a detective's license as well as several police officers and the chief of police on speed dial. Clear out now before I call them to arrest you all for harassment, questioning a minor without their approval or the approval of their guardians, and for you, assault of a minor." His words echoed slightly, and for a brief moment, Izuku wondered if he would actually need to call the police. But it ended up not being necessary as the crowd parted, allowing Shinso and other students who had been caught up in the mass to finally enter the school gates. He glared at the reporters. "Make sure you don't stop other students from getting to school. I'll know if you do." He walked away, ignoring the shouts from them as the gate clanged shut. He stormed up to the school, nearly missing the two teachers standing in front of him. "Midoriya," Aizawa called, his hands secured in his pockets. Izuku looked up. "Yes, sir?" Aizawa sighed. "Did they hurt either of you?" Izuku frowned, glancing at Shinso, who was silent next to him. "One of them dragged Shinso into the crowd, but I didn't see any marks. They didn't touch me." Aizawa frowned, staring at Shinso. "And you, Shinso? Did they hurt you any?" Shinso, staying silent, shook his head, earning a jerky nod from their teacher. Mike had been silent, but he took the chance to speak. "Good job, little listener. Principal Nizu had sent us down when he saw that you guys were getting corralled, but you handled that like a pro." Izuku nodded. "Thank you, sensei. I was worried they would hurt Shinso, but they didn't get the chance. I did threaten to call my coworkers on them if they stopped anyone else from entering the school, but I don't know if they will listen to me." Mike sensei waved him off. "Don't worry about that, little listener, we've got it all from here. You just go and enjoy your school day." Izuku nodded, dragging Shinso along with him as he walked away, completely missing the looks his two teachers shared. Morning classes went by quickly, and soon enough Izuku forgot all about the reporters that were still surrounding the gates. He and Shinso stuck close by each other, sharing stupid memes amidst their notes, eliciting glares from Bakugo that they both ignored. He wouldn't dare do something in front of their teachers, especially now that he was on his last chance with both Nizu and Aizawa-sensei. In a way, it made Izuku feel safe within the school, which wasn't something he was used to feeling. Shinso and Izuku jumped up as the bell rang for lunch, grabbing their bags with ease. They easily beat the rush to the cafeteria, making them one of the first people in lunch rush's line before finding a table hidden away in the corner. Halfway through their meals, Izuku remembered something important. "Oh shit. I forgot I wanted to talk to Aizawa-sensei about something. He should be in the teacher's lounge. Do you want to come with me?" Shinso stared at him for a moment before shrugging. "Sure, why not?" He followed Izuku to dump their trash before they made their way out into the rest of the school, navigating the nearly empty hallways in order to reach the lounge. Unfortunately, a few doors down from their destination, both Izuku and Shinso jumped as an alarm blared, sending both of them to their knees at the fright it gave them. They missed the teachers emptying the room while the alarm blared, leading them to continue to the teacher's lounge door, which was still open. "Who the F are you?" Izuku growled, his stance spread for a fight at the person inside. Shinso stared at the man inside, taking in his appearance. The man looked only a few years older than them, with stringy bluish-white hair that drowned his eyes, his lanky form clothed in a black long-sleeve shirt that hung off his body and a pair of gray sweats that were covered in what Shinso hoped were coffee stains. He stood next to a deep purple hole, the edges circling the inky blackness within. The man stared back at them, a wide grin stretched across his face. "Oh, what is this? A couple of NPCs to fight?" Izuku growled. "I won't ask again. Who are you?" The intruder seemed to ponder his answer for a moment before speaking again, a low mutter barely reaching the two students. "Yes. NPCs only have specific lines. Maybe I have to answer to find what I'm looking for." He tilted his head. "I am Shigaraki. Maybe you NPCs would be able to provide me with the information I seek." "I need dash." He was interrupted by a voice coming from the black hole. "Master Shigaraki. We must be leaving now." Shigaraki scoffed. "But I haven't gotten my information yet." He turned to face Izuku again when a slip of paper caught his eyes. "Oh, there it is." He picked it up gingerly, using only a few fingers. Izuku noted that he was careful not to touch all 5 fingers to the paper. He grinned. "Okay, now I'm ready to go." He threw a look over his shoulder at Izuku and Shinso. "See you soon, little heroes," he called before retreating into the black hole and disappearing from sight. Izuku crumpled to the floor, the adrenaline exiting his body with a speed he didn't even know it had. "Shinso, are you okay?" Shinso gawked at him. "Am I okay?" "Midoriya, you actually spoke to him." Izuku shrugged. "It wasn't that bad. I talk to the criminals all the time at work." He jerked as someone slammed into the doorway, relaxing at the sight of Aizawa-sensei. "What are you two doing in here?" the hero asked. Izuku stood straight, steeling his shoulders. We came here to speak to you and got distracted by the alarms. When we arrived in the room, there was a man standing at your desk with a black hole behind him. His name was Shigaraki and called us NPCs before he asked if we were there to give him the information he was searching for. The black hole spoke, meaning it was a person's quirk, telling him they had to leave. Shigaraki threw a small fit about not getting his info yet before picking up a piece of paper from your desk. He then told us he'd see us soon before leaving out through the black hole. Aizawa grew increasingly agitated as Izuku spoke, ignoring the other teachers who had filed in behind him during that time. Did you get any info on what the paper said? He asked as he shifted the piles on his desk. Izuku shook his head. No, sir. And he took it with him. Aizawa frowned. He took the schedule for this week. He glanced at the other teachers. All Might left it on the floor, and I grabbed it to give to him later. Nizu, who had plopped down from a vent, nodded. I see. Izuku began to mumble. He wouldn't be stupid enough to attack the school directly, probably would wait until we were off campus or far enough away from the main building. He looked up at Aizawa. Are we going anywhere this week? Aizawa grunted an affirmative. Yes, the USJ on Thursday. Izuku nodded, before returning to his mumbling. If I remember the map correctly, it's far enough away to keep any help from reaching us quick enough. But then that begs the question of how the other teachers wouldn't know about the attack. The building probably has some sort of security on it. Unless Shigaraki has a way of blocking the signal, either by quirk or device. Need to call Tsukachi. He was so deep in his own mind, he didn't see the way Shinso stared or how Aizawa and the teachers gained fear and curiosity in their features or even the way Nizu's grin widened. No, he only saw the path in front of him, leading him through his own thoughts. Nizu, is there any way to get more heroes to be at the USJ on Thursday? I suspect the plan was only Aizawa-sensei, 13-sensei and All Might, but we both know that All Might will be an idiot and waste his time before he even arrives at the school. He could hear gas. You know about All Might's time limit? Mike-sensei asked. Izuku shrugged. The man isn't really secretive about where he poofs. I use the cameras a lot for work. I figured him out nearly a month after I got that job. Not to mention, he poofed in front of me a year ago. Nizu coughed. Is that what brought up the conversation you both had before the battle trials? Izuku twitched slightly, sort of. I know you were watching the cameras when I explained to Shinso, but for the rest of the group, he is severely quirk discriminative and seems to think the quirk makes the person either a hero or a villain. Unfortunately, I'm a villain in his eyes. He heard someone scoff, but didn't look, instead choosing to keep his eyes on Nizu, who was thinking. I agree, Midoriya. I will see what I can do. In the meantime, do try to keep this to yourselves. It wouldn't do to have the other students aware of the possible danger and freak out. Izuku sniffed. I wouldn't tell them anything. I know better than that. He sighed. Anyways, Aizawa-sensei, if I may ask you a question? The man nodded. How do I go about booking a gym? Aizawa frowned. What would you be doing in the gym? Izuku blinked. Just working out. It's not like I can practice my quirk. Aizawa sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Fair enough. Normally, you would go to the school's website and log in with your student ID to book a gym based on your needs, although any quirk use also needs a teacher to approve it and monitor any usage as well. Izuku nodded. Yes, sir. I will do that then. Thank you. He turned to Shinso. We should get back to the classroom. Shinso, still in a minorly shocked state, huffed before following his friend out of the room. What just happened? He finally asked. Izuku paused. We just witnessed an intruder steal valuable information on the students and their classes before disappearing in a quirk-made portal. We should probably plan on some contingencies for the attack. Shinso gulped. What do you have in mind? That night, Izuku found himself on patrol, searching for any information on Shigaraki and his plans. He had already been out for 3 hours before Eraserhead had found him, but the hero didn't stop him, instead, choosing to join him on patrol. They were silent as they flew over rooftops. Eraserhead focused on Reaper and Reaper focused on figuring out what Shigaraki was up to. They took down criminals along the way, Reapers scattering to the tops of buildings any time the police met up with them. 2 hours later and Eraserhead finally broke the silence. What's going on in your mind, Reaper? Izuku shrugged. I don't know. I feel as if something big is about to happen, but unlike that one time a few years ago, this one is definitely bad. It's also way too quiet tonight. There's only been a few criminals and it's not anywhere near the normal levels of activity. He answered. He didn't think the man even suspected that he made it into UA and he wanted to keep it that way for a bit longer. But he did bring up the break-in. I heard there was a break-in at UA today. He said simply. Eraserhead grunted. DMN reporters broke through the front gate. He side-eyed Reaper. Do me a favor? If you hear anything about a guy named Shigaraki, let me know. 2 of my students found him in the teacher's lounge today searching for information. I believe he got it. I need to know his plan. Izuku nodded. Will do, Eraser. You should get home. Your patrol ended a while ago. I'll return home in a bit myself. The hero nodded before leaving the rooftop, allowing Izuku to watch as his figure faded away into the night. Once he was sure that the man was gone, Izuku changed buildings, fleeing away to be closer to his home. He stopped a few more criminals, calling them in to the police as he went, nearly making it back home before the feeling of being watched made him freeze. Who's out there? He called, looking around suspiciously. A minuscule movement in the shadows caught his eyes and he turned fully towards it. Don't panic. I mean you no harm. The figure stepped into the light. I need your help. Izuku's eyes widened at the sight of the person in front of him. He recognized the boy with red leather wings and a plump figure. But unlike Izuku himself, this boy was just that, a boy. Which wouldn't be possible if he were still alive. Tsubasa! Izuku gasped, startling both himself and the ghost. How do you know my name? Tsubasa asked. Izuku glanced around, searching for anyone else that may be hidden before removing his mask. Izuku! Tsubasa's eyes went wide at the sight of Izuku's face. Your Reaper? Izuku nodded. Yeah. Turns out my quirk does a lot more than even I knew about. But that doesn't really matter. Last I checked, you were alive. What happened? Tsubasa growled, his eyes pinching together. My grandfather. He's a villain and working with an even bigger villain. He took me from school by saying that we were going to spend the day together, got me ice cream, and I passed out after eating it. When I woke up, I was strapped to an operating table, and he was standing over me. Tsubasa closed his eyes. Next thing I knew, I was standing over my own body while my grandfather experimented on it. Izuku hissed, I'm sorry, Tsubasa, I can't imagine what that must be like. He truly didn't know what to say. Sure, Tsubasa had been his friend, but that was only until his quirk came in and then he turned just like Bakugo. To hear that the old man who all the kids in the neighborhood went to for anything quirk-related was a villain and had killed his own grandson, well, that was something that Izuku could never imagine. He coughed and wet his lips. So, what made you leave to find Reaper? He asked. Tsubasa winced before looking around wildly, almost as if someone was watching them. There's an attack coming. The man my grandfather works for, he's dangerous. He has this successor who acts like a child when he doesn't get his way. The dude's seriously dangerous too. His quirk, it would give me the chills if I could get those still, and whatever he touches with all 5 fingers crumbles to dust. But he's planning on attacking UA. All color drains from Izuku's face at Tsubasa's words. They're going to attack UA? When? He cried. Tsubasa shook with fear. Thursday. I don't know where exactly, but Izuku, they've got a creature, it's big and powerful. The boss man and my grandfather created it out of a person, just like they did to my own body, called it a Nomu. It's a monster. The man, I heard him say he put multiple quirks into it and it will only listen to Shigaraki. Izuku hisses at the name. Shigaraki? Are you sure? Tsubasa nods. Growling, Izuku curses and runs a hand over his face. Is there anything else you can tell me? Tsubasa thinks for a moment before snapping. The warper, Kurogyri, he's a Nomu. I don't know who he used to be, but I heard them all talking about how Kurogyri was the only high-end Nomu, and that they had kept trying to recreate the effect, but nothing was working. From what I can find, All the other Nomu can't think for themselves or speak, something about their brains being mush. But Kurogiri can not only speak, he can also make decisions for himself as long as they are in line with Shigaraki's orders or keep him safe. They think it was because the base person survived the experimenting, since he was the only one able to do so. Izuku closed his eyes. The warp villain was actually a victim and was being forced into his actions. Shigaraki was the leader, but also being led by someone more deadly and dangerous, and Dr. Tsubasa, who everyone in the neighborhood knew and trusted, was a villain in disguise. He sighed heavily. Thanks for telling me, Tsubasa. Are you willing to keep an eye on them for me? I got into UA myself, so you can find me there, and I'll probably patrol tomorrow night as well. Tsubasa nodded. Yeah, I can do that. He paused, his fingers tangling in themselves. Also, I wanted to apologize. I was a brat when we were little. I hurt you and you didn't deserve that. I am so sorry. The ghost bowed, his wings pulled tight into his form. Izuku's shoulders dropped. Dude, stand up. I accept your apology, but you didn't really need to. We were all kids. The teachers should have taught us acceptance instead of hatred. I only blame them. Tsubasa grinned. Thanks, Izuku. Also, call me Akero, it's my first name after all. Izuku nodded. See you soon, Akero. He watched as his old friend left the rooftop, flying away over the city silently. He had a lot to think about, but one thing he did know was that he needed to tell Eraserhead what he had found out. He pulled out his phone, pressing on the contact for the hero. It rang twice before a gruff voice answered. Whoever this is, it had better be important. Izuku chuckled before speaking. It is Eraser Dad. There was a brief moment of silence before he heard, Reaper? Izuku sighed. Yeah, it's me. I found out something you should know. One of my birdies came to me with some information about your intruder. Shigaraki is the face of a villain group with a big bad in the shadows behind him. I don't know the big bad's name, but whoever he is, he's powerful and dangerous. Shigaraki and his shadow are planning on attacking UA on Thursday with a bioengineered creature that they call a Nomu. It's a person who was experimented on continuously and has no control over itself. Also, the shadow, he's a warper, but apparently he's also a Nomu himself. From what I was told, he's the only person to survive the experimentation process. Eraserhead hissed, How reliable is your source? Izuku grimaced, Very. Let's call him a fly on the wall. They don't know he's listening and they won't ever find out that he is. Eraserhead huffed. His quirk. Biting his lip, Izuku sighed. No, unfortunately it's not. There was a moment before Eraserhead spoke again. If it's not his quirk, then how can you be sure that he's not going to get caught? Izuku drew a sharp breath before throwing caution to the wind. Because it's part of mine. My birdie is dead. I can see ghosts. That's why you laughed when you found out that the police named you Reaper, isn't it? He heard Eraserhead ask. Izuku chuckled, partially. The rest of my quirk fits really well too. He shook his head. Don't ask any more questions about my quirk. You won't know unless I decide to tell you in person. Besides, you have bigger problems. You need to tell the other teachers at UA about what I found out. He listened closely as the sound of rustling sheets broke the silence. I'll make sure to tell Nizu in the morning. In the meantime, thank you for telling me. Please get home safe and text me when you do so I know that you weren't found out. Izuku sighed. Fine, I was already headed home when my birdie found me. Good night, Eraser. He listened as the hero returned the wishes before hanging up. He worried about what would happen the day after next, but there was nothing he could do about it without exposing himself as a vigilante. He suspected that Tsukachi knew he was Reaper, and honestly, Nizu probably figured it out too, but that didn't mean he was safe from being arrested and losing his chance at a proper license. He had to think long and hard about what his next step would be. He hopped a few more roofs before landing on his own, an unlocked access door allowing him inside. He wasn't surprised to see his siblings still awake on the couch, both of them knowing about what had happened at school and wondering if he would find any new information while on patrol. Izuku quickly sent a text to Eraserhead before telling them exactly what he learned, the three of them making short plans then crashing for the night in their own beds, their minds filled with worry for what Thursday would bring. It was only by a slight miracle that the frigid liquid didn't go into his lungs when he hit the water, even if it did shoot into his nose with the force of the fall. Izuku opened his eyes, the burning sensation nearly making him close them again, but the sight of the villains swimming towards him made it easier. Kicking off of a shark-headed villain, Izuku pushed himself towards the surface. He tensed as a tongue wrapped around his waist, nearly fighting it until he realized it was Azui, the frog-quirked girl from his class. "Has the exercise already started?" Kirishima asked, pointing down towards the center. Izuku watched as Aizawa-sensei turned, his hand going towards his scarf. "No. Those are villains. 13, get the kids out of here." Izuku raced to Eraserhead's side. "You can't fight them all by yourself." Eraserhead smirked. "It'll be okay, Midoriya. I'm not a one-trick pony." With that, the hero leapt off the platform, soaring down the stairs towards the group of villains that were still streaming in through the portals. Izuku growled at the man, "Not what I meant." He turned to face the class. "Ida, go through the doors and get help. We can't fight them all by ourselves and you're the fastest one here." Ida paused before nodding, his engines revving as he raced out the closing doors. He watched Ida leave, missing the fact that the Warp Gate villain had joined them, opening his portals and dropping the class into different areas. He shook his hair, the white strands having held a shocking amount of water from his impromptu swim. "Thanks, Azui." He coughed. She nodded. "Call me Tsu." She told him as she turned to the other kid. "What do we do now?" Shinso asked, his normally gravity-defying hair hanging down to lay flat against his neck. Seems like he had taken a swim as well. Izuku glanced over the edge of the ship they were on, hissing at the sight of the villains waiting in the water. "We remember the plan. But first, we need to find a way off the ship without them killing us." Izuku offered, knowing that even if someone did die, he would be able to revive them. Shinso snorted. "Good idea, still not a good plan." He rolled his eyes. "Fine then, we can change the plan slightly. How many can you catch in your quirk?" Shinso frowned. "I don't know, like 3 I think? I've never tried to do more than that." Izuku hummed. "I guess we will have to experiment then." "Tsu, how far can you jump?" She tapped her chin with a finger. "Not all the way, but I can swim the last little bit." Izuku nodded. "Okay then, Shinso, try to get as many as possible then make them fight each other. Tsu, when he orders them to attack each other, grab both of us and jump as far as you can. We can make more of a plan once we are on the shore." Tsu tensed, her long tongue wrapping around both boys in preparation. Shinso grimaced as he faced the water, his voice loudly echoing in the space. "Hey, you guys are idiots. Didn't you know that?" He taunted, angering more than he thought he would. His quirk caught almost half of the villains, a piercing pain shooting through his head as he gave the orders. "Attack each other." Izuku felt his soul leave his body as Tsu jumped, taking him and Shinso with her through the air. They landed in the water again, though thankfully, it was shallow and they didn't go completely under the surface. Izuku led the other two through the water until they reached the shore, stopping as he peered through the bushes. "You know, Eraserhead, you have an obvious tell to when your quirk is activated. It's hidden to those that aren't searching, but unfortunately for you, I was. Granted, it took me a moment what with all your jumping around, but in the end, I succeeded," Shigaraki stated as he grabbed onto the hero's elbow. A few seconds later, Izuku watched as Eraserhead's quirk ended, allowing Shigaraki's own to cause the man's skin to flake and crumble. Eraserhead kicked and jumped away, putting distance between the two. Shigaraki growled, "Nomu, kill Eraserhead." Izuku didn't think about his new plan as he raced out into the courtyard, placing himself between the hulking beast and his teacher, just like his plan from before, always putting himself in the middle. Eraserhead hissed, "Midoriya, get out of here." Izuku shook his head. "No, sensei. You're injured and I'm not." He eyed the beast who had stopped at Shigaraki's raised hand. My player, is this a continuation?" the villain asked. Izuku sneered. "Maybe for me. You on the other hand, you should leave." He watched with wide eyes as the Warp Gate villain formed next to Shigaraki. "Is 13 dead?" Shigaraki asked. The Warp Gate bowed, They are incapacitated, but one of the students managed to slip away and out of the building. Heroes will be coming soon. Shigaraki cursed, stomping his foot like a toddler. Didn't Kurogiri, if you weren't our way out of here, I'd destroy you. Izuku stared at the villain named Kurogiri, willing his brain to explain what he was seeing. There, beneath all the purplish-black smoke, was the body of Oboro Shirakumo, the ghost that had been following Aizawa around on his patrols. What are you staring at, player 2? Shigaraki's voice cut through the fog lacing Izuku's brain. He startled, directing his attention back at the villain. Nothing, just didn't expect your right-hand man to be a Nomu too. Shigaraki frowned. How do you know that? He doesn't act like that brain-dead one. Izuku shrugged, part of my quirk that I didn't know about. Shigaraki's fist clenched. What is your quirk? Izuku shook his head, angering the man further. Fine. Don't tell me. And you. Izuku braced for impact, but when nothing happened he whirled, realizing the Nomu was atop his teacher. Sensei! He cried. Shigaraki laughed. Tell me your quirk or my Nomu will kill him. Izuku growled, ignoring the villain's words. Instead, he ran full tilt at the Nomu, biting his own gloves off as he leapt onto its back. He slapped the exposed brain, relieved when it froze before dropping backwards, leaving Izuku to scramble to keep from being crushed under it. Get up, Nomu! Nomu! Why aren't you listening, you stupid creature? Shigaraki whined. It's dead. Izuku hissed, placing himself between Shigaraki and Eraserhead. He could feel his energy dwindle. He was close to collapse. The villain voiced his confusion, prompting Izuku to further explain himself. It's dead, I killed it with my quirk. It will not get back up no matter how much you whine and shout. Shigaraki freaked out. Cheater! You cheat! You weren't supposed to be able to defeat my Nomu. Izuku snorted, shrugging. Call me what you want, but just remember that you were the one who came up in here to kill a pro hero and didn't properly figure out who all you were going up against. Then, you made it worse by attacking my class and my teacher. Shigaraki stomped his foot again. I'm gonna kill you! He shouted as he leapt forward. Izuku braced himself again, his uncovered hand stretched out before him. Kurogiri moved then, stopping Shigaraki's advancement and bringing him back to his side. Master Tamura, we should leave and try again another day. Shigaraki scoffed, eyeing the still form of the pro hero that Izuku was attempting to protect. Fine, at least we managed to kill someone. He grinned, taking in Izuku's look of fear. See you later, player dash. He was cut off as shots rang down from the front of the building, announcing the arrival of the rest of the heroes. 2 shots found purchase in Shigaraki's hands, the other one making its home deep inside the villain's leg before Kurogiri warped the 2 away. Izuku turned back to Eraserhead, his eyes filling with tears at the sight of Aizawa-sensei's ghost staring down at his own body. I'm sorry, sensei. I wasn't fast enough. But don't panic, I can fix it. Just need to use my quirk. Izuku said, looking directly into the man's eyes. Midoriya, what are you talking about? Aizawa asks. Don't worry about that, sensei, you probably won't remember this anyways. Not many do. He walked over to his teacher's body, placing his still unloved hand against the bare skin of the man's arm, activating his quirk. He grinned softly as breath was exhaled, the previously decayed skin and muscle knitting itself back together. It wasn't perfect, the skin now sporting a silvery scar shaped like a handprint, the only evidence of what had happened. Izuku stood, his body swaying with exhaustion. He could barely tell that someone was coming up next to him, but the sight of yellow reassured him that they were safe. The scene coupled with the low voice of Mike-sensei worked together to further extinguish the tension and adrenaline within him, causing him to collapse. The last thing he heard was Mike-sensei telling him that they were safe now before darkness enveloped his mind and he knew no more. He woke to banter between Tsukachi and Nizu, neither having realized that he was now awake. He listened silently as the duo bickered about All Might, each of them angry at the number 1 hero for not showing up to the USJ for his class nor when the class was attacked. Izuku coughed. He ran out of time again, didn't he? He watched as the 2 twirled, each of them with looks of relief on their faces at the fact that he was awake. Izuku! Tsukachi cried, Thank goodness you are okay. I've already called your siblings, they will be here as soon as Dabi's shift at the warehouse is over. Izuku nodded slightly, his head sharp with pain. Nizu noticed his grimace and reached over to press the nurse's button. I can see you're in pain. How about we wait until they come in and give you something for it before we continue? He stated. Izuku knew he wasn't asking but telling, sighing as he realized that his secrets were about to be revealed. The nurse checked on him quickly, easily giving him a few pain pills to down before leaving with a promise to check on him in a few hours. The room was silent for a moment before Tsukachi spoke. I need to get your statement on the USJ before we can do anything else. He informed Izuku, who nodded solemnly. He went through the motions, answering all of the detective's questions and telling both adults about everything that had happened inside the USJ before Tsukachi sighed, turning off his recorder. Why didn't you tell us? Tsukachi asked, his arms crossed over his chest. Izuku could see the look of concern the man wore. Izuku looked down at his twisting fingers. He knew to what the man was referring. I didn't want to put anyone in danger. It was already dangerous enough with the death part being out in the open. Can you imagine what would happen if a villain found out that I could also make people live again? That I could heal them as well? I would have been taken. I would have tried my best to deny them my quirk, but what if they took you? What if they took Aizawa? What about Dabi or Himiko? I care about all of you so much, I wouldn't have been able to say no for long if any of you had been taken as well. Tsukachi sighed. I understand that, kiddo, I really do. I suspected as much when you didn't come to speak to me after Aizawa saw you use your quirk on that woman in the alley. So I decided to keep quiet and let you come to me instead. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Does Dabi and Himiko know about your nighttime activities? Izuku chuckled, wiping a stray tear from his cheek. Yeah, I saved Dabi from his death one night as Reaper. He and Himiko had tried to get her blood to drink, and it ended with Dabi dead and Himiko crying. I knew I could help, so I did, but once I heard their stories, I sorta... Tsukachi laughed. You adopted them. He paused. Holy shit. A few years ago, a week or so before you brought your siblings to me, Aizawa brought in 6 men who had been threatening a young woman. They were talking about having just killed a guy. That guy was Dabi, wasn't he? Izuku nodded. I was there helping Aizawa when I heard Dabi's ghost yelling shit at them. I followed him back to his body and used my quirk to make him live again. Nizu spoke then, his ears twitching. So your quirk is trifold. You can touch someone with all 5 fingers and kill them, see their ghost and then touch them again and make them live. Izuku nodded. Yeah, and if they have any wounds it heals them as well. There were a few people I reanimated that had things like bad hearing or chronic pain from old injuries that I found out no longer bothered them. It works on anything living, person, animal, and plant. Tsukachi huffed. Now I understand why so many people were coming to the station with missing memories. Izuku nodded. Yeah, though for some reason, only Dabi ever remembered what happened to him as a ghost once he came back. I don't know why. Nizu clapped. Well, we might have to experiment then. He took in the expressions of horror on both faces in front of him. Only on willing people, of course. A beep sounded from deep inside Tsukachi's pocket. He pulled out his phone, frowning at the words displayed. Nizu, it seems Aizawa's awake. He is requesting the both of us. Nizu nodded before directing his attention back to Izuku. Please excuse us for a moment. I would like to ask you more questions later. Izuku sighed, expecting that kind of reaction. Yes, sir. Honestly, I'm happy you aren't expelling me and having me arrested. Nizu's grin weakened. Why would I do that? Izuku was confused. Because I am a vigilante? Nizu waved away the words. Nonsense. You never used your quirk other than that one time with the woman who was dead and you worked alongside Eraserhead. Besides, I would be remiss to let a talented student such as yourself be taken away from where you belong. Izuku was silent as both the detective and Nizu left, shutting the door behind them. That definitely could have gone worse. Shota didn't know where he went wrong in life to be ridden with so much death and pain. He didn't expect to lose his own parents when he was 8. Their deaths were gruesome, and he happened to be the one who found them. He was bounced around from foster home to foster home, finding no love in any of them until he was kicked out. He remained homeless until he was old enough to enter UA. Then, after a few weeks, Principal Nizu called him to his office, offering him somewhere safe to stay. Nizu had been the first good thing to happen to him since his parents died. And yes, he met Hisashi and Oboro, the loves of his life, but in second year, during work studies, a building had fallen on Oboro, crushing and killing him. He and Hisashi had been stricken with grief, each leaning on the other to pull through their despair. They had graduated, Hisashi becoming a limelight pro as Present Mike and himself going in the opposite direction as an underground barely known as Eraserhead except to those who often worked with him or as a ghost story criminals told other criminals. He also wasn't expecting to meet the kid vigilante several years later. Reaper was just that, a kid, but he still took on criminals and villains twice his size all without using his quirk. Shota had suspected at first that the vigilante didn't have a quirk, but then he saw the woman who he knew was dead breathe again. After talking with Reaper, he realized that the kid's quirk had to be stronger than what he had seen so far, and knowing just how dangerous it could get if villains found out, Shota decided to keep it quiet other than with the detective. So, when Reaper had called him not even an hour after he had fallen asleep, Shota knew that his information was important. He just wasn't expecting to find out that villains were planning on attacking his class at the USJ. Thankfully, Nizu had planned for the likelihood after Midoriya had analyzed his way through the event. Shota was supposed to have a small chip on his person that would send out continuous pulses to Nizu, and if the signal was blocked like Midoriya thought it would be, then Nizu would know immediately and send help. He had hoped that the kid was wrong, that all might would show for his class, that the villains wouldn't attack the kids under his watch, but unfortunately, his hopes were crushed when Kirishima asked if the exercise had started, directing his attention behind him at the rapidly filling space. He hid his fear, both for his students and himself, when Midoriya tried to stop him from leaping into the fight, his answering smirk seemingly irritating the green-haired boy. He leapt off the platform, his capture scarf trailing behind him as he flew down the stairs. Quickly reaching the ground, he kicked outward, nailing two of the villains directing in their faces before using their heads to springboard off and pull another one into a tackle roll. He fought, his fists and feet catching each of the villains close to him while he used his quirk to stop the others. The whole time, Shota kept an eye on the trio of villains that were standing still near the fountain. None of them had moved when he started in on the low-level villains, but then he looked away for a moment and the smoke-covered one disappeared. Swearing at the sounds of screaming, Shota prayed that his students would be safe while threatening the blonde oaf of a number 1 hero for not showing up for his class. Shota finished off the last villain, his eyes going wide with fear as he realized the leader was too close to him. You know, Eraserhead, you have an obvious tell to when your quirk is activated. It's hidden to those that aren't searching, but unfortunately for you, I was. Granted, it took me a moment what with all your jumping around, but in the end, I succeeded. He stated as he grabbed onto Shota's elbow. Shota's eyes burned as he tried his hardest to keep his quirk going, but in the end he failed, blinking his eyes closed and allowing the leader's quirk to work. Shota felt immense pain as his elbow disintegrated, cracks spreading outwards from the point of contact. Quickly, he kicked out and jumped away, putting distance between the two of them. The villain growled, "Nomu, kill Eraserhead." Suddenly, the hulking beast that had stood still moved, but was blocked by something. Eraserhead hissed as Midoriya took a fighting stance between the hero and villain. "Midoriya, get out of here." The kid shook his head, "No, sensei. You're injured and I'm not." The villain lowered his raised hand. My player, is this a continuation?" The villain asked. Midoriya sneered. "Maybe for me. You on the other hand, you should leave." Shota watched as the Warp Gate villain formed next to Shigaraki. "Kurogyri, is 13 dead?" Shota hissed, nearly missing the other's answer. "They are incapacitated, but one of the students managed to slip away and out of the building. Heroes will be coming soon." Shota nearly grinned. Not only did he have the Warp villain's name, but now he knew that Midoriya got Ida out. The rest of the heroes would be there soon. He jerked away as a villain nearly landed a hit on him. "Damn it, Kurogyri. If you weren't our way out of here, I'd kill you." The pale bluish-gray-haired villain screeched. glanced back at his student, worried at the look of shock on the kid's face. "What are you staring at, player 2? The villain's voice cut through the space. He startled, looking at the villain again. "Nothing, just didn't expect your right-hand man to be a Nomu too," Midoriya stated, causing Shigaraki to frown. "How do you know that? He doesn't act like that brain-dead one." Shota tilted his head as Midoriya shrugged. "Part of my quirk that I didn't know about." The man's fist clenched. "What is your quirk?" he asked. Shota swore silently as Midoriya shook his head, angering the man further. "Fine. Don't tell me." "And you?" Shota grunted as the creature landed on top of him, his student's scream of fear echoing through him. He blinked, confused when he opened his eyes to find himself standing up out from under the heavy mass. He whirled as a voice came from behind him. "Oh no. Sho, this wasn't supposed to happen." He couldn't believe his eyes. Standing several feet behind him was Oboro, his best friend and one of his boyfriends from his time at Ueburo? What dash? He stuttered before realizing what it all meant. "I'm dead, aren't I?" he asked his dead boyfriend. Oboro nodded. "Yeah, you are. But it'll be okay. I know it. You have the bean cloud in your class." Shota frowned, recognizing the nickname from Zashi. What does Midoriya have to do with any of this? Instead of answering, Oboro pointed. Shota followed his finger, seemingly understanding his friend and past lover almost immediately. He watched as Midoriya jumped, his unloved hand smacking flat against the exposed brain of the creature, causing it to fall and land away from Shota's own body. He could see the rivers of blood flowing away from his cracked skull and busted eyes, the view threatening to haunt him forever. The rest of his body wasn't in any better shape as his arms were bent the wrong way, and he could see how his chest was slightly caved. He glanced away, willing his ghostly stomach not to empty. Shota listened as Midoriya explained to the villain that his quirk killed the beast, tensing when the man threw a fit. "Cheater! You cheat! You weren't supposed to be able to defeat my Nomo." His student snorted and shrugged. "Call me what you want, but just remember that you were the one who came up in here to kill a pro hero and didn't properly figure out who all you were going up against. Then, you made it worse by attacking my class and my teacher." Shota laughed, carefree and without holding back. The DMN problem child didn't know that he wasn't supposed to anger the people who could kill him, but DMN, did he taunt them well? The man-child stomped his foot again. "I'm gonna kill you." Shota tensed as Midoriya reached out his uncovered hand, reacting on instinct. But it was unneeded as Kurogyri moved then, stopping his leader's advancement and bringing him back to his side. "Master Shigaraki, we should leave and try again another day." The villain named Tamura scoffed, eyeing the Shota's body. "Fine, at least we managed to kill someone." He grinned. "See you later, player dash." Shota whirled as shots rang down from the front of the building, announcing the arrival of the rest of the heroes. "Finally!" Shota sighed, relieved that help had finally arrived. He was sad that he was dead. His husband was going to be so distraught. He blinked as Oboro walked up next to him. "What happens next?" he asked. Oboro grinned. "You get to go home." Shota's brows furrowed in confusion. "What do you mean? I'm dead, there's no going home now." His confusion grew as his old boyfriend's grin widened. "It'll be okay, Sho. The kid has a secret skill." "But I don't think dash," he cut off as Midoriya walked up to them. Shota frowned as Midoriya got closer. He could swear the boy was looking directly into his eyes. "But that would be impossible. Wouldn't it?" "I'm sorry, sensei. I wasn't fast enough. But don't panic, I can fix it. Just need to use my quirk." His student offered. Shota opened his mouth. "Midoriya, what are you talking about?" Midoriya chuckled softly. "Don't worry about that, sensei. You probably won't remember this anyways. Not many do." He walked over to Shota's body, placing his still unloved hand against the bare skin of the man's arm, stopping all possibilities of a continuation of the conversation. Beeping brought Shota back to awareness, the darkness of the room frightening him slightly before his mind caught up with everything else. He groaned, moving his arm away from the heavy heat that surrounded it. The pressure released, a small gasp reaching his ears. "Sho, you're awake." "Kami, I was so scared." Hisashi cried, thankfully without his quirk. Shota swallowed the spit gathering in his abnormally dry mouth. Water. Please. He rasped, pleased when his husband was still able to understand. He managed to swallow the entire glass before his arm grew tired, his husband taking the cup back and placing it on the side table. The kids, 13 Midoriya, how are they? He asked softly. Hisashi frowned, causing Shota to fear the worst. Zashi, please tell me? He nearly begged. He didn't really want to hear if one of his students died, or if 13 died, but he needed to know. And poor Midoriya, the problem child, had tried to protect him. What had happened after the Nomu had landed on him? The students are fine. At most a few scrapes and bruises. 13 is okay as well. Their suit was torn when they had one of their black holes turned in on themselves by that warp villain, but they are okay. He paused. And Midoriya? What happened to him? Shota whimpered. Hisashi sighed. He suffered severe quirk exhaustion. From what the Tsukachi says, he overused his quirk easily due to him not using it regularly. He saved you. Shota frowned. I remember him trying to protect me, but I don't remember anything past the Nomu creature they brought with them landing on me. Hisashi sighed. I was afraid of that. Tsukachi said that Midoriya told him that he killed the Nomu with his quirk and kept the two leaders from attacking you again. Shota glanced at his arms, unbandaged and healed. Even the smallest scrape was healed. When did Chio say I could go home? He asked, changing the subject. It was Hisashi's turn to be confused. She hasn't been in to see you yet? She was going to stop by Midoriya's room and then come here. He tilted his head. Why do you think she's already been here? Shota nodded towards his arms. They're healed already. The leader had a decay quirk that he used on my elbow. I had multiple scrapes and bruises and cuts, and I know I had at least a broken rib from one of the low-level villains I fought, but I don't have any of those anymore. He explained. Hisashi gasped as he stood, hurrying to the foot of the bed where Shota's chart would be. Shota watched as Hisashi shuffled through the papers, worried as the blonde kept going. There's nothing in here about any of those. They never used a healing quirk on you. They don't know who did it. What the F-? Izuku jumped as Oboro popped up next to him. Dude, what the actual F-? You're Kurogyri and you didn't tell me? Izuku yelled. Oboro shook his head. I didn't know. I don't remember much from when I died. I just remember popping up in the ruins of the building that crushed me. It took me a few hours to find my way back to school. I was so confused, how could my boyfriends leave me? It wasn't until I had made it back and found Shota in Nizu's office crying with, our other boyfriend, that I even realized I was dead. Izuku sighed, rubbing his temples harshly. I guess that makes sense. I'm sorry I yelled at you. Oboro snorted. I don't blame you. I would have yelled if I was in your shoes. Though this does explain why Nizu, Sho and our other partner were so angry that one time. At the look of confusion on Izuku's face, he shrugged. One time after wandering around town, I met back up with the three of them in Nizu's office. Sho was yelling he was so mad. Worse than I had ever seen him. They said that they had wanted to cremate my body but couldn't anymore. I didn't understand, and no matter what, they never did talk about it further. Now I realize it was because my body went missing. Izuku nodded. That's probably what happened. I could see Aizawa-sensei yelling for a reason like that. I mean, you were his boyfriend, his best friend. And your body went missing shortly after you died. Your death probably traumatized him and Mike-sensei. He didn't even realize what he had said until Oboro gasped. What's wrong? He asked. You know who our third is? Izuku snorted. Oh, I figured that out days ago. Someone only has to look at the two of them to figure it out. I'm surprised no one else did. Oboro frowned. No, Izuku. No one has ever noticed in the 15 years they've been together. You're just a genius bean. Izuku tilted his head. You mean no one knew that those two were married? What next? Are you gonna tell me that no one knows that Nizu is Aizawa-sensei's dad? Oboro began to laugh, shocking the teen. What are you laughing at, Oboro? Izuku mused. They both missed the door opening, allowing a small figure to enter. Well, This is different. Izuku's head snapped over to the speaker, horrified to see Nizu standing at the foot of his bed. Nizu, sir. He stuttered, only stopping at the raised paw. I heard everything, Midoriya. I've got to say, I knew you were intelligent, enough so as to figure out Shota's secrets. I also knew you were Reaper well before the good detective and I spoke to you earlier, but I did not expect for my former student to still be around, let alone able to speak to you from beyond the grave. He hopped up into the chair sitting next to Izuku's bed. So, tell me, what else can that lovely quirk of yours do? Izuku shook, fear rippling through him. Midoriya, there is no need to be afraid. I am not angry. Izuku glanced at Oboro out of the corner of his eye, the ghost boy shrugging. You already knew that I could kill living things with my 5-point contact quirk. You learned earlier that I could also bring the dead back to life. I can also see ghosts as you just learned. He gulped. But what I didn't tell you, and Tsukachi is at the USJ, I saw the base form of both Nomu creatures. Nizu hummed, both? There was only one on the records. Izuku nodded. The one, his name was Kurojiri? He's a Nomu too. His base form, well, I wasn't expecting it. Nizu nodded, his mind already caught up. Oboro Shirakumo. Izuku nodded, yes sir. It startled me and Shigaraki noticed. When I wouldn't answer him, he threatened Aizawa-sensei. I told him it was a quirk thing, but I couldn't tell him what my quirk was. Aizawa-sensei died because of me. Izuku flinched slightly as denials came from both the living and the dead. Whether it was your fault or not that I believe for a moment that it was, you still saved your teacher. You did that. And had you not been there, had you not been able to use your quirk, my son would be dead, and his husband would be incredibly upset to say the least. I thank you, Midoriya. Your mind gave us the heads up we needed and then you and your bravery gave me my son back. Nizu stated calmly, his nose quivering slightly. Izuku swallowed hard. Does he, Aizawa-sensei, does he remember anything from his time as a ghost? Nizu shook his head. As far as I know, he doesn't know or remember anything. I was about to visit them when Shota woke up, but I overheard him and Hisashi talking about the mysteries of Shota's healed wounds. They couldn't figure out how it happened. Izuku snorted, ignoring the loud laughter coming from his ghostly visitor. Yeah, it's one of my favorite parts of bringing people back to life with my quirk. Like this one dude I brought back. I found out afterwards that he used to have hearing problems caused by an accident when he was a child that he didn't have anymore. Dabi had burns all over his body, like really bad, purple ones, but when I brought him back that night, they turned to a paler pink color. Nizu hummed, seemingly contemplating something. What about when you use it on non-humans? Plants? Izuku grinned. I used it on a few alley cats when I was first experimenting. One cat had recently died of starvation and when I took it to the vet, they told me it was only mildly malnourished. It wasn't the first time I healed something though. My first time healing with my quirk was myself when Hisashi burned my back the night I killed him. I left that house with my back completely black charcoal and by the time I found the place I turned into my new home, it was only red, like a bad sunburn. Nizu nodded. I had seen the pictures you took on your father's phone. Tsukachi had added it to your file when he was still looking for you. Izuku frowned. Did he go to you to help him find me? Nizu shook his head. I only saw them when you applied to you. Izuku relaxed a bit. So, what happens now? You and Tsukachi know about me being Reaper and while I was already planning on cutting back my hours out. Really don't want to stop completely. Other than Eraserhead, I'm the only person looking out for most of my route. With him in the hospital and unable to patrol, it falls to me. I won't leave them to fend for themselves. Nizu was silent for longer than Izuku cared to think about. Just as he was about to open his mouth and attempt to reword his statement before hoping that Nizu wouldn't expel him, the stoat spoke. Good news is I have a plan for that. If you were to be under the guidance of a licensed pro hero with their permission to patrol, then not only could you not be arrested, but you could also claim any arrests for yourself. Now, normally, students wouldn't be able to get a provisional license until second year, but you already have your detective's license which, with my permission and Tsukachi's, would allow you to do almost the same tasks you were already doing, bar using your quirk, though that can be negated in certain situations. Izuku's jaw dropped. You want me as a personal student? Nizu nodded. Of course. I wanted you as my student even before I found out you were Reaper, so don't think that I'm only offering so you could protect your people. Izuku ducked his head, blushing slightly. The thought had crossed his mind, but Nizu seemed like someone who was straightforward in his wants, tending to go the direct path to achieve whatever it was. Izuku tilted his head, thinking about the offer. You should do it, Izuku. Oboro pressed. He glanced at the ghost who had been quiet the whole time. You think so? Izuku asked, not caring that Nizu was patiently listening in on the one-sided conversation. Oboro nodded. Yeah, I mean Sho was Nizu's student and look how awesome he is now. He glanced at Nizu. What would I be learning? Nizu grinned. Oh, so many useful skills. Things like hacking and coding, mental and psychological manipulation, and even how to take down powerful enemies with only a computer. Izuku snorted at the way Nizu got excited. Well, I already know how to hack and code, but I know I am not as good as you are at it, so that seems useful. Everything else will be new though. Nizu grinned widely. Do you now? I will have to test you to see where you are at. Does this mean you accept my offer? The teen smirked. I'm no idiot. Of course I accept. Nizu clapped happily. That's wonderful. Oh, the fun we will have. Izuku laughed. Even better is knowing that Eraserhead asked me not to get myself a rat-shaped mentor, to which I told him that I would let him know before agreeing to be your student if he figured out who I was first. To be fair to him, I wasn't expecting you to offer so soon. Nizu giggled. We should try to keep your nightly activities away from Shota's ears for as long as possible then. He's not stupid and I'm sure he'd figure out sooner than later that you were Reaper. He paused. Speaking of which, are you wanting it to be your hero name? Izuku grinned. Of course. I've already grown my name in the underground and I'd like to capitalize on that if at all possible. Nizu hummed. Then that shall be our plan. Once Shota is aware of who you are and our little game is over, we shall make your papers state your hero name. Izuku yawned. That sounds nice. He stated, causing Nizu to chuckle. Get some sleep, Midoriya. We can talk more later. Izuku hummed sleepily. Call me Izuku. I never really liked Midoriya. Of course, Izuku. Good night, pup. Nizu slipped out the door quietly, his mind whirling before leaving the hallway to make plans. He had a new student to teach after all. Izuku woke slowly, his eyes crusted and heavy. He laid there, taking in the sounds of the machines attached to him and the bustle of the hospital beyond the door of his room. He hadn't wanted to take a nap after Nizu's visit, but his body said otherwise. A movement against his hand nearly made him flinch before he realized what it had been. Hey there, Izuku. You look like death. Dabi grinned down at him. Izuku snorted. I feel like death. He saw Himiko asleep on the couch against the wall. How long have you both been here? He asked. Dabi sighed, glancing at the clock. A good hour or so. We met Nizu down in the lobby when we came in. He was talking to Tsukachi, but when we came near, they stopped. After Tsukachi introduced us, Nizu gave us the room number. Though I am not sure I liked the look on his face. Izuku grinned, scheming weasel. He sighed, don't worry about anything much. Nizu and Tsukachi figured out about my nighttime activities. Dabi's eyes went wide. How? Are you in trouble? Izuku shook his head. Nah, in fact, Nizu wants me to be his personal student. He also offered for me to keep being Reaper under his guidance since I already have my detective's license. Dabi's eyes narrowed. And what exactly does he want in exchange? Izuku chuckled. Just for me to be his personal student apparently. He also likes the chaos I will be bringing around to Eraser. He paused. Oh, and he overheard my conversation with Eraser's ghost and now knows about that part of my quirk as well. Dabi growled. Is there anything else you might have given away? Frowning, Izuku pursed his lips. Seeing as I didn't give anything away, the answer to that very rude question is no. His brother sighed. I'm sorry, Izu. I just don't want you to get hurt. How do you know that Nizu won't turn you in or hurt you for his own purposes? Izuku let out a deep breath, his shoulders falling. I don't know, Dabi. That's the point. But I have trust in Tsukachi and he trusts Nizu. Tsukachi wouldn't lie to me like that. He watched as his fiery brother's shoulders drained of tension, his own form slack and resigned. Fine, but promise me you'll let me know if something happens? Please? Izuku nodded, of course. I can't leave you and Hime alone. Who knows the amount of trouble you'd get into without me? He cackled at the look of betrayal on the older boy's face. Seriously though, shouldn't we wake Hime up? She's gonna be mad if she finds out I woke up and we didn't let her know. Dabi shrugged. Probably, but she didn't get any sleep last night after we heard your class had been attacked. I didn't either for that matter. Also, I don't know when you'll be able to come home, so I want her to get as much sleep as possible before we have to leave just in case. Izuku stared at the blonde curled up on the couch. That's fair. Did you both eat? Did Hime have enough blood this morning? Dabi nodded. Yeah, we ate some leftovers this morning since neither of us felt like cooking and she had a bag on our way here. He glanced at the clock on the wall. I didn't remember to pack one for later though, so we are probably going to have to head out early, so she doesn't get stabby. Izuku snorted. I'm sure if we explain the situation, the nurses might grab her a bag. They usually have a stock for patients or employees who need it. A hard rapping came from the closed door before it creaked open, purple and yellow hair swimming into view. See, I told you he'd be awake. Kaminari whisper shouted before getting shushed by Dabi. Kaminari, Shinso, what are you two doing here? Izuku asked, his head tilted slightly. Kaminari skipped up to the bedside. We wanted to come check on you and make sure you were okay. Principal Nizu said you had quirk exhaustion and that's why you passed out at the USJ. Izuku nodded. Yeah, I'm not really used to using my quirk, for obvious reasons, so taking on that Nomu creature really hit me hard. His nose wiggled. What about you guys? Did either of you get hurt? Shinso shook his head. Nah, you were the only one that needed a hospital, Midoriya. Izuku blushed as the purplet rubbed his thumb against Izuku's hand. Scared the shit out of me. I thought my only friend was going to die and leave me alone again. Kaminari frowned. He didn't die though and he's gonna be fine. He faced Izuku. Also, call me Denki. Izuku grinned. Izuku then. For both of you. Dabi watched as his adopted brother wrapped the two teens around his finger without even trying, each of them sporting blushes at being allowed to call the other teen by his first name. He waited a few more minutes before coughing, quickly hiding a smile as he jolted Izuku out of his stupor. Alright, Dabi, these are two of my classmates, Hitoshi Shinso and Denki Kaminari. Guys, this is my nuisance of a brother, Dabi. The one still passed out on the couch is our sister Himiko. Both teens waved their hand awkwardly before settling down in the extra chairs nearby. Did you hear that the school board and commission were going to keep the sports festival exactly the same? I would have thought they would cancel it or even push it back a few weeks at least. Izuku growled, his nose scrunching up. Those imbeciles. We just got attacked by a horde of villains and they think the students should act like nothing is happening? Why I out a dash, he was cut off as a yawn came from the couch. What cha yellin' about dabs? Himiko asked, her fangs still on display. Dabi threw his hands up. Hey now. It wasn't me. At his declaration, Himiko squealed, realizing that Izuku was finally awake. I see. She jumped into his lap, her arms flung around his shoulders. I was so worried about you, Izu. Izuku smiled softly. Sorry, Hime. I didn't mean to scare you, but I promise that I am fine now. Himiko narrowed her eyes. Don't do it again or I'll bite you. Izuku snorted. I'll do my best, sis. To answer your question though, I was yelling because the school board apparently thinks that the students' feelings and trauma from the attack needs to be gotten over and have neglected to cancel the sports festival or even prolonging it for a few weeks. Himiko bared her fangs, her normally smiley face full of anger. That's not cool. Their stupidity better not hurt you, Izu, or else. She froze as a giggle came from the other two who had been silently watching the scene the whole time. Oh, Izuku's friends? Hi. I'm Himiko. Izuku laughed. Hime, the purple on is Hitoshi Shinso and the yellow one is Denki Kaminari. His eyes widened as Dabi added his own 2 cents. Yeah, they're Izuku's friends. The a-hole had to know that even the most stupid person on the planet would understand what he was hinting at when he said the word friends. Nice to meet ya. Denki grinned brightly, his head slightly bowed with Hitoshi following silently. Oh, you're in the hero course with Aizu. She squealed, startling the two of them. Hitoshi grimaced, yes. I was in Gen Ed at first, but then on the first day, Aizawa-sensei expelled someone, so I got to take his place. He jumped as his phone buzzed. A quick look at the message had him frowning. Sorry Izuku, my moms are here to take me home. He turned to Denki, do you need a ride? Denki paused, probably should take you up on that. The two teens turned to Izuku, sorry we are leaving so quickly, but at least you can get some rest. Denki offered before gasping. We should exchange phone numbers. Dabi laughed, holding his brother's phone. I'll give it to you guys. He needs more friends. Izuku scowled, I have plenty of friends. He watched as Dabi grinned with delight. Oh really? Name any that aren't these two or me and Himiko. Izuku crossed his arms as he leaned back and pouted. He knew he didn't have any friends. He hadn't had a single one since Bakugo was still his best friend and Dabi knew that. Izuku silently stewed as Dabi exchanged numbers with Hitoshi and Denki. He smiled softly at them, nodding as they left his hospital room. Dabi was silent, listening to the sound of the duo's footsteps heading away from the room until they were no longer heard before he turned to Izuku. Oh Hitoshi and Denki! He cooed, teasing the white-haired teen. Izuku shoved at Dabi, it wasn't like that. They're just friends. Dabi laughed. Do you think the blonde one would be on the top bunk, or do you think it'd be the purple one, because there's no way it would be you? Himiko joined the two. But you want them to be more, don't you Aizu? Izuku wiggled his nose, glancing back at the doorway. Yeah, I like them both. Hitoshi is like me, hurt by those he should have trusted while Denki is all sunshine and rainbows and can make anyone smile. They both don't care about my quirk or the fact that I killed my dad. At the looks of confusion from his siblings, Izuku sighed, I forgot I never told you both. One of the first days of school, but might had us fight each other in 2-on-2 battles. I was paired up against Bakugo who screamed at me about killing his Uncle Sashi, and that it should have been me that was dead. A few minutes later, Bakugo let out a blast hard enough to throw me through the wall and into the ground below, effectively killing me. If it weren't for my quirk being possible even when I'm dead, I wouldn't be here, and neither would Aizawa-sensei. He could feel the rage pouring out of his two family members. I'm going to destroy that little twerp. Dabi spoke, his voice low and cold. Izuku shook his head, you can't. If people knew that he killed me, then they would want to know how I came back to life. And that would lead to my full quirk getting out, possibly even to villains. We can't let that happen. He hummed, playing with a loose string. I can't let that happen. I would rather die over and over again instead of losing my family. You, Himi, Denki, Hitoshi, Eraser, and Tsukachi. You're all my family. He shook his head, leaning back into the pillows. Okay Izuku. We won't go after the blonde brat. But Nizu had better protect you from him. I don't want to hear about you dying by his hands again. Just like you don't want us to die, we don't want you to either. Promise me that you'll stay alive whatever it takes. Dabi requested. Izuku took a deep breath before grabbing each of his two siblings' hands. I promise to do my best to stay alive as long as I can. I'm going to be a hero after all, which is a dangerous job. I can't promise infinity, but I can promise to try. Dabi looked at Himiko, their eyes conveying a conversation that Izuku couldn't follow. Finally, Dabi nodded, we'll accept that. You try your best to come home to us alive. Every time. You got that? Izuku nodded again, yeah, I've got that. He snuggled further into his pillows. Can one of you go and see when I can get out of here? I really want to sleep before an easy and short patrol tonight. Dabi frowned. Why would you patrol tonight? Izuku sighed. Because if I don't, then if it gets out that Eraserhead isn't out on patrol tonight and I wasn't also on patrol, someone might connect the dots that I'm a student at UA. I mean, it wouldn't be that hard to see that Eraserhead is a teacher at UA, so why would a student be any different? Dabi deepened his frown. Still though, you already have quirk exhaustion. Izuku shrugged. It's not like I use my quirk during patrol anyways, so what does that matter? Dabi sighed. Fine, let's get you out of here. I don't know about you two, but I'd feel much safer knowing we are in our home with all the securities around us while we sleep. He walked down the hallway, his head held high. The halls were barren, silent, almost as if abandoned. But Izuku knew better. It was the students' first day back after the USJ attack, and somehow, Izuku was the first one there. He smirked up at the top of the door he had just barely stopped at, his grin growing as the door opened to allow him entrance. I hope you use that nifty little trick to freak people out, Nizu-sensei. He cajoled, pleased to find a steaming hot cup of tea waiting for him. Why, of course, Midoriya. It brings me so much joy to see the chaos such actions cause. Izuku laughed. Please, call me Izuku. I don't really like my family name. Too many bad memories. Nizu jerked his head in a short nod. Of course, Izuku. He hummed before continuing. How's the tea? Izuku smiled softly. It's really good. The hints of the honey and cinnamon are subtle and don't overwhelm the apple base. They sat in silence for a few minutes, sipping on the fragrant tea in each of their cups. Izuku could hear the rest of the students thundering about in the school, but he made no attempt to leave, content to sit there in silence. Nizu signed. That was relaxing. Shota, despite the preferences of his husband and myself, has decided to come back to the school to work. Your first task as my personal student is to get him to my office in a way that he wouldn't realize what you are trying to do. Your only ruling is you can't scare the rest of the students, and only Shota is to know. Izuku tilted his head. He had a few ideas, ones that could possibly get him in a lot of trouble, but if Nizu-sensei wanted his son in his office, by all means. Give me a moment, sir. He pulled out his phone, clicking a few buttons before sitting back in his chair and sipping on the remainder of his tea. A few minutes later, Aizawa-sensei burst into the room, his eyes wide with panic and his quirk active. Papa! He screeched, ready to fight the attackers. Izuku watched as he froze, noting that there was no one else in the room. What dash? He gulped, confused. Nizu grinned, clapping his paws. That was most impressive, Izuku. Please tell me what you sent him to get him here so quickly. Izuku kept his eyes on his teacher who had turned to glare at him. I sent an alert to his phone, one that at first glance originated from your office detailing that there were intruders. Nizu hummed. Quite ingenious, using our family ties for your task. Izuku nodded. Sorry to cause panic, sensei. He apologized, his eyes searching the man still glaring at him. Aizawa closed his eyes and frowned as he let out a heavy sigh. It's fine, problem child. I understand more than anyone here what it's like when Nizu asks you to do something. What was your task? Izuku shrugged, getting you here to his office without scaring the students or other teachers. Aizawa nodded, logical solution. However, I must ask, how did you know? Izuku chuckled. I watched the two of you together. Nizu-sensei never climbs the other teachers like he does you. His office also sports all the extras that come with coffee making even though he only drinks tea. You have teacups that are part of a set in your own office with a nice electric water boiler. Plus, he paused dramatically. You look at him like someone who loves deeply. You also look at Mike-sensei in almost the same way. He dropped his gaze in order to refill his cup. Aizawa twitched. You've never been inside my office. Izuku nodded. Not inside, no. But I did walk by once while Midnight-sensei was putting some papers on your desk and saw the tea stuff on the shelf. He grinned down at his half-full cup. I also saw the very cutesy present Mike pillow sitting on your couch. He grinned wider as Nizu cackled. Izuku couldn't help teasing the man, no matter where they were. Not that Aizawa knew that he was Reaper. The hero sighed, rubbing his eyes with the palm of his hands. Whatever, problem child. Homeroom starts soon, you should get going. Izuku nodded. Yes, sensei. He faces Nizu as the stoat calls out to him. Please come by after school today. We have a few more things to discuss. Izuku grins. Yes, sir. Classes went normally, with only Aizawa-sensei scaring the class before telling them about the sports festival and how everyone should work their hardest to show the world and attending pros that they were going to be great one day, and the rest of the teachers continuing their lesson plans that they had begun before the USJ attack happened. To Izuku, someone who had learned nearly everything already, classes were boring. How was he supposed to enjoy being in a physical school, being at U even if he was bored out of his mind? All he could think about were his lessons with Nizu-sensei. And it seems the teachers noticed. Midoriya, please stay back a moment. Mike-sensei spoke, jolting Izuku out of his daydreaming. He looked around, noticing the way that his classmates were packing up. He nodded to the blonde, gathering up his own things as he waited for the room to clear out. Yes, sir. Mike frowned. You were distracted today. Is everything all right? Izuku sighed. I'm sorry, sensei. I got offered to be Nizu-sensei's personal student and I'm excited for our first lesson this afternoon. He blushed. It also doesn't help that I've already learned what the rest of the class learned today. But I wanted to experience a real school for once in years, so I did my best not to learn things taught in one. He chuckled depressingly. Seems I failed at that. Mike sighed, placing his hand on the teen's shoulder. You didn't fail, kiddo. You just like learning. Tomorrow, I'll bring a test and we can see where you're at in order to give you harder work. Was it every class that you felt that way? Izuku nodded, staying silent. Mike smiled. Well, we will see what we can do. You are a smart bean, just because you need harder work, does not mean you failed. Chin up, listener. Also, he paused. Did the rat drag you into it? Izuku tilted his head. But sir, he's not a rat. He's a stoat with dog and red panda. Mike froze, then he plastered a smile on his face. Well, kiddo, I'm sure a smart bean cloud like you could figure out anything. Why don't I walk you to Nizu's office? Izuku held back a smirk. He didn't know if Oboro had overheard Mike-sensei calling him a bean cloud or if they just thought that much alike for them to use the same nickname, but he found it amusing. He followed his teacher all the way through the school until they reached Nizu's office, Izuku once again hiding his grin when Mike was startled by the self-opening door. One bean cloud student, here for his lessons, Nizu, Mike called, taking a few steps inside. Nizu was sat at his desk, 3 cups of still steaming tea already waiting for them. Thank you, Mike. You also don't need to worry about testing Izuku here for his classes, I've already got one ready for him. He gestured towards the coffee table in front of his couch, a large stack of papers innocently waiting to be read. Izuku watched as Mike paled. Try not to traumatize him, Nizu. Your hell test is not for the faint of heart. He gave a soft grin to Izuku before he left the room, the door swinging shut behind him. Before you get started on that test, I'd like for you to call your siblings here to the school. I would like to speak to the 3 of you together. Nizu began, his claws clicking against the keyboard of his computer. Izuku frowned. What would it be about? Nizu waved a paw. I'd like to offer your siblings some things to make them happy. Izuku bit his lip as he pulled out his cell, quickly dialing the elder of the 3. Hey Dabi, can you and Hime come to UA? Principal Nizu would like to speak with you both about something he has to offer. Izuku listened as his brother groaned before calling out to their sister, telling her to get her shoes on. Thanks Dabi, see you soon. He hung up, silently placing the phone back in his pocket. They're on their way. Probably will be about 10 to 20 minutes. He sighed. Nizu hummed. That doesn't give me much of an estimate on timing. Izuku smirked. It wasn't supposed to. I'd like to keep my home base location unknown for a bit longer. And you won't be able to tell based on when they arrive, as they will come from different directions and different times. He sipped at the hot tea, this one's flavor a sharp cinnamon. He wrinkled his nose, not liking the taste. Nizu noticed quickly, seems you don't like that one. How about a nice oolong? Or jasmine perhaps? He offered. Izuku nodded. Jasmine sounds fine. Thank you. I don't mind cinnamon, just not as a tea. Too sharp and speedy. The stoat nodded, humming quietly to himself. I see. He poured a light green liquid out of another teapot before continuing. Jasmine is nice and floral, calming even. It's a good choice. He glanced at his computer screen, smiling. Seems Himiko will be arriving first. He pressed a few buttons, speaking clearly into the hidden microphone on his desk. Hello, young Himiko. If you would kindly follow the bot in front of you, it will lead you to my office. Izuku squinted. He wasn't sure why, but he had a weird feeling that Nizu knew more about where they lived than he wanted. Not that he was going to say anything. He sipped at his tea while he waited for Himiko to arrive, having only needed a short few minutes before the door swung open and his sister walked in. Hiya, Izu. Hello, Nizu, sir. She chirped. Nizu waved a paw. Just call me Nizu for now. He turned back to the computer. Ah, seems young Dabi has also arrived. He clicked another button, speaking the same words he had said to Himiko just moments before. Himiko, would you like some tea? Himiko shrugged. I've never really found any I liked. Nizu grinned. I have one I think you will enjoy. It's not to my fancy, but it should do you just fine. Izuku watched as he poured another cup, deep red liquid filling it quickly. At his nod, Himiko took the cup, taking a small sip before she lit up with joy. It tastes like blood. She nearly yelled. Izuku, wide-eyed with shock, snapped his attention to Nizu. Yes, it is the same brand that our very own Vlad King drinks. His quirk is blood-based as well, you know. Himiko nodded. Izuku told me that, but I didn't know he needed to drink blood for his quirk. Nizu tilted his head to the side. Not for his quirk to work, no. But he does need it to stay healthy. Same as you. The door opened again, allowing Dabi to enter. I hope this is important, I was going to start dinner soon. Dabi griped. Nizu chuckled. Of course it is. I have a proposition for both of you. Dabi raised his eyebrows. Oh yeah? And if we don't like this proposition of yours? Nizu waved his paw. I don't believe that will be an issue as I have planned these out specifically to make all three of you happy. Izuku sighed. Then by all means, Nizu-sensei, please tell us what you have in mind. Nizu sighed, sad that his game was over. I know the truth about Dabi. Who he is, specifically that he is the eldest Todoroki boy. He held up a paw to stop all panic. I am not in the mind to cause panic or harm to your families, both this one or your old one. I only mention it as to allow you three to know that I've figured it out and to offer my help getting the rest of the Todoroki children safe away from their abuser. Enji Todoroki deserves to die for all he's done, but I will settle for getting his hero license revoked and having that sorry excuse for a man thrown in Tartarus for the rest of his life. Izuku whipped his head over to catch his siblings' reactions. Himiko was grinning wildly, but Dabi was frozen solid, his jaw dropped and eyes wide. You want to get Enji, huh? Dabi sank back into his chair, his tea forgotten on the desk. Indeed, young Dabi. With your testimony and those of your siblings, along with the various pieces of evidence that I have been gathering on the man for years, I'm 98% positive we can put him away for life with no chance of escape. Nizu cackled. As well as making you the hero you have always wanted to be. Dabi startled, his full attention on the principal. You want me to go to school here? Nizu shook his head. No, unfortunately, you are too old to be a student here. But fortunately, there is the internship program, so I took the liberty of rounding one up for you. Our very own alumni, Ingenium, has offered to take you on and teach you what he can before sponsoring you to take your licensing exam. And as our Gen Ed class seems to be short one student due to Shinso being brought up to the hero course, I'd also like to offer Himiko that spot to finish her high school diploma. Himiko hummed, I've already signed up for high school courses and paid the deposit. Nizu smiled, I will call them and get your money back if you want to come to UA. It's completely up to you. Izuku kept silent as Himiko thought about her choices. He wouldn't mind being able to have his sister able to join him for lunch instead of staying home all the time, but Nizu was right, ultimately, it was her decision. He watched as Himiko beamed, a wide smile showing off her fangs. I'd love to join you, Nizu-sensei. She cheered. Nizu grinned, his demented smile on display. Excellent. Well, all we need to do now is sign a few things, and I've already called Ingenium here to go over the paperwork as well as learning the ins and outs of working for the IDA 10 agency. While we are waiting, how about we have Himiko sign her own paperwork, and Izuku, you can take your test to see where you're at in your studies. After all that is done, I'll have Midnight come and take Himiko to get fitted for her uniforms before you three head home. Izuku took a deep breath. Sounds great, Nizu-sensei. Izuku didn't know what to do other than his normal training. He couldn't train his quirk without everyone finding out what he could do, and there was only so much that he could learn for hand-to-hand combat without going to Aizawa-sensei and asking him for some help, which would end up leading to the man figuring out his secret. Nizu-sensei had graded his tests and, unsurprisingly, he had tested out of most of the core classes for all 3 years, leaving only supplementals and hero courses. Of course, Nizu-sensei offered for Izuku to replace a few of the empty slots with support course classes as well as business and marketing ones, which Izuku gladly took. His schedule even had an analysis class, much to his utter joy. Classes were nice, and while he didn't make any new friends in them, Izuku didn't feel as if he was ushered into a corner with no way out. He sighed in relief as the bell rang, signaling that it was time for lunch. Smiling, Izuku worked his way across the campus, keeping an eye out for purple or yellow. Izuku! He heard his name shouted, followed by a loud squeak. He turned to find Denki bent over with a slightly flustered Hitoshi next to him, both of their faces red. Hey guys, I was just looking for you. Izuku stated once he was close enough. Hitoshi nodded. Yeah, Denki, and I figured we could all sit together today and catch up since you aren't in any of the core classes with us anymore. He grinned, showing the white-haired teen that he was teasing him. Izuku rolled his eyes. Yeah, I'm still with you guys in the heroics classes as well as PE and homeroom. Denki nodded excitedly. Oh right. I'm excited for the sports festival in 2 weeks, aren't you guys? Izuku frowned softly. Well, I mean, I guess so. It's not like I can show off my quirk or anything, so I really have to be good at hand-to-hand combat as well as quick and light on my feet. They reached Lunch Rush's line, quickly making their way through before finding a table in the rapidly filling cafeteria. Izuku smiled down at his meal, the katsudon-filled bowl, sending steam up into his face. He smiled at the memories it brought to mind. Izuku set down the bowls in front of his new family, each of them waiting silently for the katsudon he had slaved away making for the last 30 minutes. It had always been his favorite meal, ever since his dad had told him that his mom used to make the best katsudon Hisashi had ever tasted. He hadn't been able to make it the past few years, too afraid of bringing attention to himself, but Izuku could still remember the way Hisashi had taught him Inko's recipe. He watched, holding his breath as Dabi and Himiko filled their bellies, their ems of delight bringing him to tears. They loved it. He jerked out of the memory as the sound of dishes clanged against the table. Izuku glanced up. The sight of 3 of his classmates sitting down with them confused him. I hope you do not mind if we join you 3. The tall brunette with glasses spoke. His posh-like wording letting Izuku know this boy had been brought up rich. Izuku side-eyed Hitoshi and Denki before shaking his head. No, it's fine. He answered before taking another bite of his lunch. My name is Tenya Ida. Beside me is Ochako Uraraka, Kyoka Jiro and Momo Yairzu. The 2 girls smiled as he said their names, while Jiro waved, her mouth full already. Izuku recognized the Yairzu name. It was a very important family with their hands in many different pockets, anything from science and technology to fashion and schooling. He raised his eyebrow at the small cough Ida let out. I have been meaning to say something earlier, but I am glad that Bakugo did not hurt you too badly. Although, I do wonder why All Might Sensei allowed such an attack on another student. It is most unseemly for such a thing to happen at a school as prestigious as you. Izuku laughed bitterly. All Might thinks my quirk is a villain's quirk. Shortly before the match, when we were drawing lots to see who we would be paired with, he threatened me by saying that if I used my quirk, he would have me arrested for villainy. He looked away, missing the anger flashing across Hitoshi and Denki's faces. Ida scowled. That cannot be allowed. Izuku shrugged, ignoring how the 3 girls nodded along to Ida's words. That's terrible. Uraraka cried. Is Principal Nizu going to do anything? Izuku shrugged again, swallowing the bite he had just shoved into his mouth. He didn't want All Might here to begin with, as the oaf doesn't even have a teacher's license. All Might went above Nizu-sensei to the commission and the board of directors when Nizu-sensei said no. He hummed, but it'll be okay. Aizawa-sensei will be sitting in on all our heroics classes from now on. Especially since the man couldn't even be bothered to show up for his class. Yaoyorozu frowned. Which class was that? Izuku stared directly into her eyes. He was supposed to join us at the USJ, and instead of showing up for class, he ran around the city doing hero work. I know for a fact that he was called to help out during the attack when the rest of the teachers came to rescue us, but again he never showed up. Nizu-sensei was not pleased. He used the following silence to scarf down the rest of his katsudon, sighing happily at the lingering taste. He decided to change the subject. Oh, that's where I remember your name from, Ida. You are related to the hero Ingenium, aren't you? Ida puffed out his chest proudly. That I am. He's my older brother. Izuku smiled. Well, now your brother works with mine. Ida tilted his head. Who's your brother? Izuku smiled wider. His name is Dabi. He's got a fire quirk, and Ingenium took him on as an intern so that Dabi could get the proper training to be a hero since he's too old for UA. Ida took off his glasses and cleaned them before speaking. That sounds wonderful for your brother. I hope it isn't too forward of me to ask, but how does your brother have a fire quirk and you have a death quirk? Izuku chuckled. I don't live with my blood family as they are all dead. I found Dabi and our sister, Himiko, on the streets and brought them back to where I was living. Essentially, I adopted them even if they are older than me. In fact, he searched the cafeteria for his sister, calling out her name as he saw her sitting with a few other students. He grinned as she lit up and skipped over to them, her tray nearly empty. I see. It's so amazing here. Nizu-sensei even had lunch rush give me blood. Izuku nodded. Good, how are you feeling? Himiko sipped on her drink. It's been great so far, everyone's been really nice to me. She glanced around the table, noting the new and old faces. Oh! She squealed. Hiya Hitoshi. Hiya Denki. It's nice to see you guys again. Denki chirped back. Yeah. Hi Himiko. Izuku laughed at their antics. Blondes really did have more fun. Izuku nudged his sister to get her attention. Hey Himi, you already know Hitoshi and Denki, but these four are some of our classmates. That's Tenya Ida. His older brother is Ingenium. And those three girls are Ochako Uraraka, Kyoka Jiro and Momo Yayus. He pointed to each of them in turn. Himiko grinned, not noticing that she was showing off her fangs. Hiya. Nice to meet you guys. She sat down next to Izuku and picked up her cup again. Momo smiled softly. Nice to meet you as well. If you don't mind me asking, is it all right if we call you by your first name? I didn't catch your last name. Himiko shrugged. I don't use my last name, my parents were quirkists and kicked me out of the house years ago. Then Dabi found me and then Aizu found the two of us. You can call me Himi or even Himiko if you want. Dabi is the same. Yaoyorozu nodded her understanding. Feel free to call me Yamamo, I know my last name is a mouthful. That goes for everyone. The table nodded, noting the small smile that had slipped onto Yamamo's face. Ida nodded with finality. We should finish eating as we all still have classes to do our best in. I, for one, shall endeavor to be the best hero student that has walked the halls of this prestigious school. Izuku and his friends laughed as their classmate puffed out his chest proudly. Himiko slurped up the last of her drink, a slight bit oozing out of the corner of her mouth. Izuku could see the red coloring, knowing then that it was blood. He glanced at the rest of the table, wondering if anyone else had noticed it. Oh, Himiko, you have something in the corner of your mouth. Looks like... Uraraka trailed off, probably realizing what it was. Himiko blushed, wiping the trail away with a napkin. Sorry about that. Sometimes I get excited around people and my mouth doesn't close properly due to my fangs. She explained with a nervous chuckle. Yamamo nodded. That's understandable. My own quirk makes it difficult to do things sometimes. Himiko blushed. You don't think it is weird? She asked hesitantly. Yamamo shook her head. Not at all. Why would I? Himiko wiggled in her seat. My own parents thought my quirk was villainous because I had to drink blood for it to work, as well as to stay healthy. I got lucky that Aizu and Dabi don't care. Ida chopped his hand. I believe that is called quirk discrimination and your parents should be ashamed of themselves. Izuku snorted, don't worry, they are in jail already. I took her to my boss at the precinct and he helped get her the justice she deserved. Izuku watched as everyone relaxed, everyone except Uraraka, that is. She didn't seem disgusted, but she was stiff with tension. He sighed, figuring that she just didn't know what to say and chose not to say anything. So, what is your quirk, if you don't mind me asking? Jiro asked, speaking for the first time now that she had finished her lunch. Himiko smiled, I have a transformation quirk. If I drink someone's blood, I can turn into them. Izu even helped me figure out that I could even use that person's quirk if I drank enough. Jiro nodded, impressed. That's a cool quirk. Are you hoping to make it into the hero course after the sports festival? Izuku's sister shook her head. I'm gonna leave all the heroing to my brothers. I really want to be a detective. Part of my quirk makes it so I can smell blood and its types as well, so if there's a bad guy who bleeds at the scene, I could taste it and we'd figure out who it was. Ida grimaced, that is incredibly unsanitary. Himiko snorted, waving off his worry. No sweat. I can't catch illnesses from drinking blood as my quirk filters out the bad and tells me what is bad. He frowned, well, I guess that would be better. I am glad your quirk takes care of you. She giggled. Me too. Also, now that I have been getting regular servings of blood, I'll be able to do more quirk training without getting too tired. Yamamo grinned, that's wonderful, Himiko. Izuku bumped his shoulder against hers, see told you that your quirk wasn't scary. She didn't say anything back, preferring to hum softly as she laid her head on his shoulder. The bell rang, signaling the end of lunch and making the table jump with surprise. Time for class. We mustn't be late. Ida chopped, making the rest of them laugh again. Izuku pulled Himiko aside. Hey Himi, don't forget I've got training after school in Gym Beta and Dabi has his first day of heroics with the Ida 10 agency. Are you planning on going home or do you want to join me in the gym? She shrugged, I'll join you in the gym. I can do my homework while you train. Izuku nodded, okay Himi. See you in a few hours. Have fun and learn lots. He watched as she grinned and walked away, proud of the person she had become. Hitoshi, you have got to block your left side. You keep lowering your guard. Izuku called out from the side. He had spent the last half hour showing both Hitoshi and Denki various moves, then he switched out with Denki so he could watch the two of them spar. He sighed as Denki got in between Hitoshi's guard again. Okay, stop. He waved his hands, pinching the bridge of his nose. Himiko, can you help me out for a bit? He smiled softly as his sister nodded and put her homework aside. Okay, watch closely. Himi, I want you to drop your guard on your left hand and arm at half while right stays at full. Got it? Himiko nodded, her arms going up to block as ordered. Okay, Denki, Hitoshi. Watch exactly what I do because this is what you are doing, Hitoshi. He nodded at Himiko. Half speed, sis. With her agreement, Izuku threw a slow punch at her left side, projecting the issues he was seeing. He pulled back his punch just as it connected, making sure he didn't hit her too hard. Good. Now full speed. He threw another punch, this time faster and without holding back. She let it hit, her grunt of pain loud in the silence of the gym. Hitoshi, do you see what you are doing? If you keep leaving your guard down like that, you leave yourself open for gut shots, broken ribs and possibly even a knife to the sternum, not to mention anything else that a villain or criminal could hit you with. Okay, Himi, half speed proper. He was thankful she had learned with him years ago and had been willing to stay close by until he was done. He ran through the spar a few times at half speed and then a few at full before turning back to his two friends. Okay, now I want you both to try that again with Denki attacking. He watched silently as they sparred, noting how Hitoshi got better and better at keeping his guard while Denki got smarter at finding ways to get around the guards. He had them switch a few times, pointing out any issues and giving them advice. He liked teaching people how to fight and protect themselves. It made him feel good to know he was helping someone. A presence at his side drew his attention. Hello, Oboro. I'm guessing Sensei is somewhere nearby. He whispered as he rubbed his upper lip. Oboro grinned. Yep. He's in the vents right now, probably has been since the beginning of training. I would have warned you earlier, but I was with Zashi. Izuku hummed. I see. Well, it's a good thing I haven't said or done anything suspicious then, isn't it? Saburo laughed. Yeah. He seems really interested in you for some reason. I haven't heard why though, sorry. Izuku sniffed. Don't worry about it. You still told me he was here, so thanks. Izuku glanced about the gym, eyes flickering around each crevice before settling on the singular vent leading inward. His eyebrow twitched in amusement and a smirk formed on his face before he turned his attention back to his friends. Okay, good job guys. Now here's a real test. Both of you against me. Winner gets bragging rights while we go to the cat cafe nearby. He grinned maniacally as both boys nodded to each other before rushing him, their skills nowhere near what was needed to take him down. Shota didn't know what it was about Midoriya that tickled his brain. Something about the way the boy acted felt familiar to him, and it irked him that he was having such a hard time figuring it out. He had asked his papa, not that the rat, sorry, Stoat would say. The creature preferred playing his games, and if that's how Nizu wanted to play, then so be it. He still wasn't expecting his problem child to be such a good teacher, and from what Shota could see, both boys were improving at an accelerated rate, especially since Midoriya's sister had come up and helped. He wasn't shocked that Himiko knew how to fight, was good at it even knowing who her brother was, but some of those moves she pulled reminded him of Reaper. Which was crazy as Reaper was definitely male. Maybe she knew him when she was on the streets? He was going to have to look deeper into that. He wanted to find his problem vigilante before the kid got kidnapped by villains for being able to revive dead people. If the villains got a hold of him, things would get very bad very fast. Shota shivered as a cold draft floated across his spine, warmth returning almost instantly. He had been having so many cold chills lately, but Chio hadn't had an answer for him. He wasn't getting sick, no one had used their quirk on him, no bugs either. Nothing seemed to give an answer. He tilted his head as Kaminari and Shinso began to spar again, Midoriya a short distance away rubbing at his lip. The action in itself was normal, no civilian would have suspected anything, but Shota wasn't a civilian, he was a hero. A demon good one with years of experience and instincts that didn't allow for him to shrug off a seamlessly innocent movement. He stared closer, his eyes trained on the white-haired boy. He didn't know what he was looking for, but his gut was telling him to look closer. After a few minutes, Shota saw it, a grin spreading across his face. Midoriya was speaking, probably using his lip-rubbing as a way to hide the fact, and from the sight of the other three in the room, it was working. But who was he speaking to? Shinso and Kaminari were sparring and Himiko was on the benches, concentrating on what looked like homework. He squinted. Midoriya wasn't on his phone either. Shota could clearly see it sitting against his bag on the other side of the bench that Himiko was sitting on. So if he wasn't talking to one of the three teens in the room, and he wasn't on his phone, who was he talking to? Midoriya was known to mutter to himself, something that Shota had only occasionally seen for himself. He still felt like that was the wrong answer, but with him not knowing what else it could be, he had no choice but to put a pin in the thought and save it for another time. Shota froze as Midoriya's head snapped up, his eyes searching the gym for something. He had known that the teen's situational awareness was intense, years of abuse and bullying having developed the skill within the white-haired boy, but he didn't think Midoriya would sense an underground pro doing what he did best. He watched, holding his breath as Midoriya turned, his eyes settling on the same vent that Shota was currently laying inside. The pro hissed silently as Midoriya's eyebrow pet up, a smirk of amusement painting the teen's face. It wasn't until the boy turned back to his friends that Shota released the tension that had built up in his shoulders and back. How the hell did Midoriya find him? The pro watched as Midoriya challenged the boys, egging them on to work together to take him down in order to have bragging rights. Shota nearly snorted at the thought of the two teens being able to take down their teacher. His head tilted as a thought crossed his mind. What would happen if Shota himself challenged Midoriya to take him down? Would the teen be able to defeat his sensei or would he fail? Might be interesting to try out. The kid could always use a teacher himself, no matter how good he was. He followed them out of the gym, keeping a safe distance away from the group as well as hopping across the roofs. He smiled softly as the three boys laughed at something Himiko had said, the girl in turn shoving her brother into the other two. Honestly, the four of them reminded Aizawa of himself and his own friends. Back when there were Midoriya reminded him of Oboro, friendly and caring, but in no way about to take someone's sheet when it came to his friends. Even his laugh was similar. Kaminari was just like Hisashi, funny, loud and blonde, but still smart even if he hid it. Shinso was exactly like Shota was at that age, dark and gloomy, with a mask that could scare away even the nicest of people. Himiko was even similar to Nemuri in a way. Nemuri was always making the three boys of the group laugh with her raunchy jokes while Oboro and Hisashi teased him to no end for the heavy blushing that would cover his face. Shota had nearly followed them into the store before he stopped, nearly running away as a sense of dread slithered down his spine. Izuku had ushered his friends and sister into the cat cafe, handing Himiko a bank card before making an excuse to walk back out. It seems he was found out, thought how the teen knew he was following them as even the most paranoid of criminals never saw him unless he wanted them to. Hello Aizawa-sensei. May I ask why you have been watching us? Midoriya asked slyly, almost as if he already knew the answer to his question. Shota cleared his throat. Well, I wanted to see what you three were working on and I knew that my presence would make Shinso and Kaminari nervous, so I hid in order to watch you prepare them for the sports festival. He was lying through his teeth and from the grin on Midoriya's face, he knew it. That's kind of you, sensei, but it doesn't explain why you decided to follow us. Oh, now Midoriya was being a little sheet. Shota rolled his eyes. I heard you mention a cat cafe and wanted to check it out. You never said the name of it, so I decided to follow you to find out where it was. Midoriya snorted. Smooth sensei, very smooth. He glanced back inside at his friends. It's a cool place. Himiko used to pick up shifts here during the school breaks, so we've known about it for a while. All the cats are adoptable and with the owner's quirk, any alley cats can be brought in and helped. Shota nodded. Sounds like a nice place. I'll have to come back again when I have more time. Midoriya's nose wiggled, drawing Shota's attention to the movement. Reaper tended to do the same thing when he was thinking about something funny. The teen rubbed on his nose, sniffling a bit before speaking. Yes, well they have this really nice honey hibiscus tea that I think Mike sensei would love. Shota snapped his attention to Midoriya's eyes, his words making Shota's heart thunder. How in the F did the kid know he was married to Hisashi? Shota opened his mouth, intending on asking, but Midoriya sighed, waving as he turned away from the shocked hero. Anyways, I'm sure my coffee has gotten cold. I'll see you in class tomorrow, sensei. He nearly stopped his student from leaving but ultimately decided against it. If the boy could figure out that he had been adopted by Nizu and keep it quiet, surely he could do the same about who the hero was married to. Midoriya had been partially raised by Detective Tsukachi, a man who Shota trusted with his private life. Surely the man would have taught the teen how dangerous it was if that kind of information got into the wrong hands. Shota sighed, turning away from the front door. Midoriya was right though. Hisashi would love a hot honey hibiscus tea. He would have to bring the loud blonde here one day soon. Izuku grinned as he watched the pro-hero leave through the front windows. The man was good, but Izuku had a ghost that was willing to warn him that the man was nearby. Not that Aizawa-sensei knew that. And throwing in that little bit about his husband was pure genius on his part as it knocked the man off kilter, making him question just how Izuku knew. Kami, Izuku loved messing with that man. He sighed happily as he turned to find his friends and Himiko. He was excited to drink his coffee that Himiko had ordered for him, plus whatever pastry she had selected. He found the trio over in the corner, one wall nothing but the plexiglass that enclosed the cat room, allowing any guest to watch the kitties while eating. Good seating choice, guys. He chirped as Himiko slid over his snacks. He sipped slowly on the coffee, sighing with happiness when it was made exactly the way he liked. So what are we talking about? He asked the group, eyes flicking over to the other two boys. Hitoshi smirked, just talking. About how we want to see you covered in a pile of cats. Himiko said it happens often. Izuku snorted, yeah, they seem to love me, not sure why though. Did you guys buy any time with them? Himiko nodded, got us around an hour. Also, Dabi texted he'll be home in time for dinner and wanted to know if you wouldn't mind picking something up. Izuku nodded. Sounds good. Did he have any preferences? She shook her head. Not really, just asked that it wasn't pizza? Not sure why. Izuku snorted, finishing off the small blueberry muffin that Himiko had slid over. Well, probably because he had his first day with Ingenium today. The man probably wanted to introduce him to the rest of the agency, and from what I've heard, pizza is the norm for everyone's lunch. The table shook with laughter. That would do it. Denki giggled. Izuku watched as the blonde frowned at his cup. Ah man. My hot chocolate is gone. Hitoshi joined in. My coffee too. Izuku, are you done as well? Izuku shrugged, glancing at the cup of coffee. Almost. He gulped the hot beverage. Okay, now I'm done. Himi. She nodded quickly. Totally. Let's go see the kitties. Izuku followed the group into the enclosure, giggling as he was swarmed by the cats. He sat down, allowing them to climb all over him and ignoring how the other 3 teens took photos of the sight. He smiled as he looked at Hitoshi, who was getting his own swarm, and Denki, who was nervously petting one single cat. The cat was easily recognized, its coloring different from the others nearby with long yellow fur that stuck out in all directions except for its head, which was covered with a black patch. Izuku grinned. Denki, that cat's name is Virgil. He's got a quirk of his own. He emits his own electricity in the form of static shock. You can't hurt him unless you go full out. You might even feel sleepy after petting him since he will probably drain some of your own electricity. Denki's eyes widened, his grin covering his face. Really? That's awesome. Mom and Dad won't let me get a pet because of my quirk possibly hurting whatever I get, so hearing that I won't hurt Virgil here is amazing. Izuku smiled softly. You know, all the cats here are adoptable. Denki squeaked. I need to call my parents. Izuku and Hitoshi watched fondly as the blonde tore his phone out of his pocket, excitedly calling his parents. He spoke quickly, explaining the situation before he hung up. Mom and Dad are going to talk about it and make a decision. I'm really hoping they allow me to get him. He snuggled the purring cat. Izuku shook his head as he pet the cats sitting on his lap. He was really happy that everyone was enjoying themselves. He coughed, gaining the 2 boys' attentions. So I was thinking, if you want, you both could join us at our house for dinner? If your parents say it's okay? Hitoshi and Denki exchanged looked before nodding together and texting their parents. Himiko, on the other hand, looked at Izuku with a small frown on her face. Are you sure, Izu? She asked. Izuku nodded. Yeah, Nizu already knows and I trust them with this. Hitoshi already knows some of it from the incident in class. She sighed. Okay then. I'll warn Dabi. He turned back to the 2 boys who smiled. My mom said it's fine with them as long as I don't walk home alone if it's after dark. Hitoshi grinned. Denki wiggled. Mine said it was fine with them as well with the same rules. Izuku nodded. Awesome. We can finish up our time here, then go pick up dinner before I show you where I live. Their time was up sooner than they wished, Denki sadly saying goodbye to Virgil before the group left. Izuku led them over to a small restaurant close to his home, quickly ordering the various meals. He was really glad that he didn't go to get dinner alone. He wouldn't have made it home with all the meals intact. Juggling the few bags attached to his arms, Izuku pulled out the button he had rigged to open the door. As they walked closer, Izuku smiled at the 2 boys. It's not a normal home, but I made it one after I ran from the house I shared with Hisashi. I've made it mine, and later Himiko and Dabi joined me, making it ours. No one knows where it is. It's completely off the grid. I built the security system and solar panels from scratch, learning everything I could since I finished middle school so early. Nizu-sensei and my co-workers at the precinct have no idea about this place, and I would like for it to stay that way. Denki smiled wide. Of course, Izuku. I'm so happy you trust us enough to share your lair with us. Izuku snorted. Yes, my lair. That's a perfect explanation of it. Hitoshi sighed. I can't say I understand completely why you want to keep it such a tight secret, but I shall do as you ask and not tell anyone unless you give me permission. Izuku grinned, ignoring the small, too bright, the purplet muttered. He pushed the button on the remote, watching the awe on his crush's faces when the door opened wide. "Welcome to our home." He ushered them inside, the lights already on since Dabi was home. Hitoshi and Denki stood in awe, looking wildly around at the various projects and decorations scattered about the space. "How in the world dash?" Hitoshi shook. He tilted his head. "I have dragon mutations, remember? I hoard things, specifically knowledge. I was bored the last 5 or so years as I kept finishing my schooling and college courses too quickly and needed something to do." A voice echoed from the catwalk above them. "What he isn't telling you is most of this was done before Himiko or I were brought home when he found us. He was only 10 at that time." Dabi informed the still shocked teens as he walked down the stairs to meet them at its base. He grabbed a few of the bags, setting them down on the table. "He likes to pretend he isn't a genius. Did it to Hime and I too." Izuku blushed as the two boys turned to face him, both of their jaws wide open. "This is incredible, Izuku." Denki chirped as he bounced on the ball of his feet. Hitoshi coughed, nodding slightly in order to collect himself. "Thanks. I worked really hard on it. But that's not the only surprise. After dinner, the 3 of us should talk about something important." Izuku sighed. He was worried that the 2 would abandon him, that they would hear what he could really do, hear what could happen to people Izuku cared about if villains found out and decide to leave and not speak to him again. A flick to his forehead drew him out of his thoughts. "Whatever you are thinking about, stop. If you're sure you want to tell them, you know Hime and I will love you still. I doubt the 2 of them would leave you." Dabi spoke softly. Izuku nodded. "Thanks, Dabs." He grinned at the 2 boys. "We should eat before everything gets cold." He plated the food, pouring drinks for each of them before settling down with his own meal. They laughed and joked around, each simply enjoying the meal and friendship until they were done eating. Dabi stood, gathering the dirty dishes. "Hime, come help me in the kitchen while they talk," he said, his blue eyes staring Izuku down. Himiko followed him, her skipping form hiding just how much she was worried. "We should sit somewhere more comfy," Izuku said before leading them to the living room couch. Once settled, he took a deep breath. "Denki," he started, "I've already told Hitoshi, but that heroics class we had with All Might, the one where I got blasted through a wall? Do you remember?" Denki nodded, his brows drawn together. Izuku swallowed. "Well, I died. The fall killed me." Denki froze. "But, how is that possible? I mean, you're still here, you're alive." Izuku nodded. "Yes, I'm alive now. But only because of my quirk. What no one but Nizu, my boss Detective Tsukachi, Dabi and Himiko know is that it's not a simple quirk. It was labeled Death Touch when I was little, and until I ran away from home, that's all I thought it was. A few months later, I met my first ghost. I didn't even know I could see them before that, so you can imagine my shock. I ended up following the ghost back to her body, planning on calling the police so she could get justice, but when I touched her face in order to close her eyes, I did so without my gloves. They were dirty and she didn't deserve that." Izuku snorted. Imagine my shock when instead of just closing her eyes, the woman comes back to life, gasping away as the bruises around her neck heal quickly before my eyes. Silence filled the room. "You mean to say not only can your quirk kill, but it can also revive and heal?" Hitoshi asked. Izuku nodded. "Yeah. I never went to fix my quirk registry, knowing that if a villain got a hold of any of the information on it, I would be kidnapped so fast and probably tortured. If that happened and I denied them anything they wanted, they would go after the people I cared about. Which is why I ask that you speak of this to no one unless you are here in our home or if you are in Nizu-sensei's office. No one can know." Both boys nodded, agreeing to the rules. Izuku sighed in relief. "Good. That brings me to another topic." Denki gasped. "There's more?" He laughed, nodding at the blonde. "Yes. And this has to stay between those that know about my quirk. Same rules of whereabouts apply to this as well. Please." Again, both teens nodded their agreements. "I am honestly really worried about telling you both this secret. I trust you guys so much already, but I know that my secrets are huge. I don't want either of you finding that it's too big a secret to keep and you choose to not be friends with me anymore." He glanced at the way his fingers twisted in his lap. We won't do that to you. We want to be your friends and personally, I feel honored that you trust us so much. Hitoshi's soft-spoken voice reassured him. Izuku looked up, small tears rimming the corners of his eyes. He wiped them away quickly. Thanks Hitoshi, Denki. That means a lot to me. He took a deep breath. I'm the vigilante reaper. There was silence before Denki giggled. Is that all? I thought it was something bigger. Vigilantes are pretty cool in my book, and you being one doesn't really shock me. You fight so freaking well, and normally I would think that was because of your job with the police, but some of those moves you pulled during the USJ showed more of a structured training than the police have. You also fight like Aizawa-sensei. Izuku barked out a laugh, relief filling him. Yeah, well, that's because he trained me as Reaper. He doesn't know it's me. I'm playing a little game with him to see how long it takes him even with all the hints I drop as both Reaper and myself. So far he hasn't figured it out. Hitoshi chuckled. He's going to be so mad when he figures it out. He sighed. I'm proud of you, Izuku. I mean, I wasn't expecting you to be a vigilante, but like Denki says, your fighting style just doesn't match the police. Also, I've seen you on patrol. I mean, I didn't know it was you at the time, but you once stopped a mugging under my bedroom window and I was able to watch you kick butt. Izuku snorted. Nice. I stop muggings quite a bit. He glanced at the clock on his phone. It's late. I had better walk you both home. Hopefully it isn't too dark. I don't want either of you getting into trouble. Denki waved his hand. You can walk us to the station and we could call our parents to come get us. I live kind of far from here. Hitoshi nodded. Same. I can text my moms to come get me from the station. Izuku smiled softly. Are you guys sure? I don't mind. Kinda wired actually, so the walk would do me some good. Both boys nodded, reassurances that they were sure about the plan. Okay then. Let me walk you both to the station. This isn't exactly a safe neighborhood for teens to wander alone, and no offense, but I would feel better if I was there to protect you both if something happened. They both snorted, giggling at him. Our hero. Hitoshi monotoned, a slight smirk on his face as he bowed deeply. The three broke into laughter, glad the night had gone well. Ladies, gentlemen, theys, thems and all in between. I hope you are ready for such an exciting show. I give you the UA Sports Festival. Present Mike roared, his quirk not even needed with how he yelled into the microphone. He was obviously excited and unfortunately, his coworker wasn't. Mike, stop screeching. Eraserhead monotoned. Izuku rolled his eyes with a grin. The man was so loud and excited for an event that happened every year, and every year someone from the heroics department won. He would have been trying to win and earn a spot on the podium, but he wanted to go underground, so he didn't want the attention. Not all of it anyways, just enough to get him an internship so he can learn from a pro. Of course, he had a backup plan just in case no one offered him one. He planned for he and Hitoshi to make it high enough to get noticed, but not onto the podium. He knew that if someone wanted the information bad enough, they could find old recordings of past sports festivals in order to see the winners as well as their quirks. After all, that's what he did when he was bored. The library had free Wi-Fi and comfy chairs, so Izuku had no problems going there to learn what he could before they closed. Wi-Fi was one of the few things that he had struggled with creating for himself, but he had managed it eventually. Izuku tensed as Mike-sensei began his introductions, his own class walking out onto the large field when called. He didn't really like the way 1A had been introduced, but he knew through Niza-sensei that the commission had practically forced the school to draw attention to them. He wasn't sure what they were thinking by drawing even more attention to the students that had been attacked only a few weeks prior, but whatever it wasn't good. He groaned as Midnight-sensei took the stand, her flourishment exciting the more lustful students. She grinned, her hands on her hips in a provocative manner as she spoke into the mic. Hello. Now normally we would have the first place scorer of the entrance exams come up and share a few words, but it seems as if they denied due to wanting to go underground. Therefore, we procured a small anonymous video for everyone's delight. Izuku glared as the hero winked at him. No one was supposed to know who he was, that was the whole point. but her winking at him nearly tossed that right out of the window. He listened as a blacked-out screen scrolled the words his distorted voice spoke, thankful that Nizu-sensei had allowed it. He joined the rest of the students as they cheered, their excitement flaring at his words of encouragement. Hitoshi grinned at him, a subtle wink thrown his way. He, Denki and Hitoshi had grown closer in the last 2 weeks as both boys now knew most, if not all, of Izuku's secrets. Midnight flicked her whip, gathering everyone's attention. That was so inspiring. Now, let's see what the first challenge for our precious students will be. She directed their attention to the giant screen, a wheel already spinning. Izuku held his breath as the wheel began to slow before landing on a single task. Maze Runner, Midnight called. In this round, students need to make it from the outside of the maze all the way through to the inside. But beware! The maze has traps, some of which will knock you out of the game while others will require you to defeat one of our lovely heroes or even answer riddles to escape. Izuku watched as a chibi Midnight wandered through the maze, getting caught in traps or facing a chibi ectoplasm. He grinned, knowing that with ectoplasm's quirk, the chances of him being the hero inside the maze was perfect and totally something that Nizu-sensei would do. He tuned back in as Midnight kept explaining. Only the first 40 students will continue on to round 2. Warning! If you are caught using your quirk on another student, you will be eliminated. Izuku's eyes immediately went to Bakugo, who was scoffing in derision. The boy wasn't very happy with that ruling, but Izuku was. He was glad that Nizu-sensei had listened when he suggested it, enforcing it as he knew Bakugo wouldn't chance his possible victory. He turned to face Midnight again. If I could get everyone to line up against the walls, our lovely Cementos will create our mystifying maze. Izuku led Denki and Hitoshi over to the nearest wall, leaning against it. We're gonna work together, right? Denki asked as he wringed his hands. Hitoshi chuckled, of course we are. He said with Izuku nodding along. Don't worry, Denks. I have a plan to get all 3 of us through. The ground rumbled as liquid cement began to move, hardening in the formation of the maze. The walls grew too quickly for Izuku to see any pattern, but he did get a glimpse of multiple entry points. Multiple points of entry means multiple paths to the middle. He muttered, his friends straining to hear him. The trio listened as Midnight began talking again. Now I want a nice, clean game. All of you. She scolded, no one missing the way she glanced at Bakugo. Izuku snorted, quickly gathering his thoughts. Be ready to run as soon as she says go. He told the others. They tensed as Midnight began to count down. 3, 2, 1, go! Izuku raced forward on go, relief as the other 2 followed closely on his heels. He came to the first split, pausing for a second before moving left. Why left? Denki heaved, slightly out of breath. Izuku called back to him. Normally in mazes that have multiple points of entry, the first split doesn't matter as eventually they will all join up. And depending on how far in the next one is, I should be able to see which way the turn for each is. Not that that is necessarily correct, but it is typical. They ran for a few minutes more before stopping as a cement wall cut off their path. A clone popped up, you have a riddle to answer before you can pass. Izuku immediately nodded. We accept. I am an odd number. Take away a letter and I become even. What number am I? Ectoplasm said in English. Hitoshi frowned. What was that? English? Izuku snorted. Yeah, but I'm not sure as to the answer. Denki grinned. But I am. He cheered, jumping around excitedly. The answer is 7. Because if I take away the, then it becomes even. Izuku grinned as ectoplasm nodded, fading away into nothing as the wall in front of them melted away. Good job, Denki. Hitoshi praised. Izuku grinned as the blonde blushed, allowing the moment before ushering them away. He worked them closer and closer to the center, only having to backtrack twice and fight a clone once. Izuku pulled to a stop as Oboro appeared in front of him. There's a trap ahead. It's one of the kinds that will knock you out of the running. He nodded. Can you lead us around it and into the center? He asked, ignoring the way the 2 teens behind him became confused. Oboro grinned. Of course, Bud. Izuku followed the ghost slowly as he led them closer to the trap. Okay, so if you run straight through, it will drop you down into a hole, but if you edge around it next to the walls, you can get past it. Oboro stated, showing the tripwire to Izuku. He was quick to relay the information to the others, glad that Oboro had popped up when he did. Once they were past it, Oboro laughed. This is so much better than my own sports festival during my first year. We had to beat up robots. It wasn't that bad for some people, but Sho and I had a rough time of it. He waved them over, leading them towards the next task. Slowly but surely, Oboro led them through the maze, helping them avoid any traps which were seemingly doubling in. The closer they got to the center. Eventually, Izuku could see the center and he stepped forward, his friends whooping with joy behind him. Suddenly, Izuku jerked to a stop as the scent of burnt sugar and caramel entered his nasal passage. I'm going to enjoy wrecking your sheet, Deku. Bakugo growled as he stepped out from behind the wall that they had just came from. Whatever, Bakugo. It's not like you scare me. You're just a bully and bullies don't make good heroes. He sneered. They make villains. He tensed as Bakugo roared, his quirk popping in his hands as he leapt at Izuku. I'm not a villain. I will be the #1 hero. Izuku sidestepped the explosive teen, urging his friends to make their way into the center. He dodged another swipe of a palm, but missed the opposite hand, only realizing his mistake when he felt the searing pain against his arm. He could vaguely hear the crowd roar around him, their distaste at Bakugo's actions made known. He braced himself for another attack, but it was stopped by the form of one of Ectoplasm's clones. Katsuki Bakugo. You are hereby disqualified for quirk use against another student. Please follow me to the exit. Ectoplasm nodded toward the center of the maze. Better get a move on. Spots for the next round are filling up fast. Izuku nodded, softly thanking the hero before he entered the center, joining his friends who checked him over for any other injuries. They waited patiently as the rest of the spots filled up, the crowd cheering as Midnight announced the end of the first round while Cementos lowered the walls. He was quickly ushered off to the side where Recovery Girl was waiting to check him over, skiing at the burn. You children and your injuries. It doesn't look too bad. I can either heal it now and you'll be tired, or I can clean and wrap it but you'll be in a bit of pain. Your choice. Izuku smiled. I'd rather you clean and wrap, Recovery Girl. Thank you for the choice though, I appreciate your help. He was polite, knowing that she could have been a lot rougher with her worry. She humphed, a nod of approval lightening the mood. Soon enough, Recovery Girl sent him on his way, a few of her energy gummies clenched in his fist. He stepped out onto the field just in time. All right, now that our wonderful contestants have had a moment to refresh and catch their breath, let's see what they have to look forward to. It seemed to everyone that Midnight was excited, but Izuku could hear the tightness in her voice. Izuku caught her eyes, a slight nod sent his way. She was checking on him? What? Bakugo was the one to attack him. He smiles at her, a nod of his own telling her that he was okay and ready for more. She stood up taller, straighter, and the previous tension was suddenly gone. Izuku watched as the wheel spun again, around and around before settling on a single task. Dodgeball? Hitoshi questioned, amusement in his tone. Izuku hummed, a shrug shaking off the confusion he himself felt at their next challenge. The trio listened as Midnight informed them that they had 5 minutes to gather into 5 teams of 8 for a free-for-all deathmatch in which the team with the last standing student would go on to the final round. Izuku grinned devilishly. I have just the people to recruit. He cracked his knuckles before racing off to find the first of their teammates. Yaoyorozu. Jiro. He called, noting that Todoroki was with them. Do you 3 want to join our team? Right now, it's just the 3 of us, but I'm sure we can work well together. Yaoyorozu nodded. I believe so as well. You are a smart student, and you were able to get the 3 of you through the maze last round without issues other than Bakugo. We still need 2 more though. She agreed. Izuku opened his mouth to answer her only to stop as a voice shouted from his right. Hey! Can I join? Izuku glanced over to find a pink-haired girl with dreads and an oil-stained gym uniform racing towards them. She stopped a few steps away, her chest proudly puffed outward. My name is Mei Hatsum, but you guys can call me Mei. I'm from the support department and I've got so many babies we can use. Izuku frowned at her use of the word babies, but quickly figured out what she meant. Your babies? Do you mean your support items? He asked, trying to make sure he was correct. She nodded eagerly. Yup. I made them, so I call them my babies. Izuku smiled. I don't see why not. He turned to the rest of his team. What do you guys think? Yaoyorozu smiled softly. Welcome to our team. We just need one more. Hitoshi startled the bunch with a loud snap of his fingers. I know just the person. Give me a moment. He ran off, coming back a few minutes later with their classmate Tokoyami at his heels. Tokoyami needed a team, so it was perfect. He and Dark Shadow are almost like having two for the space of one. Plus, Dark Shadow is great with defense. Izuku nodded. Great choice, Hitoshi. Welcome to the team, Tokoyami and Dark Shadow. He hadn't thought about the dour and dark bird-headed boy as the last member of their team, but Hitoshi was right. He was a perfect balance of offense and defense. He smiled softly as Dark Shadow popped out of Tokoyami. Did you hear that, Fumi? They see me. Tokoyami sighed. Yes, I see that, Shadow. The forces of the darkness harbor no ill will towards those who are loyal in service. Izuku pet an eyebrow, shuffling a look at Hitoshi and Denki, who shrugged. We should plan how to win this round if we want to make it to round 3. He spoke calmly, glancing shortly at the timer, counting down the minutes until the end of the planning session. Only 2 minutes left. They needed to get a move on. Dark Shadow should protect our front. Any ball thrown can easily be batted away by them. Yaoyorozu dash, she interrupted him. Please, call me Yamamo. It's much easier. Izuku nodded. Yamamo then. Can you make us a bunch of shields? Something light enough to carry, but hard enough to block any ball. She nodded, turning to quickly do what he had asked. He was slightly unnerved by the blank stare he was receiving from Todoroki, but Izuku shook it off, turning to the others on the team. Jiro, your speakers, can you use the sound waves to stop any ball? I can, but I don't have my boots that I normally use. Izuku grinned. Hey Mei? Do you have anything our sound expert can use to magnify her quirk? He wasn't really surprised at the excitement that streamed from the teen girl, but when she turned around she had a shiny box in her hands, the size and shape very familiar to a phone. This baby can stick to anything and takes the internal sound and amplifies it tenfold. She demonstrated by attaching it to her own chest, the booming of her heartbeat loud in the space. Izuku was definitely impressed. That is awesome. Thank you, Mei. He sighed. The rest of us should protect our protectors and try to catch any ball we can't dodge. The buzzers sounded, startling the 8 students and letting them know that the planning time had ended. During those 5 minutes, Cementos had somehow transformed the field into a ring, complete with boundaries around the outskirts of the platform. Each team stepped onto the platform, glares shooting to every side as they waited for the signal to begin. No one could see any ball, which made things difficult, but a quick glance around allowed Izuku to see the small cannons placed around each side. The ball are coming out of the cannons on the side of the field. Be ready to catch them. He informed his team quietly enough to not inform the rest of the students. He noted how they sneaked a glance around, seeing the various cannons build into the side of the field. He rolled his shoulders and cracked his knuckles. He was ready for the round to start. He could see Oboro standing off to the side, close enough to yell out, "You've got this." Izuku sent a barely there smile his way. He focused again, ready to catch a ball as Midnight began her countdown again. As she reached 1, the cannon sounded, startling almost everyone except for his team, who snatched many of the ball with Dark Shadow gathering many more. Quickly, Izuku's team knocked out 2 of the 4 opposing teams, leaving only 2 others left. Izuku grinned, elated as Midnight called them out of the game. The remaining 2 teams got up quickly, gathering the ball that Izuku's team had used. One ball, thrown by a Gen Ed student, slammed into the shield Hitoshi was holding and bounced off, allowing him to catch it. The crowd cheered as Midnight told him he was out, removing him from play. Izuku turned to congratulate his friend, missing the ball whizzing towards him at Mach. The crowd went silent as the ball stopped midair. Izuku couldn't believe what he was seeing. Oboro had seen the ball coming for Izuku and grabbed it. Somehow, the ball had not gone through the ghost, but was neatly gripped with clenched fingers. "How are you doing that?" Izuku muttered out of the corner of his mouth. Oboro frowned. "I don't know. I've never been able to move things before, I've only been able to shove or walk through the lights to make them flicker." Izuku nodded. "We'll work on that later." He was thankful that it had startled the other team, his own taking advantage of the distraction to knock out several more players. Izuku grabbed the still floating ball out of Oboro's hands. "And he's out." Midnight roared, her eyes wide with shock. The crowd thundered their applause, shock wearing off. Izuku glanced around, dodging wayward ball as he took in just how many competitors were left. There was half of one team and 2 random people left after the massacre his own team had put together. He was so proud. Suddenly, a new ball flew through the air, hitting Jiro in the face and knocking her flat onto her butt. Izuku stared wide-eyed at Yamamoto as her face reddened, anger welling up inside it. He watched, dodging stray ball and using his own shield against the quirk-thrown ones as he made his way over to where the 2 girls stood. "Jiro, are you okay?" he asked, searching her for any injuries. Jiro nodded. "Yeah, I'm fine." She muttered, her eyes filling with pain-induced tears. Yamamoto startled the 2, her scream of rage silencing the crowd once more. She grabbed as many balls as possible, stuffing them into the cannon developing out of her stomach. With a scream, she shot the gathered ball at the remaining contestants, hitting each one of them until there was only one left. Izuku raised his hand, signaling for the rest of the team to stop throwing. This was the a-hole who hit Jiro in the face, and Izuku could tell that Yamamoto was out for blood. He grinned as she aimed the now fully developed cannon at the last player. The crowd was still silent, Midnight grinning wildly at the top-notch amount of girl power being shown to the world. Even Mike Sensei was silent, each of them waiting with held breaths as they watched the fury of a woman. The student, a blonde male, screeched, anger on his face. Izuku could see the fear in his eyes even though he tried hard to hide it. No. This was supposed to be one chance to shine. Izuku snorted into his shoulder. He had heard a few tales about his boy ragging on his classmates and other students. His belief that his class was better than any others would destroy him in the end. Izuku grinned devilishly as Yamamoto took aim. "This is for being a massive D-." She cursed, pulling the trigger. The ball met the boy's crotch at light speed, hard enough to knock him clean off the platform and backwards a few feet. "Oh, damn." Mike groaned along with each and every person watching the utter destruction of the student's anatomy. Now he's got a reason to be squeaky. Oboro called over the noise. Izuku fell over to the ground as he cackled, both the situation and Oboro's words making it hard for him to breathe. "Alrighty folks. Looks like we have our finalists. Let's take a lunch break and allow the students who didn't make it to the final round have fun in some harmless games," Mike instructed. Izuku could hear Aizawa's grumbling over the speaker before it cut off. "Thanks for saving me, Oboro," he mumbled, rubbing his nose to hide the fact that he was talking. The ghost laughed. "Don't mention it. I didn't expect it to work, but I'm glad it did." Izuku smirked and watched him disappear, probably to go back to his teacher's sides. He startled as a hand gripped his arm. Turning, he faced Todoroki, a blank look on his face directed right at Izuku. "I need to talk to you," Todoroki monotoned. Izuku raised an eyebrow before following the two-toned teen away from the field and into the hallway. Todoroki led him through the stadium until they rested in a dark corridor. "What did you want to speak to me about, Todoroki?" The teen sighed heavily. "I wanted you to know that while we joined together to fight this past round, I will be coming at you with everything I've got, and I will do it with my mother's ice only." Izuku froze. "Your mother's, Todoroki, what in the hell are you talking about?" He was so confused. Todoroki sighed. "What? Do you know about quirk marriages?" "What do you know about quirk marriages?" Izuku gulped. He already knew that Endeavor had participated in a quirk marriage to buy the hand of his wife, Rei. Dabi had told him years ago, but since Tuya was supposed to be dead with no one but the family knowing about the disgrace the flaming hero had brought upon his family, he would not be able to admit to that. I know that it's illegal. Are you saying what I think you're saying? He asked solemnly. Todoroki nodded. His only mission is to be greater than All Might. He wants to be number one, to prove that he was better than All Might. Then after a few years he realized he was never going to beat All Might. He bought my mother from her parents for the sole purpose of creating successors that would be more powerful. Her ice quirk and his fire quirk, working together inside the next generation. First, he had my older brother, Tuya. Tuya's quirk was a hotter flame, even stronger and hotter than that of Endeavor's. Izuku interrupted, "Sorry, but it's Endeavor." He was thrilled when Shoto snorted at the slight directed at the flaming BSRD. Izuku waved a hand, urging Todoroki on with his story. Our other siblings, Fuyumi and Natsuo, their quirks were weak, so father ignored them, almost to the point of pretending that they didn't exist. Then the BSRD realized that Tuya's quirk was hurting him, making him burn from the inside out. So he began to ignore Tuya, instead deciding to train me. But it wasn't training, it was abuse. I knew that, even at the age of my siblings knew that. Tuya tried to stop him, to protect me, but our father just kept shoving him away. One night, Tuya got angry and ended up burning down the building that housed the training room, causing his own body to burn up alongside it. We didn't even get to have a funeral for him. The hallway was silent as Izuku processed the information. It wasn't anything new, but hearing it in a different perspective was informative. He held back a flinch as Oboro popped up next to him. "Your friends are listening in on the conversation," the ghost informed him. Izuku nodded, making the movement seem like he was still taking in the information. "Did Endeavor do that?" he asked, pointing to Todoroki's scar. He remembered just how angry Dabi had been when he saw the mottled flesh covering the two-tone teen's eye. "A few months after Tuya died, I went to the kitchen for some water. I overheard my mother on the phone. I think she was talking to her mom, but she was asking for help leaving my father and escaping with us kids. I must have startled her and she thought that my left side looked like him because she threw boiling water on me. She realized her mistake and tried to ice the burn, making it scar. Now, she's locked away at the hospital and it's all my father's fault." Izuku growled, his tone low and gravely. "I say this with the utmost understanding. What you've gone through is not okay and I urge you to tell a teacher. Aizawa-sensei is probably best, but Nizu-sensei could also help you get your family away from him and make him pay for what he's done." Todoroki shook his head. "I can't. Father would find out and probably hurt someone in order to keep me. He calls me his masterpiece. Anyone I've ever told has either been bought off by him, goes missing if he can't by their silence, or they think I'm lying, and they call him to tell him everything I've said." Izuku frowned. It was going to be hard to get Todoroki and his siblings to safety if the teen wouldn't go to an adult for help. He sighed as he looked away from the two-tone teen. A blinking red light caught his eyes, alerting him to the camera recording the entire conversation. A second sigh, this one filled with relief, came out of his body. "Look, Todoroki. I fully understand what you're going through. My own father was abusive, and no one believed me when I told them. Not until I finally did something about it. My boss, he's a detective with a lie detector quirk. He listened to me and even better, he believed me when I told him what happened to me. He believed Himiko when she told him about her abusive parents and now they are in jail. He can help you too." Todoroki was silent. He didn't know how to respond to the way Izuku was practically pleading with him to get help and trust someone. Other than when Fuyumi told their father that he wasn't home or when Natsuo housed him for the night, he'd never had anyone care in a very long time. He hummed, "I'll think about it. I won't promise, I can't at this time, but I will think about what you've said." He held his left hand up, a small flame nestled in his palm. "You know, I used to think that my fire wasn't actually mine. I used to believe that it was his, but then I found a small video that Tuya had filmed, one where he was showing baby me how to make things with our fire. I don't remember the actual moment, but I do remember how happy he was to spend time with me. In the video, he told me that having fire didn't make me like our father, it was what we did with it that made us different. He's the only reason I trained with my fire, the only reason I even use it. Because it reminds me of my brother, not of Endeavor. I'm going to be a hero, but not because my father wants me to be." I'm going to be a hero because my brother thought I could be a better hero than our father. Izuku sighed. That's a good reason. We should go get some lunch, and I'm sure my friends are probably worried about me. I still think you should tell either Aizawa-sensei or Nizu-sensei, but as long as you are truly thinking about it, I'll leave it alone. Thanks for telling me your story. He turned away, towards his hidden friends before Todoroki stopped him. Just know that no matter what we've just shared, I will beat you today. Izuku huffed out a laugh. Good luck with that. He walked away. He turned the corner, finding Denki and Hitoshi waiting silently for him, their features pushed into fear and anger. Oboro told me you both were listening to us, he said unjudgingly. They kept their eyes to the floor, embarrassed to the caught eavesdropping. Izuku smirked, rolling his eyes. It's fine, it's not like we didn't already know what was going on in the Todoroki household. Dabi has been very clear with what he suffered at the hands of the number 2 hero. He pulled his phone out of his pocket, typing a quick message to Nizu. He might have promised Todoroki that he wasn't going to push him into telling an adult about the abuse, but that didn't mean Izuku couldn't work on the case on the sidelines. A beep alerted him to a response, his lips turning upwards into a smile as he read it. We should probably actually get some food. We've got to make it far enough in the next round to be seen, but not enough to be remembered. He told the two as he led them towards the cafeteria. A few hallways away from their destination, Oboro popped up again, his arms waving with urgency. Go back. He's coming this way. Oboro yelled, confusing Izuku. What do you mean? Who's coming our way? He asked the ghost. Oboro didn't have a chance to answer before telltale pops sounded from around the closest corner, heralding the arrival of Bakugo. Sheet. Denki, Hitoshi, go get a teacher. He ordered, shoving them the opposite direction. Denki ran off, but Hitoshi paused, worry on his face. I don't want to leave you alone. He shared. Izuku smiled, don't worry, I'll be fine. I just need you both safe from him. He shoved at Hitoshi again, urging him away. He was relieved when Hitoshi listened that time, his retreating back allowing Izuku to concentrate on the ticking time bomb that was literally about to blow. Deku. Bakugo growled, twin pops of his quirk sounding from his hands. Izuku faced the boy. He was done with Bakugo always attacking him. Hello, Bakugo. Izuku was tired. Once upon a time he had only wanted his best friend back, but that person was gone, and in his place stood a bully. You cost me my win. Bakugo roared, the popping turning into tight, continuous explosions. Izuku knew those were going to hurt if they touched him. Experience had taught him that. I didn't do anything to you. You decided to break a rule and got yourself kicked out of the sports festival. Don't go and blame me because you wanted to hurt me again. His words angered the blonde even further. No. It's your fault. If you didn't get the rat to make that rule, I would have been fine. You and that purple-haired freak made the teachers hate me. I'm the best and you are nothing but someone for me to practice my quirk against. Why don't you run away? You won't ever be a hero, your place is beneath me, and I have no problem showing it to you again. Izuku rolled his eyes. Yes, because just existing means I don't deserve kindness. We used to be best friends before you turned on me. I tried for years to get that back, to be your friend again, yet you kept hurting me. Hitoshi and I haven't done anything to the teachers, you thinking that is just stupid. His eyes widened as his words fumbled out of his mouth, already knowing that they were the wrong ones to use. Bakugo screamed, flinging himself towards Izuku. Hissing, Izuku jumped backwards, hoping to avoid Bakugo's hands, but he wasn't fast enough, an explosion hitting his shoulder and knocking him to the ground. He didn't have enough time to get up before Bakugo was on top of him, fists and explosions pummeling into his face and torso. Izuku fought back, his gloved hands punching back as he tried his best to knock the blonde off of him. Finally gaining some ground, Izuku jumped up onto his feet, unsteady as his head swam. His chest hurt and his nose was surely broken amidst the burns that littered his upper half. A swift kick knocked Bakugo away, giving him a few short seconds of breathing room before the fight continued. Izuku could hear Oboro calling out, letting him know that help was almost there. He knew he was losing the battle. He was tired and hadn't eaten yet, making him weaker than he would have been. He twisted, his legs driving into Bakugo's ribcage. He didn't want to hurt the blonde, only wanting to stop him from hurting anyone else. He could barely hear the yelling as someone drew closer, hoping desperately that it was the teachers on their way to help him. Fortunately, it was the teachers, Hitoshi and Denki, leading the group towards them. Unfortunately, he had become distracted, allowing Bakugo to slam him into the wall with an explosion, breaking 2 of his ribs with the impact. He coughed as he slid down the wall, his lungs struggling to take in air. Izuku knew that at least one of the ribs had pierced his lung with how much simply breathing hurt, as well as the blood coming out of his mouth with every cough. He looked up as Aizawa-sensei kneeled down next to him. "Midoriya? Can you hear me?" Aizawa asked, his eyes roaming over Izuku's body as they searched the injuries. Izuku nodded. "Wise sir. IHR ya." He slurred. The pain in his lungs grew, causing him to cough again, splattering his teacher's chest with blood. Aizawa's face betrayed his emotions, showing just how horrified he was. Izuku faded in and out as the black-haired hero yelled out for Recovery Girl. He tried his hardest to focus, barely able to tell as the old woman came up to his side, her own face pinched together with worry. Beyond her was Hitoshi and Denki, both holding the other as they looked on with fear. The pain grew in his lungs, the edges of his vision dimming as both Recovery Girl and Aizawa yelled at him to stay awake, to keep his eyes open. He just couldn't anymore, he was too tired. Izuku faded away, not hearing the sounds of panic that surrounded him. The main thing you have to remember is that while you are patrolling, you are still smiling. Why do you think that is? Ingenium asked his trainee. Dabi hummed, his hand playing with the edge of his jacket collar. His brother had designed his costume for him. It consisted of a long, black trench coat made of fireproof, lightweight armor, a white t-shirt that was bulletproof, fireproof, and stab-proof. Izuku had made sure of it himself. Dabi also had his knee-length black boots with knives hidden in the toes and heels, as well as his helmet, which covered his whole face when activated. The helmet had 2 settings, one for the whole face and one that covered just his mouth and nose. He was currently in the half mode, hiding his words from being seen by civilians. Is it because the civilians can still see us, and if they see us smiling, they will feel reassured that they are safe? He tilted his head as he looked at the hero. Ingenium grinned widely. Exactly. Couldn't have said it better myself. The man took a glance around, his own smile dimming slightly. Dabi frowned. "Sir? What's wrong?" Ingenium shook his head. "Nothing. Just for a second I thought someone was watching us. Someone with anger." Dabi glanced around, hitting each rooftop nearby as well as the alleyways. "I don't see anything, nor do I sense what you're feeling." Ingenium smiled. "Don't worry about it, you'll grow that particular ability later on in your career." The hero waved to a passing civilian. "I did notice that you immediately looked for the danger on the roofs and inside alleyways. Most heroes don't even think about that." Dabi snorted. "I used to live on the streets before I met my little brother. He saved our sister and I, brought us to his home. He taught me most of what I know today." Ingenium nodded. "Yes, Nizu informed me about Izuku, said he had a job with the local precinct. What does he do there?" Dabi smiled. "He's an analyst. He looks at cases and figures out things like reasonings, locations, and even quirks if needed. He even got his detective's license a few years ago, so he's able to accept his own cases, not just work on things for anyone else." Ingenium hummed. "He sounds smart." Dabi nodded. "He's very smart. He's getting lessons from Principal Nizu instead of regular classes since he tested out of high school. He's already got a few college degrees as well." Dabi smiled with pride. "He even came up with my hero name." Ingenium coughed. "He's getting private lessons with the rat?" Dabi snorted. "Izuku says that the principal isn't a rat, but I'm not allowed to say what he really is, as Principal Nizu likes to mess with people too much." Ingenium snorted. "So, what does Apabairu even mean?" Dabi laughed. "Izuku chose that as my hero name because it means blue lava." He raised a hand, a small ball of blue flames nestled softly inside. He says it's almost the same thing, hot yet pretty colored fire burning through everything in its path. He tossed it into his other hand, continuing his thought. It seeps and raises the ground, and while it hurts, it also creates. It cleanses the earth it bears until there's nothing left, making way for new and beautiful things. He glanced up at the hero, blushing at the look of utter awe on the man's newly uncovered face. That's pretty powerful, Apabiru. Your brother gave you the perfect name, I believe. Dabi smiled softly. Yeah, he did, didn't he? He looked at the man with a smile, only drop it when he noticed that the hero was staring off into a nearby alley. Sir? Is something wrong? He asked. Ingenium drew a deep breath. Someone is in that alley, and I don't think they are taking an innocent stroll. It almost looked like Dash. He stopped, biting the skin of his bottom lip. Almost like what, sir? Dabi asked, ready to help his mentor. Ingenium growled, his helmet quickly going on over his head. Almost like the hero killer. Dabi stared at the alley, vaguely hearing the man call over his radio about a Stain sighting. He had heard so much from Izuku about the villain, anything from what his reasonings were to what his quirk could possibly be. Sir, my brother, he's good with quirks. He told me what he suspected Stain to have for a quirk. He paused as the hero nodded. He thinks that Stain has a paralysis quirk, one to do with blood. He's not sure how it works exactly, but he did tell me not to let Stain anywhere near my blood. I think we should listen to his idea, Ingenium, sir. Ingenium nodded, relaying that information back to his agency. The others are on their way to our location just in case, but as heroes we still need to check it out. It wouldn't do to have any civilians hurt just because we were afraid of dying. Dabi put his helmet in full face mode as he followed the hero into the alley, his eyes flighting around to check every nook and cranny before a slight movement from above drew his attention. Ingenium! Above! He yelled, shoving the hero out of the way of the twin swords coming towards them at a fast pace. The villain sneered as he pulled the tips of his weapons out of the concrete. How deep they had embedded into the ground was a testament to just how hard the blades were being pushed downward, something that minutely impressed Dabi. He faced the villain, keeping his mentor in his eyesight. Clever hero. Not many see me coming from above. Too bad it's not going to save you. Stain growled. Only his fast reflexes saved him from a knife to the gut, and he was suddenly thankful for Reaper Bootcamp. His brother was vicious while training, but it had helped him be stronger and more sure of himself. Of his limbs and quirk. Sir. Permission to engage? He asked, his eyes trained on the villain. Ingenium grunted, permission granted. Dabi grinned, his hand lighting up in the coldest fire he could manage. Stain sneered, his lip curling as he scoffed, you are protecting a fake and therefore you are in my way. You will die alongside the fake hero. Dabi tilted his head. Oh? How is he a fake hero? I've met many in my time both on the streets as well as living with my adoptive brother, and Ingenium is as true as they come. He flung the ball of fire at Stain's torso, missing as the man dodged. Dabi jumped to the side as Stain's katana sliced the air. Ingenium leapt, his speed allowing him to place a well-made kick into the hero killer's gut, knocking him into the brick wall of the alley. Dabi quickly followed the move with one of his own. Another ball of freezing flames swiftly tossed at the still-winded man, freezing his hand to the wall. We are heroes, Stain. It is our job to bring villains like you to justice. Your reign of killings ends. Ingenium vowed. Dabi nodded, his eyes blinking over to his mentor. You're wrong, Stain. Ingenium is a true hero. He cares about everyone, no matter who they are or what they've done in the past. He treats everyone with respect and never strays from that path. Dabi declared. Stain grabbed the hilt of one of his knives, shattering the ice that still wrapped his hand. He flexed his fingers, bringing the blood flow and feeling back into them before gripping another blade, this one being one of his katanas that were still stowed away in their sheaths. I will succeed. I will rid this world of the fakes. Stain hissed, spittle flying out of his mouth. Dabi dodged the katana once again but missed how the villain had thrown the knife still in his hand until Ingenium had fallen down at his feet, the knife embedded in his shoulder. Sheet. Sorry, Ingenium. Dabi said, worried about his mentor. He liked the man, glad that the hero hadn't had any qualms about taking him on. You're still learning, Apabiru. You will make many mistakes in your time. I'll be fine. Dabi ducked as another knife was thrown at him, refusing to look away as it clattered against the wall. He needed to end this fight, one way or another. He stood, placing himself in between Ingenium's fallen form and Stain, his arms alight with flames of different temperatures. Izuku had figured out shortly after they started training his quirk that he could use hot and cold flames at the same time, solving his problem with overheating. His grin became feral as he swung his arms, flicking ball of flame at the villain, not giving the man any chance of resting. Dabi threw a ball of cold fire to the left, pushing Stain to dodge to the right, directly into the path of a stream of hot flames. Dabi tensed as Stain screamed in pain, his clothes caught on fire. He watched as the man attempted multiple times to put the flames out, eventually succeeding in patting himself down. Growling, Stain faced Dabi again, his face burnt down to his neck and through to what little bit of torso that had been revealed. Dabi stood tall, his eyes never leaving the villain as he waited for another attack. He sighed in relief as he heard sirens coming closer. Ingenium needed medical care and he was starting to tire. Unfortunately, Stain also heard the incoming rescuers and decided to flee. As he reached the top of the roof, he turned back to Dabi, his eyes filled with anger at being bested. Dabi knew then that he had made it onto Stain's shit list, a silent vow of another attack when he least expected it. He turned to address the fallen hero, helping him to his feet in order to come back out of the alley. A pair of paramedics removed Ingenium from his grip while another led him over to the second ambulance. A second paramedic joined the first as they asked him questions as they checked him over for injuries, his own questions about his mentor being ignored. With a growl of frustration, Dabi snapped. "That's enough. I want to know how Ingenium is doing, and I want to know now," he ordered. The paramedics backed away, giving Dabi some breathing room. He was relieved to see Tsukachi walking up to him. "Suki, please, tell me how he is?" he begged. Tsukachi sighed. "He's fine, kid. The knife seems to have missed any major arteries and only scratched the bone slightly. He'll be on desk duty for a few weeks, but he will live and be able to patrol again after. I need to get your side of the attack before I let you go if that is okay?" Dabi sighed with relief. "Thanks, detective. Sure, I'll tell you what happened." He launched into the story, telling the man about the beginning of their patrol and how Ingenium had suspected that Stain had hidden away in the alley, the resulting fight and quirk use, as well as how he baited the villain into stepping into a stream of hot flames, burning him severely. "I see. Well, from what I heard from Ingenium, you had his permission to use your quirk and you did so in order to protect both yourself and your hero mentor without going overboard. Thank you for answering my questions." He paused as his phone rang, a frown filling his features as he answered it. Tsukachi speaking. He was quiet as he listened to someone speak, his eyes growing wider. "Yes, he's right here in front of me," Tsukachi mentioned, letting Dabi know that whoever it was had asked about him. The detective's hands shook as more words were said. "Son of AB, I'm on my way now." He hung up, his eyes frantic as he looked at Dabi, who stared at him in return. Izuku was attacked.